Okay, I think we're live on YouTube on both locations, although my camera froze. Hold on. Try this again. Try this again. See, wonder what. Oh, I know why my camera froze. I know why my camera froze. 1 second. 1 second. All right, now we should be good. Sorry about that. Hopefully the camera doesn't freeze again. I've got one of the Sony cams, and unfortunately, almost all of them overheat. I don't know. It's just inherent to all the Sony cams. So anyways, I've got a fan on the back of my Sony camera to keep it from overheating. It's like a little miniature fan that clips onto the back of it. And unfortunately, earlier today when I was away from the home, the power went out, and I forgot when the power goes out, that fan doesn't turn back on. So when I turned my camera back on, I didn't have any fan on the back of it, keeping it from overheating. But I think all the live streams are live and ready to go now. I'm going to double check this week before we get going to make sure that the live streams are actually all live before we get too deep into things. Yeah, okay. We're live on Vertical and on Horrors. We got the Verts and the Horrors rocking and rolling. Welcome in, friends. Ems, good to see you, buddy. For anyone asking if you're watching on the horizontal, and for those who periodically will see this pop up on the vertical stream, I put a link in the description. I'm trying to raise funds for our friend Morpheus in the community. I set up a GoFundMe page. This is separate from our seasonal fundraiser. Mr. Morpheus, for those who don't know, is battling cancer, and he's been in and out of the hospital getting cancer treatments the last number of months. And Mr. Morpheus also is battling his diabetes and the rising cost of insulin, because insulin's crazy expensive. So I put a GoFundMe page together for our friend Mr. Morpheus, Sean Waters, or Sean Morpheus Waters. So hopefully we can get him a little bit of breathing room this holiday season, as he's in the midst of battling cancer and dealing with the rising cost of insulin. On the vertical stream, I have to kind of take this up and down a little bit during the stream, because unfortunately, TikTok on the vertical stream will flag me for trying to like send people away from TikTok. And then I'll have to like restart my live stream. So that being said, that's who's on the screen. I'll be calling some attention to it throughout the stream. So thank you for being here, friends. The link is in the YouTube description. So if you go to the description of the YouTube stream, in either the vertical or the horizontal, you'll find the link to the fundraiser, and then you can donate through that. And I've already donated $500. So I thought about doing a matching donation, but I was like, no. Mr. Morpheus really needs money, whether it's people donate or not. So I threw $500 in there. Anyone who's even got $5 to give, we highly encourage anything. If all you did is donate $5, but we have 3,000 people doing it, we really get a long way. The way these fundraisers really work the best is when we can have everybody pitch in a little bit, rather than asking people to put a ton of money in. You know what I mean? My mods are saying, can I pin it in both chats? I don't know. I don't know how to pin. Let me see if I can pin it on the YouTube chat. I'm going to throw it into the YouTube chat real quick. All right. And then will it let me pin it? I assume it will. Pin message. Yeah, we got that pinned on the horizontal. And then let me go to the vertical. I'll do the same thing on the vertical stream and pin it on the vertical stream. A lot of people actually know Mr. Morpheus. You might not know Mr. Morpheus by his full name. But Mr. Morpheus is a huge contributor to our community and is very active in the deconstruction atheist community on online, primarily on the YouTube side. Uh, Look at the Christians already crashing out in the comments. You not believing in God is imaginary. No, that's certainly not the case. The reality is, your God is imaginary. My lack of belief in a God certainly isn't imaginary. It's not a circular convo. You just don't have any evidence for your God, Robert. Anyways, while we're waiting for some Christians or some, Catholics, Orthodox, Muslims, anybody to muster up the courage to give us the evidence for their God, let me grab a couple super chats. Dr. Wasambla, good to see you, my friend, says, let's go, Justin, deconstruction, all grilling systems ready to go, hoping for some great crash outs in the cookout tonight. Hail Nero. Indeed, hail Nero. Indeed. December is a fun month. I can't wait to get to do some of our holiday prompts. I like the holiday prompts. Handsome Cat, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says, when defending the Trinity, Christians say that God is like an essence that each person shares. Is this even biblical, or is it just Greek Philbroism? It's mostly Philbroism, but the thing you have to point out is when they give you these goofy arguments about essence, force them to define what essence is, because they don't know what essence even means. So they're going to reduce it down to, eventually they're going to get to God's character or God's nature, right? And that's great. Once you get to God's nature, then you can say, okay, well, what are the indispensable parts of God's nature? And then they'll list you those parts. And then when you point out that Jesus didn't actually have those, then you would just say, okay, then Jesus isn't fully God. Well, say, well, no, he was like the human part. Okay, well, then the Trinity is made up of parts, which is the heresy of partialism. There's so many ways to get around the Trinity just by using basic logic. Mr. Rogue says, blessed are the broad, for they shall inherit the full frame. And narrow is the path of portrait mode. Oh, the schism lives on. I don't know what we're going to do with you people. Listen, there's a benefit to each stream. You know, if you're watching vertical, you get more Faraday kitty action, because Faraday wants me to hold him in my lap all the time. If you're watching horizontal, you get to see Volta knocking everything off the shelf behind me, because that's his favorite thing to do, because Volta's a menace. He's a good cat. He's a menace. Mr. Tyman says, where are my whores at? Well, indeed, Mr. Ty, I think your whores are here. And welcome in. We're just waiting for some guests to load up. Mr. Rogue says, premise 1, the kitten cam is absolutely perfect. Premise 2, the kitten cam is always horizontal. Conclusion, horizontal is absolutely perfect. Fuck me. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, this schism. The schism. We're never gonna fix the schism. I'm starting to sense this. Space Lord, thank you for the super chat. Says, I'm baking a cake for the holiday. Oh, awesome. Tomorrow, and I need a bit more powdered sugar. Doug, damn it. Can anyone help a brother in Doug out? Listen, it's been my experience. I don't think neighbors ask each other for sugar anymore like they used to, but give it a shot. If I asked my neighbor for some sugar, I bet she'd give me some sugar. She's awesome. But hey, listen, if you don't have good neighbors, then you got to make a trip down to Walmart before they close for the holiday. Although I assume they're open like a little bit tomorrow, right? Like maybe in the morning. I don't really know. This is a good question. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the hours are going to be. Helping Make a Deconstruct says, what's your least favorite Christian argument at this point in your cooking career? Praise Doug and share, and Whores for Life. My least favorite argument, that's a tough one because there's so many bad ones. Let me think if there's one that's particularly annoying. I think it's not that it's annoying, but it's just that it's the dumbest, and it's weird that Christians still use it, which is, it doesn't matter if Jesus fulfilled 0 prophecies or if he lied about the Old Testament. As long as I believe he rose from the dead, he is who he said he is. But that's not the case. Listen, if I said all squares are actually circles, and then I convinced you that I raised from the dead, it doesn't make all squares circle. That's not how that works. You can't make contradictions and lies go away just because you think somebody rose from the dead. That's preposterous. Adam Brown, great to see you. Friend says, have a good cook, ya turkey. Well, cabo, motherfucker. Good to see you, buddy. And Voltage, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says bust a rhyme, bust a move, bust a book, and let them cook. I'll tell you one thing: we are going to open a book and let the book cook. Sorry, I meant to say let the book cook. There we go. We got it. Yeah, that's the goal here. Parker, thank you for the galaxy on TikTok. Big W, I appreciate that. And David, good to see you. Thank you for your donation, David. Thank you for your donation. And Game Master Flash, thank you for your $10 super chat. Says, let's do some horrors and verts. There's a schism. There is not a schism, and there are not denominations. I am of the wide, curvy whores. Let's go to the gorilla. Oh my God. Rock hard for Doug and stop and what for Sharon. Well, listen, we're glad that you're here. It looks like the usual gang is all starting to pile in. What we don't have are any believers that are willing to call in just yet. So if you're a believer in God, we'd love to hear your argument for why you think God is real. Drew Smith, my friend, thank you so much for being here, and thank you for the $20 super chat. It's good to see you, my friend. Says, I remain a diagonalist. A Doug to that. The courts is with Drew, obviously. Obviously. And Declan, thank you for the $5 Aussie chat, I think. It says, good day, good day, big dog. Love from down under. Fire up the barbecue. We have Theus to cook. Hopefully we do. Now, the last stream on Monday was slow to get started, and then it got really hot. It just took a while to heat up the grill, but hopefully we'll get some guests here earlier into the show and not too much later. Abe the cat, beautiful cat, by the way. Good to see you, my buddy. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Sagan, the evidence for God is woefully inadequate. I would say that is the case. Listen, you don't need that good of evidence to posit that like somebody existed. Okay, the existence of Jesus is easy. I don't require all that evidence. But in order to posit that he rose from the dead, I need a lot of good evidence. And look at FS man, the wife abusing Muslim in chit chat, hate watching my show every week, crashing out. You'll know soon. Yeah. Listen, nobody's afraid of your Muslim hell. Bev Dog, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, if they're imaginary, God is so good, why would he create me to be a homosexual only to condemn me for how he created me? Yeah, it's a really nonsensical thing, right? Because they want to attribute this whole thing to God. Like, well, God's in charge of everything. He knit you in your mother's womb, and therefore, he has a purpose for you. But then if he knit you in your mother's womb and his purpose was for you to be attracted to the same sex, then it's nonsensical that he would then punish you for the way that he created you. What a dumb thing. What an asinine thing. And since there currently aren't any believers who have enough courage to get into the box just yet, I'm going to read a couple more super chats. And listen, if you are watching on YouTube, you can join. Just use tiny.cc/dzguest and you'll be into the conversation. If you're watching on TikTok, hit that guest request button and we'll pull you up into the conversation. For those who are just now getting in, we are running a fundraiser. There are links in both of the YouTube descriptions and comments. There's a pinned comment to the link. The fundraiser is for our good friend, Mr. Morpheus. Mr. Morpheus is battling cancer, and he's also in a bind with his insulin right now, too, because he's diabetic. Any help goes a long, long way right now. Mr. Morpheus is, he was reluctant to reach out because he doesn't want to burden anyone. But the reality is Mr. Morpheus is in a bad way right now. If you have $5 to give, anything to give, it goes a long way. We're going to have thousands of people come through this live stream. I'm not asking anyone to give $1,000. I'd love for you to give $1,000. I'm not asking anyone to give $500. I am saying that if all of us can give $5, we can knock out this fundraiser easily. Just $5. That's all we need is $5. So please help out our good friend, Mr. Morpheus, if you got a 5 spot on you. And G4 says, I have insulin pens, Novolog, and CGMs, Dexcoms, G7s. I could donate to him for free. No fucking way. You can do that. Let me know where to ship them. Rock hard for Doug, former Christian. Well, listen, G-Force, Shoot me an email. My email on my YouTube. I can make sure that you two get connected so that we can do some shipping. I got to make sure that we're not going to not violate any rules, like legal rules. But yeah, for sure. If you've got some that you can help with, let's talk. And Hank says, here's to supping on the morrow from the charred bones of many used God salesmen and hobbypologists. That's about right. Yeah, that's about right. I do know this. Of the people who are the most annoying to talk to are the ones that are not supping, but pre-supping for God. People who presuppose God into anything is, to me, the most embarrassing argument of all. Like, if I was a Christian and someone wanted me to use a presupp argument for God, I would be embarrassed to do it. Like, it's really no more than just playing word games. And it only works on people that are, like, willing to presuppose that there are transcendental categories, and I don't presuppose that. I'm still waiting. I've been waiting for 2 years now for at least one presupper to demonstrate the claim that any transcendental categories even exist. RW says, where's your kitty cam? Well, the kitty cam's turned off right now because the kitties are busy jumping on top of me trying to drink my drink rather than playing in kitty spot. So, but we will have kitty cam up shortly, I promise. And Miss Pickles says, if you don't stand up for something, you'll lie down for anything. Vertical stream supremacy. W. Good quote, Miss Pickles. That was a good twist on a classic quote. I remember, though, you know what? When the infighting between Christians is wild. I remember when I was a non-denominational Christian, I remember a Catholic giving me a hard time because I was non-denominational. And she's like, well, if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, not picking a denomination has nothing to do with whether or not I'm gullible. I don't pick a denomination because I don't think there's a need for it. It's not because I'm indecisive. Oh, what just happened? Not because I'm indecisive. It's because there's not a good one. There's no point in picking one. It's silly, right? I mean, I did pick Jesus at least, right? The infighting between Christians, though, it never ceases to amaze me. It's wild. I love to see like people of the same religion just like bickering back and forth about nonsensical theological points because it demonstrates the validity of our points, which is like these religions don't really do a whole lot in like improving the world. It just creates new things to fight about. Still no Christian or Muslim or anybody, no agnostic, nobody in the box. This is interesting. I guess they're all getting ready for maybe they're all getting ready for Thanksgiving. I don't know. Another mythology, Thanksgiving, the most mythical of all holidays. I don't know. My kitty cam phone's not on right now. I'm going to sort that out. Volta, you are a menace. You know what? No more tree. All right. Tree leaves. Come on. I told you. I predicted it. Volta is an absolute menace, y'all. Menace. He wants to ruin everything in my house. Doesn't matter what it is. Anyways, let me listen. We've been live for 20 minutes with not a single believer willing to defend their God yet. What a wild situation. What's up, Godless? Oh,
Hey,
how you doing,
I see
buddy?
your very festive background there, and I have to ask, are you ready for, oh, Donald Trump made it okay to say Merry Christmas again?
You know what? It's interesting because I've been saying Merry Christmas for a couple years, just hoping that I didn't get like stoned by atheists for saying Merry Christmas or by the liberal left. But surprisingly, no one gives a shit when I say Merry Christmas.
Yeah, no, same here. Like depending on the situation, like I say Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, like it really doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's weird to me that like the political talking point over like people don't even say Merry Christmas anymore. Well, the fuck they don't. What are you talking about? Listen, if you don't like what businesses are doing, you don't have to patronage that business. You can go to another business. Like normal people are going to say either Merry Christmas or Happy Holidays or Happy Hanukkah, whatever they comfortable with. That's you can't tell people what to say. And businesses get the same right. They get to choose what the fuck they get to say to their customers. And if they want to be inclusive by saying happy holidays, then it's not a problem. Like there's nothing like when people say happy holidays, they're not saying, well, happy holidays except for your special holiday. No, that means all of the holidays. What's the problem?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's all about their proclivity for wanting to be persecuted. Normally, I'd use different phrasing there, but I know TikTok, I can't exactly. But yeah, they definitely have a proclivity for wanting to be persecuted, so much so that they invent persecution. And you see it every single year. I actually did a video on my YouTube channel where I actually did a deep dive on the war on Christmas. Do you know who started the war on Christmas?
Mm, uh, Probably, what's his face from Fox News that said "fuck it, we'll do it live." What was his name again that no one cares about anymore? Bill
Uh,
O'Reilly.
Bill, no. It goes way farther back than that.
Mm-mm.
It it was Henry Ford.
No fucking way. Henry Ford.
Henry Ford. He started the war on Christmas,
He
and because it's Ford, can you guess
he was
who,
super
which demographic he
anti-Semitic.
put? Yeah. So he was. It initially started off as an anti-Semitic thing, where they were going after Jewish people in the community about restricting Merry Christmas or restricting Christmas in general, and then it just sort of morphed as time went on into this whole atheist attack on Christmas or something like that.
That's wild. You know what? Like so if Christians and the right wing were correct, then that means we haven't been allowed to say Merry Christmas for over 100 years. But for some reason, I mean, people keep saying it. It's almost like there's no war on Christmas.
Yeah, it's almost like people really don't give a fuck
Right.
whether or
Right.
not you say Christmas or whatever. And it's honestly like the whole Xmas thing. Like I've even heard some people try to say that, oh well, atheists try to take the Christ out of Christmas by replacing it with an X, but it's like that's been a thing for a while, and it was something that was done just to shorten Christmas. And the X, I think, is supposed to represent. I think it
That's a
might.
Christian
It's
symbol.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I
we
can't
we
remember
didn't
what the
invent
symbol is
that.
called.
Atheists didn't do that. We didn't take Christ out of Christmas. The Christians did that. X is it's supposed to be reminiscent of the Greek symbol, the very first letter of Christos.
Yes, exactly. And so I don't know. I've suffered through like what 12 or 14 wars on Christmas, and every single year it gets more and more ridiculous.
I mean, it is what it is. I don't think I don't think anyone's being fooled anymore. You know what I mean? Like there was a
Yeah.
time where like the whatchamacallit, the culture wars were at like a fevered pitch around Christmas, and
Mhm.
I think that might have come and gone at least. I don't think anyone cries about it too heavily at the moment, except for like Fox News and the goofballs, that watch Fox News, right? But who's watching
Yeah.
Fox News anymore?
I don't know. It's definitely not Trump, right?
Mm-mm. Because
Trump doesn't
Trump's
like
base,
Fox News.
yeah, Trump's base left Fox News. They're done.
Yeah.
If Fox News was smart, they would rebrand at this point as being normal Republicans rather than being Trump Republicans, so that once Trump is out of office, they can, all those who were like, "Oh yeah, I didn't like that fucking guy anyways," then they'll all go right back to Fox. But I don't think Fox is that smart. Friends, we're still waiting for some opposition. If you believe in a God, if you think your God is super, super real, and I'm stupid for not believing in your God, love to hear about it. I'd love to hear about your particular God, why your God is real. And in fact, ask and you shall receive. We've got somebody, probably, I think, opposition in the box now. Daniel, how you doing? Are you at least 18? And do you believe in God?
Yes, I'm 18 and I believe in God. And by the way, I don't think you're stupid for not believing in my God
Cool.
or believing in a
Cool.
God, period.
Yeah, I'm surprised by the amount of believers who are just incredulous that somebody couldn't believe in their God, as though like it, as though their incredulity matters. So, which God do you believe in?
I'm a Christian, so I believe in Jesus to be God of the universe, the triune God.
Sure. And what do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
So I believe there's no way for anybody to prove with unfathomable amount of evidence anything that they believe in. Even in science, there's a lot of things that are based off assumptions and things like that. There's a lot of credibility in everything, but I would say for Jesus and for the God of the Bible, I would say that history is the biggest burden of proof, being that there are many people who wrote about Jesus, and either they were lying and they completely destroyed their lives to prove this lie or to at least claim this lie, um, or they somehow benefited it from it, but they didn't. So to me, that gives me enough reason to at least investigate and look into the history and say, okay, why did these guys lose their life to profess this history?
So, what's the evidence that they did lose their lives because they were professing it?
Well, that's what history shows.
Where? I've seen some history from the early church. I haven't seen anything convincing, even remotely close to the time period, about them dying because of their faith. I think the closest you can get is maybe James, Paul, and Peter. James, obviously, was killed in the book of Acts. And then Paul and Peter, we don't learn about their death until we get to the epistle of Clement. And then we don't hear of any other deaths for hundreds of years. And they're all in like these really weird mythological books where like people are having wizards duels and dogs are talking and giving speeches. So like, I don't know. Do you think dogs give speeches?
So what you're saying is that you deny the history of the Bible, that they actually died um, death because of what they were claiming Jesus was a God.
No, it's not even in the Bible, is what I'm saying. The record of the apostles' deaths are mostly unrecorded from their time period. It's recorded many hundreds of years later in what I would consider all fictitious accounts that describe things that certainly you wouldn't accept as being real. So, like in the account where we hear about Peter being crucified upside down, right? We also learn that a guy named Simon Magus is imbued powers to fly through the air, and then Peter shoots him down out of the air and he falls to the ground and breaks his hip. And there's a baby suckling at his mother's teat, just born, and then the Holy Spirit empowers it to give an entire speech to the household of Simon Magus. Like, these are fan fiction. They're not real.
So you must deny most history then, because you can't
No,
completely.
no,
You
no.
know what's funny right now is that I go a little bit more extreme than Justin here because I'm a mythicist, so I don't even think that Jesus existed in the first place. But I think that it's funny that Justin takes an entirely like critical scholar consensus view, and you automatically jump to the same thing that I get a lot of time in that you just claim, oh, I guess you deny all of history then. No, we're not denying all of history. You don't have to deny all of history. All you have to do is apply the historical method to these religious texts. Like, for instance, with the Gospels, there's no way that we have no methodology for discerning fact from fiction in the Gospels. There's not one thing in the Gospels that you can point to and be like, that's based on fact. There's just no methodology to do it. And I would contend that all the Gospels are fabricated out of Old Testament scripture as well as scripture that we don't have now. There's plenty of evidence for this. And even Mark, a lot of scholars now are identifying a lot of Paul's statements that Mark reifies into Jesus's voice, and essentially proving that there's a link between the Paul's epistles and Mark. So you really don't even, like, none of the Gospels are independent accounts, like, at all. So it seems pointless to bring up the Gospels and then charge Justin with denying all of history. That's incoherent.
So basically, because it's not written in the Bible that they died for their faith, you guys deny the history, because it is written that they died tragic deaths.
No, hey,
It is
Daniel.
written in the Bible that they suffered.
Hey, Daniel.
Paul went to jail twice.
It's not written. Hold on. It's not written in the Bible that Godzilla, didn't exist. It's not written in the Bible like any other kind of random. Like,
I don't get what that has to do with anything, but I'm talking about the history of the Bible. The Bible does talk about.
I know that you're talking about the history of the Bible.
Let me finish.
My point.
I was in the middle of my sentence.
Well, yeah, but you're making.
You want to let me finish first?
A ridiculous point, but
No,
I'll let you continue.
It's ridiculous because you haven't heard it. So in the Bible, it does talk about the suffering of the disciples.
Which ones?
Almost all of them, actually.
Show me where.
I can pull it up.
No, you can't.
You,
what you can do is you can show me where Paul was sent to prison.
Yeah,
you can't show me where the disciples suffered in the Bible. You can show me where James got murdered and Paul went to prison.
Getting stoned and going to prison is not suffering.
That's Paul.
Okay. Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Paul wasn't even one of the disciples. He never even met Jesus. So again, your initial claim, Daniel, was that the claims of the disciples should be believed because they wouldn't have suffered for a lie. And to be sure, like, I'm playing along with this argument because first of all, it's not a really strong argument. Rather than giving you the reason that I normally will give you eventually once we're done with this argument, why it fails like the hardest. But like, the reality is the claim that they suffered can't be founded in the first place, right? So Paul, someone who never saw Jesus resurrect, wasn't there with the disciples. His account of what happened differs from the disciples. That guy suffered. If you believe the text, I'm willing to grant you that. James, right? We don't know much about James from the Bible, except that he got killed. Fair enough. That guy suffered, right? Now, we don't know much beyond that of the other disciples. We know that Peter eventually died. We don't really know all the full details of how he died, what happened when he died. The accounts that tell us how he died don't agree. Some of them differ greatly. Beyond that, the rest of the disciples, we don't really know how they died. We have accounts from hundreds of years later, right? So I'm only pointing this out to say that we can't use the argument, well, the disciples wouldn't have been martyrs for a lie, because we don't know that they were martyrs.
So Paul's letters obviously attest to his suffering. He was poisoned. He was stoned. He was in constant because he preached Jesus. So that's suffering, right? There was also.
But Daniel, we already agreed with you on that. I already told you, if you believe Paul's account, he did suffer, but Paul wasn't an eyewitness to anything. So it's not really all that. So it's not all that relevant. The one guy that suffered,
no, it's not one.
The one guy that suffered wasn't an eyewitness to any of the events.
Also, Josephus records the death of James, the brother of Jesus. Clement, who he had his writings.
And does it say why James died in Josephus book 20?
Yes, it does.
What's it say?
I can't remember exactly how he died. I think he was hung upside down on a cross.
Nope.
Or his head was chopped off. I can't remember how each of them.
So basically, the high priest at the time, I believe his was Ananus, maybe, or something along those lines. He basically, Daddy went away for a bit, and so Ananus decided to unfairly unalive James. And then throughout that passage, it's all about how they depose that high priest Ananus, and then institute Jesus ben Damnius as the new high priest.
Okay, and So Josephus recorded that James was stoned to death by Ananias. So that's martyrdom.
So James was stoned in Josephus book 20. But he was stoned not because of his religion, according to Josephus. He was stoned because he broke laws within Judaism that warranted capital punishment.
Do you know what the laws that he broke were?
It's irrelevant. He was stoned as a lawbreaker.
No, he was stoned for the same reason that Jesus was killed. The law that they broke in
Listen,
Judaism was
you don't know you don't know what he got stoned for, because the book doesn't tell you.
Daniel, it doesn't say what he got stoned for in Josephus, but what it does say is that when the rest of the Jewish high council or whatnot came back, they found that it was an unlawful, like, unalivement. And so that's why he was deposed. That if you read in the rest of that particular paragraph, the reason why Ananias was deposed and Jesus ben Damnius was placed in his position is because they were trumped up charges. So literally the charges didn't matter. It was unlawful.
Yeah, and so the obviously we know what the Judaism and what law they would have broken while they're professing that Jesus is Lord. That would have directly broken the Judeo law. Which
that's assumption.
It's a reasonable assumption based off of the history. We know exactly why they killed Jesus. Do you guys know the history on why Jesus was murdered?
Yeah, because he was a blasphemer according to his own law, which warrants death. He was a false prophet according to his own law and his own people, which gives you death according to Deuteronomy 18. So not only was he a blasphemer, he was a false prophet, which means he deserved to die twice.
Yeah, and just to add a little bit to point out how what your argument there, Daniel, is a bit incoherent. If it was indeed like something like that was something that he should have been unalive for, as far as the Sanhedrin goes, why did the rest of the Sanhedrin come back and decide that was unlawful for them to do that? It kind of seems like they would come back and be like, oh, this is perfectly fine.
Yeah, so Jesus actually did die because he was claiming to be God, which to them would have been blasphemous.
Which is blasphemy. And he was a false prophet.
According to them, right?
No, according to his own words.
And how was that?
Because he lied on multiple occasions.
When did he lie? I would love to hear about it.
Matthew 16, Matthew 10, Matthew 24, and then he also lied in Matthew 22.
What were the lies?
He also lied in John 13, and he also lied in John 18. I think the worst of his lies, the ones that are really easy to demonstrate he was a false prophet, is that he said he was coming back within the lifetime of his disciples hearing him. So Matthew 16, Matthew 10, Matthew 24, all indicate from Jesus' own mouth that he's coming back, his second coming.
What he said.
I'll read it to you. You don't have to repeat it. I'll read you the verse.
It's not, you're taking it out of context.
Oh no, I certainly am not taking it out of context. I can guarantee between you and me, I'm the only one that actually knows the context of these passages. I've read them hundreds of times.
And typically, whenever you put it in context, it makes it worse.
Yeah, it's gonna get a whole lot worse before it gets better. So here's the passage. Give me 1 second to put my browser on the screen so you can see it. There we go. Oh, let me put it on the vertical stream too. There we go. When he sends his disciples out to the villages to preach to the villagers, he tells them this: when they persecute you in this town, flee to the next, for truly I tell you, you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes. Now, as an astute Bible reader, I'm sure you are, you would know what the Son of Man coming is. What's this a reference to?
I think it's a reference to his crucifixion and ascension.
No. Nope. That's going. Yep. That's going, not coming. So going and coming are two different things. Try number 2. What does it mean to come? Come from where? Where's he coming from?
He came back from the dead.
No, he didn't come back from the dead. Where does the Bible talk about one like the Son of Man coming? Do you know your Old Testament? Do you know what the title Son of Man even means?
Yeah, I mean, Son of Man is, I think he's referencing Isaiah.
No, Daniel, chapter 7 specifically.
Okay,
Okay,
and
so in Daniel 7, there's a figure who is called in Judaism the Son of Man, who receives authority from his father, or who is deemed to be his father in the New Testament at least. And he comes on the clouds, receives all power and glory and dominion, and sets up his kingdom over all the earth. That was the vision, right? That's like the messianic vision at this time for the supposed Son of Man figure. We have lots of extra biblical texts from Judaism explaining this. When Jesus uses it, like, he understands that his audience knows what this means. And I know what this means because I've read the Old Testament. So when he talks about the coming of the Son of Man, he's referring to Daniel 7, when one like the Son of Man comes on the clouds of heaven and receives all dominion over the earth, which certainly didn't happen ever.
yeah, actually, it did. You're
Oh, it
referencing.
certainly didn't.
So right now, you're reading Daniel 7. You're talking about the Son of Man coming in the Ancient of Days, not coming back to Earth. That's it's not like a physical return. You're
It is a
talking about
physical return. First Thessalonians chapter 4
that's
tells you
maybe
it's
like
a
an
physical
earthly.
return on the clouds, which
Where does
it
it say that?
repeats in Matthew
It
25:31.
definitely doesn't sound like a physical return on the clouds. That
Oh,
sounds like
it definitely is.
spiritual.
I never get tired of reading books to Christians that they claim to have read, but I know they haven't. It's really a good time.
And Daniel, you're not exactly in line with the first century Jewish cosmological concepts there, because in their cosmology, like Jesus, like even after he resurrected, it was a spiritual body, but it was still physical in nature. Like
Yeah.
Paul definitely believed in a resurrected Jesus that had a physical body that had blood in it, and also him coming on the clouds like that would have definitely been a physical thing, probably somewhat reminiscent of like the firmament or something of that nature, because they literally believed in the firmament.
No, so what you guys are talking
Yeah,
about, you guys
so
are even
let's
even
not give Daniel
scholars.
too much. He's not ready for what Jews actually believe. Let's just stick to the
No,
passage for
I don't
now.
believe what Jews
So
believe. I
First
believe what Jesus.
Thessalonians chapter 4 verse 15 says, "For this we declare to you by the word of the Lord, that we who are alive, who are left until the coming of the Lord, will by no means precede those who have died." Interesting, the coming of the Lord hasn't even happened yet when First Thessalonians was written.
This is so again. It's all talking about symbolic language. We're
No,
talking about
it's
him.
not. It's not symbolic. What's it mean for the coming of the Lord to happen?
He's talking about his return back into his kingdom. He's
Yeah,
talking
yeah, the
about
return. Yeah, that's then he describes it. For the Lord
not return
himself,
to
with the
earth,
cry of a command,
not
with
return
the
to earth.
archangel's call, with the sound of God's trumpet, will descend from heaven. Yeah, descending from heaven. That's from the clouds to the earth. Descend, and that's why it says in the book of Acts, "Why are you looking up? He will return the same way he left." He's coming back the identical way he left, my man.
And so your argument is that he hasn't come back, so he lied?
I know he lied.
What? Because the world hasn't ended yet, so how do you know he's not coming back?
He didn't say anything about the end of the world. What he said in
He was
Matthew
talking
10,
about the end of the world.
what he said, he's not. Well, I mean, he is, but he's wrong. He says, "When they persecute you in this town, flee to the next. For truly I tell you, you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes." The Son of Man didn't come. It didn't happen. And then he says again in Matthew 16, although I don't know why all these verses up here. I didn't mean to write 17. I wanted 27. There we go. Matthew 16:27, he doubles down. "For the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everybody for what has been done. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom," which again didn't happen. They're all dead. Do you think his disciples are still alive? Because you told me they were all martyred.
They were all martyred. And
okay,
like I said,
so then if he hasn't come back yet, that means this prophecy didn't happen.
He's not talking about the end of the world. Jesus said
We'll try this again. He says the Son of Man is going to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and he's going to repay everybody for their deeds. And he says this is going to happen before some of you standing here die. He says, "Truly I tell you, there are some standing here," meaning the audience he's talking to right now. "There are some of you standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom," which certainly didn't happen. They're all dead.
Can you read Matthew 17 for me?
Matthew 17 is about the transfiguration, has nothing to do with the coming.
Just read it. Just read it.
No, we know about the transfiguration. Does it say does it say anything about being transfigured?
I would love for you to read it. We could all interpret it
No,
for ourselves.
Daniel, we've all read it. Everyone here knows it. Everyone here knows that the
Most
very
people
next
start
chapter, 6 days later, Jesus goes up on a mountain. When Jesus goes on a mountain, does he come with all of his angels and judge mankind?
So in Matthew, he connects that prophecy to the.
Daniel, stop talking and answer my question. We all know what happened at the transfiguration. You're not elucidating anybody here. We're 10 steps ahead of you. So I know you think that this is a good argument. We've already heard it 4,000 times, and this would go faster if you just answer my question. The transfiguration was only 6 days later. Which of his disciples died in those 6 days? He's still yapping on mute, probably.
The disciples did not die within 6 days of.
There you go. Because what it says is, there are some of you standing here who will not taste death. What that means is that some will taste death and some won't taste death. Some is never all. So if the transfiguration is supposed to be the fulfillment of this passage, which it's clearly not, that means some of these disciples had to have died.
Did he say that they were going to die? He didn't say that.
Yeah, we'll try this again. This is where reading comprehension is important. Because truly I tell you, there are some. Is some all?
That means some.
Is some all?
It could be.
No, it's not. We'll try this again. The actual definition of some is never all. Yeah, it's never all though, is it? Is it all? But is it all? No, it never means all. Some, by definition, means a part.
You're reading this in the English language.
By definition, it's the same in Greek. You don't know Greek. This is not a good place for you to pretend to know Greek.
Go say,
so
I bet you don't
some, I do. I went to seminary. I learned Greek and Hebrew. So the reality is, you pretending to know the original. It's not a weak argument.
It's saying that the prophecy didn't happen.
The reality
in the next
is,
chapter.
the reality is, Daniel.
It literally does happen.
It doesn't happen. And if you'd stop crashing out, you'd see how it didn't happen. Okay. So stop crying about Matthew 17. We haven't got that far yet. We're in Matthew 16 still. It says, truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death. This entails that there are some who will taste death. Some is never all. Not once, not ever. It never means all. It's also a useless data point. If some means all, it's useless.
See how much you really know in the Greek. And also read the
next chapter. I'll show you in the dictionary where it agrees with me, okay?
I'm out over a word because he said some. You said that he
can't handle. Words are really elusive for Christians. They really get hung up on not actually knowing words
because it proves you wrong.
No, I'm actually demonstrating you that Jesus's words have meanings, and you hate Jesus's words. I love Jesus's words because Jesus's words demonstrate him of being a liar and a fraud. No, my argument is not some, and I didn't accuse you of getting hung up over words.
Let's walk through this. You said
so. Just to be clear, in the Thayer's Greek lexicon, it means a certain or a certain one. It can also mean less than all. It never means all. There's nothing in the Thayer's Greek lexicon that means anything other than some. A certain one or some. It does not mean all. There's not a single occasion where this word taste is going to ever be used of an entire group. Never.
It literally doesn't prove anything. It doesn't say anything.
It does. It means that Jesus's words are meaningful. So he says, truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death, which means, definitionally speaking, there are some who will taste death.
Okay, and didn't Judas die right after?
Not in 6 days.
Judas died immediately after.
Not after the transfiguration. You're off by like a year and a half.
No, so Jesus was crucified
I'm sorry.
immediately after
Is the
Judas died.
transfiguration right after or right before the crucifixion?
It was right after the crucifixion.
No, it was not. The transfiguration on the chronology of Matthew happens 20 I'm sorry, not 20. It happens 10 chapters different almost.
You still don't prove your point. They
No,
still
my point
died
is
after
the
the transfiguration.
transfiguration is like at the early part of Jesus's ministry.
So you're accusing me of getting hung up on the word. You're hung up on the word
I
some
didn't
because
accuse you of
it
getting
doesn't
hung up on a
exclude.
word. I didn't
You
accuse
did.
you of that. You made that up. Which word did I
You
accuse you
said
of getting hung up
Christians
on?
get hung up on words. You're the only one getting hung up on the word some because
No.
nobody
I
had
didn't say
died yet.
that. I didn't say Christians get hung up by words. I said Christians don't like words. They don't like the meanings of words. They always want to change the meanings of words. You hate the words of Jesus, so you have to change them. Therefore, you can't be honest. So let's be honest with what this passage says. This passage doesn't say that I'm going up on a mountain and I'm going to glow. It says that I'm coming from somewhere. Where is he coming from? With the angels. Where are the angels right now, Daniel? Where do the angels
So
reside?
they're with. I mean, there's angels. There's angels everywhere.
There's angels mostly in heaven. That's the home of the
Yes.
angels. Okay.
Yes.
So if Jesus is coming with the angels and he's the Son of Man, as described in Daniel 7, then by extension, that means he's coming from heaven with the angels.
So that's exactly what the transfiguration is. It
No,
is
the
him.
transfiguration is not that. He walks up a mountain. He doesn't come with the angels or from heaven.
So if a being is completely walks over everything we believe with time and space, and he's able to transcend into a different time, he is peeling the
Are you
dividing
trying to say
curtain.
he's transcending time? That's a wrong argument. You want to say he's transcending space, but if he's transcending space, then that means
No, he would
coming
be
and going are
transcending time
irrelevant
and
terms.
space. He would be transcending
Then
time
coming and
and
going are
space.
irrelevant terms. He's not coming then.
No, so your
So
argument is
just to be
that
clear,
he
if
did
you're
not come
transcending
down.
space, it means you have
Let me
no
talk.
physical presence, which means you can't come from anywhere.
Before you cut me off, just let me say a full sentence.
It's crazy
You're
how much
saying
they
that
hate words.
you won't let me talk. I love words. You won't let me say any.
No, you hate Jesus' words.
No, I love Jesus' words. You just say that. It's because
Did
it
you?
makes you feel good.
If you're omnipresent, can you come from somewhere?
So
If you're
God isn't like
Daniel,
you.
if you would
God is
answer a
not like
question,
me.
this would go
He
a lot faster.
transcends.
If you're
I'm
omnipresent,
trying
can
to.
you come?
I'm not going to answer with yes and no's. I'm explaining.
You're going to answer with a yes or no because this makes the talking point go way faster. Yes or
No, these are
no.
not.
If you're transcending space
I'm in
and
the middle
time,
of a
that means you're
sentence. I'm explaining something.
and I wish
Before
you
you
weren't
ask me that
right now
question.
because you're taking way too long to get through this. We could have got through this 5 minutes ago if you just answer yes or no questions. If you have no space or location, can you come and go? Is that something you can do? It's yes or no. To be sure, the correct answer is no. You can't come or go if you don't have any space or time. Both of those are required.
Would love to talk. You keep muting me. You keep talking over me. It's hard to talk.
Because I want you to answer yes or no. I don't want you to drag this point out for 20 minutes. Yes or no. If you have no space or time that you're dwelling in, can you come or go?
I don't even understand what you're trying to say. If you transcend
I know
space,
it's completely over your head. That's my point. Okay. So if you're in all locations at once and at multiple points in time, that means you can neither come nor go. Go is a transition of location over time. The definition of coming and going requires you to be in space and time, which means the argument that he's transcending space-time is stupid.
Okay, you can say that. You just don't understand how somebody who's above space and time can actually move in space.
It's just the definition of words.
Okay, but your argument is that
Daniel, you can't move if you have no location.
Okay, we can move
What's
on.
the definition? What's the definition of move, Daniel?
I don't know the definition of move.
You don't know the definition of move?
No, I
Chat,
don't. I don't.
can chat give me the definition of move? Anyone?
Why don't you say the definition of move?
It means to change your location.
Okay, and that's what the transfiguration was.
Certainly
He
wasn't.
appeared in a
And
location.
again, I'm not saying that move is antithetical to the transfiguration. I'm saying the word move is contradictory to your previous stupid statement that he's transcending space and time. If you're transcending space and time, it means that you can't move because you have no location.
You can, if you are above space and time, you can move within space and time as you want. Just like if you were above the fourth
Daniel, that's
dimension.
incoherent.
It's incredibly incoherent.
No, so if
Okay,
I was
so-
above the fourth
So
dimension,
let's
which is
just
time,
we'll
that
just
means that I
start at
look
the beginning
time
of
as
this
an object. I can
passage. Yeah, no
travel
one
within
cares.
time.
You already lost a talking point. You're helping yourself here.
No,
So
we're-
the
you're
passage
making
literally
a point that doesn't
says
even
that
matter.
Jesus is going to be coming on the clouds with the angels. The clouds is definitely implied because he's coming with the angels. And it says that when it says the Son of Man comes in every other passage, we know where he's coming from. He's coming from where? He's coming from heaven, which is why we find in Matthew 25 exactly that. Matthew 25, 31 through 32. He tells you the exact same thing. When the Son of Man comes in his glory and all the angels with him, he will sit on the throne of his glory. In Matthew 25, okay, we are now 9 chapters later, and the Son of Man still hasn't come with all of the angels. Because this is not about the transfiguration, Daniel. Coming with the angels is a specific event. It's when Jesus comes to judge the nations. And he was wrong. It didn't happen on the timeline he said it was going to happen. He was a liar and a fraud. He should have got stoned, according to Deuteronomy 18.
You're talking about 2 different chapters in the Bible, and you're using them as one thing. So Matthew, I'll go
No,
through
I'm
them one
not.
at a time.
No,
Matthew 16 is
so
a,
Matthew
wait, let me
16
talk.
is
Before
not
you
about the
interrupt me,
transfiguration.
let me just-
You're wrong,
just
Daniel.
talk.
We already know your
You just-
opinion. You don't have to say it.
you
You don't have to.
you
Say,
know
we
I'm
don't.
right.
We don't
You
care,
don't wanna
Daniel.
hear it. You
We don't care.
about
We already
world
heard it.
conversation.
We already heard it. Here,
You
I'll do
just-
your talking point for you.
Matthew
So your
16
talking point is Matthew 16 is about the transfiguration. Matthew 25 is about the judgment. Oh, geez, what could we have possibly done with that information? Oh my God, you blew everybody's mind. Until you can demonstrate that Matthew 16 is about the transfiguration, you can't do anything. Your talking points are stupid. Jesus did not come with the angels in Matthew 16 or 17. Well, Matthew 17. And nobody died. 6 days later, Jesus took with him. He went. He didn't come. He went. Jesus took with him Peter, James, and his brother John, led them up on a high mountain by themselves. And he was transfigured before them. I'm sorry, where did he come with the angels and judge everybody? Show me where he comes with angels and judges people. That's what I want to see. Are there angels here? Do you see any angels in this passage?
I'm gonna laugh my ass off if he brings up the angels at the empty tomb.
You keep talking over me, and then when I do finally get the chance to talk, you talk over me. You mute my mic. Like I said before, and if I can just get it out, Matthew 16 and Matthew 25 are about 2 different events. Matthew 16 is about the transfiguration, which was fulfilled 6 days later. It wasn't. Some of them did
you're wrong.
see Son
Liar.
of Man coming. The Bible says that some of them would see, like you pointed out. How many of them did see the transfiguration?
How many died?
How many of them were there? How many were there?
How many died?
How many
died?
Were there?
How many died?
It doesn't matter how many died.
It does matter because some of them have to die first.
No, none of them had to die. It never
yes,
said
it says explicitly. Some of you will be standing here will not have tasted death, which means some of them will taste death. Some is never all of them. What he could have said, if Daniel, if he actually meant to say what you wanted him to say, he would say, some of you will see me at the transfiguration. He didn't say that. He said, some of you will still be alive when you see
really
me
hung
coming.
Up on this some word, but
because
it doesn't
Jesus spoke it. It does change it. Yeah, some is very meaningful here.
Some of them did see it. Some of them that did not taste death.
But
did
which
see
ones
that.
died?
Everything he said was true.
Which
You
ones
want it to be
died?
false so bad.
Which
None of
which
them
ones
died,
died?
just like he said, the ones that
Okay,
would
so
see
then
would
he's a
not have
liar
tasted
and a
death.
fraud, and you're a liar and a fraud as well, because
this
again,
is the most
in this chapter, which you're still refusing to answer my question. Show me in chapter 17 where he comes on the clouds with the angels. Show it to me. I want to see it. Show me where he comes with the angels and repays everybody for their deeds, because that's what he said he's going to do. Show it to me. Stop claiming that it's there. Show it to me in the verse. It's on the screen. He's still yapping. He actually doesn't know when he's muted or not. He has no idea how TikTok works, apparently.
No, I just am not used to something.
Daniel, it's on the screen. Show it to me.
I'm
Show it to
right
me.
now. Let me talk.
I don't care. Show it to me.
Go to Matthew 17
I'm in it.
first.
I'm in it.
Okay.
It's on the screen. Pay attention. Show me in the verse where it says he's coming with the angels and judging mankind.
That's not where it would say that.
Where did he repay anybody?
In Matthew 25, it says that. You're talking about
in Matthew 16, he says he's coming with the angels to repay everybody for what they've done. What do you think that means?
You're a master manipulator. Listen, Matthew 25 is when it talks about.
No, we're in Matthew 16. Liar. Says the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everybody for what has been done. Show me where this happens in chapter 17, because he says that this is going to happen while some of you standing there have not yet tasted death. So please show me in chapter 17 where it says that.
You're talking about Matthew 25. It's not the same
No, I'm
prophecy.
talking about Matthew 16.
Matthew 16 does not talk about him returning in the clouds.
It
with all his
does.
glory.
In fact, it just says it right here. The Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory. No, this is Matthew 16. Okay, I know this is very difficult for you. I know, like, you're getting absolutely fucking roasted right now, and you're not dealing with it well because you don't have the fruits of the Holy Spirit. But it says in Matthew 16, it says the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everybody for what has been done. Truly, I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. The coming of the Son of Man is what this passage is all about, and it includes, in fact, judging mankind for their deeds, repaying them for their deeds. It's a prophecy for the imminent future that didn't come true. And pushing it off to Matthew 24 isn't going to help you, because that's another failure.
I'm going to read it in case you're lying, so I'll read it. Matthew 16, chapter 13, Peter declares that Jesus is the Messiah. When Jesus came to the region...
He can't help himself. He'll never address the argument.
No, I'm reading it because you're skipping. You're talking about two portions of scripture.
No, read it by all means. Read it. Read verse 27. I'd love to hear your explanation of when verse 27 ever happened.
So, yes, in 27 talks about him returning to the glory of his angels. He's talking about the final
to do
judgment.
What? And when did it happen?
You're not proving me wrong.
And when did it happen, Daniel?
Like I said before,
when did it happen, Daniel?
It hasn't happened yet.
What? Oh, okay. Now, according to verse 28, when is it supposed to happen?
And in 28, he is talking about
28 and 27 are a single quotation. He's not.
Yes, he is. For the Son
no,
of
27 and 28 is the same event.
The Son of Man is going to come.
27 and 28 is the same event. Daniel, the reason why I talk over you is because you don't actually respond to anything I say. So the reason why you get talked over is because when I say something, you start rambling on about incoherent stuff that has nothing to do with the words that left my mouth. When you say words, I respond to the words that left your mouth because they're stupid. When I say words, I want you to respond to the words that left my mouth. That's how conversations work, right?
You asked me first.
So what I told you was that 27 and 28 are talking about the same event, namely the coming of the Son of Man. Why should I think that the coming of the Son of Man is two different events, Daniel?
They are two different events. The transfiguration.
Why would I believe that?
That's what's going to happen. He said it multiple times.
He didn't say it multiple times. So again, why would I
He's coming
believe that
for
in
judgment.
one long run-on phrase, a tiny little paragraph, 2 sentences, which there's no punctuation in the Greek, why would I believe that in this phrase Jesus is referring to 2 different events? Why would I believe that?
Because other portions of scripture talk about both events.
No, they don't. They're one event. There's not a single portion of scripture that describes the coming of the Son of Man as 2 events. Not a single one. That's a hermeneutic that you have to add into the book because you know that this is a failure and you can't cope with it. The book does not say ever that there's 2 comings of the Son of Man. We know what it means to come as the Son of Man with the angels.
Let's say hypothetically, I was going to 2 different places. This was actually something that was going to happen. I was going to go to Japan and Arizona, for instance. And I was telling you, I am going to go to Arizona. And then one day I'm going to go visit Japan. Those are 2 different events. It's the same exact conversation. I am just letting you know what I'm going to do. Jesus does talk about his ascension.
No, try this again. So, Daniel, that didn't do anything to address the actual problem. The coming of the Son of Man is a specific singular event. It's a prophecy from the book of Daniel. There's only one of them. It only happens once. And it certainly didn't happen at the Transfiguration. And the Transfiguration couldn't be... And the Transfiguration couldn't be the coming because he didn't fucking come from anywhere, Daniel. He did not come because you are incapable of having conversations. That's why. So you can't follow the train of thought, which is why you get muted over and over again. Don't worry, we're used to Christians not paying attention. So in the passage, it doesn't say he's going to be transfigured. It doesn't say he's going to be elevated on a mountain. It doesn't say that God's going to talk over him. It says that they're going to see the coming of the Son of Man in his kingdom. The coming of the Son of Man requires you to come from somewhere. Where's he coming from? He's not listening to anything I say. So Daniel, what I need out of your mouth right now is an answer to my question. When it says the Son of Man is going to be coming in his kingdom, where is he coming from? Everyone knows it but you, Daniel.
You asked me a question. My mic.
Where's he coming from?
He is talking about the final judgment.
Where's he coming from? Oh, this is why you keep getting muted. So again, Daniel, I asked you a specific question 15 times. What I need out of your pie hole is no crying, no pivoting. I need you to tell me a location. When it says they will see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom, where is he coming from? What's the location which he's leaving to come to? Well, to come from.
Verse 28, he is coming from the...
I didn't ask you about verse 28. I asked you a location. I need a location out of your pie hole. What's the location that he's coming from?
In verse 28, where you're quoting, it's important where it's at. In verse 28...
Okay, I don't need... Listen, I don't need any of this extra stuff. I need a location out of your mouth. What location is he coming from, Daniel?
This is a prophecy, and he will be coming...
Yeah, no one cares. We don't care about any of your extra stuff. I need a location out of your pie hole. What is the location that he's coming from? We can't further this conversation until a location comes out of your face. What is the location in which he is coming from, Daniel?
He will be coming from the clouds, like he said, and that has yet to happen.
I agree. Yeah, he's coming from the clouds. Okay, so in verse 28, when he says, you'll see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom, certainly that means coming from the clouds of heaven, doesn't it?
It does, and that's a prophecy about the future, which is to come.
I know, which is not 2 prophecies. He says, truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom, and you just told me he's coming from the clouds of heaven, which means
You're
this
trying to
statement
force
literally
me to agree
means
with
there are
you
some
by
standing
muting me
here
and
who
talking
will
over
not
me.
taste death before you see the Son of Man coming on
You
the
won't let
clouds
me
of
get out the
heaven.
point that they are clearly two different events.
They're
One has
clearly
already
not two
happened.
different events. So
One,
again, saying it's two different events will never be demonstrating it from the passage, Daniel. What I want from you is to stop saying something stupid and show me in the passage why anyone would believe that verse 28 is talking about two separate events.
you won't let me talk. I could never get that done. It's not possible when you
Show
keep
me
muting
in
me.
the verse, Daniel. Don't say it. Wait, listen.
Okay,
In
I'll
fact,
read it to you
listen.
again.
I'll say it for you. I'll say it for you. Listen to me very carefully, audience. Let me know if this sways your opinion. Verse 28 is talking about two different events. Did it sway your opinion? No, because you already heard it 5 times. So what we want you to do is demonstrate from verse 28 what words in that verse would lead one to believe that there are two different events being alluded to.
The fact that it's literally a separate sentence, and
It's
that
where? Show me
some of
where.
them have
Which
not
word?
died,
Which
and
word?
will be
Which
coming.
word? Which word?
Son of Man will be
Which
coming in
which
his
word?
kingdom.
Which word is the end of the sentence, Daniel? Show me, because I'm looking at it and it's one sentence. So
Do you know
please
what a
show me.
period
Please,
is?
there's no
You know what a period is,
period.
right?
There's no periods in Greek, by the way, but there are in English, and there's not one in this sentence.
Yeah, there is. For the Son of Man is going to come in his
No,
Father's
we're in
glory
verse
with his angels.
we're in verse
And will
28,
reward
Daniel.
each person.
It's like
Okay.
it's like he's talking to it like a wall. Well, where the fuck does he think he is, Daniel? We've been in verse 28 for the last 5 minutes. Where in verse 28 can I see two different events?
There's a period there. 28 is a new sentence, a separate
I
event.
know.
Surely
I said where in verse 20 fucking 8 can I find two events?
You're so mad, man. I'm so sad for you. You don't want to
No,
hear the truth.
you're not
You
sad for
don't
me.
want.
You're just
Yeah, you are, man.
you're incapable of holding a conversation. So
Oh,
all I want for you is to defend your claim. You said verse 28 is talking about two different events, and I'm asking you, show me in verse 28 where I can find two different events.
this is not a conversation. This is you talking and forcing me to say what you want.
He's just
And
crying
then
now. He's just crying. Because the crying and preaching has begun.
I'll read the verse.
We already read the verse. I want you to show me where it talks about two events in verse 28. That's what I want, Daniel.
Because one has
you
happened and one hasn't.
No, it doesn't say one and then the other.
Why would he say
Show
that?
me in verse 20. Daniel, I asked
If I
you
said
something very specific. Show me in the verse the words that would allude to two different events. Which words in this sentence would indicate to the reader that there are two events being mentioned? Where are they? Which words are they? The other Christians in the comments are crying like little bitches that I keep muting them. I keep muting him because he won't actually do anything.
So and just I guess orient everybody, we're just trying to establish that Jesus was lying, given that he said that he was going to be coming soon, and that some of his apostles or some of his followers or whatnot will taste death before the Son of Man comes. And so like we're just going around and around in circles on this one thing.
Because the thing is, he's asking me to.
So Daniel,
asking me to say specific
Daniel,
words.
so this is what's going to happen. I'm not asking you to say anything. I'm asking you to demonstrate the validity of your claim. So your claim was that verse 28 is talking about two different events. That's great that you believe that, but you need to demonstrate that. So what I want for you is to demonstrate where in verse 28 can I find any indication that there are in fact two different events. And Daniel, no one hears you while you're muted. So I don't know if you know how the mute works, right? So like while you're muted, you can't just keep talking as if people heard what you said, because nobody heard what you said. So what you need to do is zip it for 5 seconds, right? So what's going to happen is eventually you're going to get unmuted, and then I'm not going to be talking. And what I want to come out of your mouth is a defense of your claim. I want you, to be sure, Daniel, I want you to talk. I want to hear your words. But the words that I want to hear are an explanation about why you're right. I don't care about any of the ancillary shit. Your claim, which we're not going to move beyond, is that verse 28 is talking about two different events. I want you to show me in verse 28 why anyone would believe that. I don't care about the meta. I don't care about the crying. I don't care about the you feel bad for me. I want you to demonstrate that your claim is true, Daniel. Because I can do it. I can go into these words and I can demonstrate why my argument works.
Let me talk without you muting me, without you talking over me. I would love.
Yeah, you don't get to tell me what to do on my own show, Daniel. So I think you're confused about how things work here. So I didn't invite you to preach. I didn't invite you to lecture. I didn't invite you to cry. I invited you to demonstrate the validity of your position. So what I want for you, rather than cry like a bitch, I want you to give an argument for why your position is correct. And your position right now is that verse 28 talks about two different events. Please defend that position.
You're trying to trap me in this trap.
I'm not trapping you. I'm waiting for the explanation.
Let me talk. Hold on, let me talk. Let me
All right, so here's what's going to happen, Daniel. I'm going to give you So here's what's going to happen, Daniel. I'm going to give you room to talk. And every time the words coming out of your mouth don't address verse 28, I'll mute you, okay?
Exactly what you want me to say. You're going to shut me up. I get it.
Nope.
This is not
Nope, doesn't address 28.
Come on. People don't
doesn't address 28.
When people talk, they don't use
doesn't address verse 28.
Now I'm switching events.
Doesn't address verse 28.
I was talking about one event now.
Doesn't address verse 28.
They wouldn't have talked like that.
Doesn't address verse 28.
Doesn't have to use
doesn't address verse 28.
Doesn't use special words.
Doesn't address verse 28.
Different event.
Doesn't address verse 28.
Going to Arizona.
Doesn't address verse 28.
Going to Japan. It
doesn't address verse 28.
Oh my god, this is awesome.
All I want him to do is address his claim on verse 28. That's all I want. I don't care about Arizona. I don't give a fuck about Florida.
And I think you're making your reputation. You won't let me talk. This is not.
Goddamn, Daniel, all you got to do is fucking address verse 28. That just has to be the next words out of your mouth. That's all you got to do. Can you do that?
The words out of his mouth need to be verse 28 means what I think it means because that's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for you, Daniel, to defend the claim that you've made.
Verse 28 means what I think it means because people don't need to use special language to signify that they're talking about two different events. For instance, if I say,
I'm so how do you know?
Arizona, I will also be going.
Try this again. Try this again. No, you already gave us the bad example. It didn't work the first time. Giving a second time wastes everyone time. So again, how did you come to the conclusion that verse 28 is about two different events? Just saying that you don't need to use words to indicate it isn't an answer, because you do. Because the words that are in verse 28 indicate that it's a single event. So what I'm looking for is an argument as to why the words in the sentence leads one to believe that it's talking about two events.
You don't want to have an intellectual conversation. It's okay.
He's terrified. Daniel is terrified. He won't answer any questions. He has no idea what the Bible actually says. He won't address the words on the page. He's a giant, absolutely lying coward. And you want to keep going to Matthew 24, so I'll just cook you on Matthew 24 next. Jesus says, immediately after the suffering in those days, the sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, the stars will fall from heaven, the powers of heaven will be shaken. Then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven. It's almost like the Son of Man comes from heaven every fucking time. And then all the tribes of the earth will mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. He will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call. They will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. From the fig tree, learn its lesson. As soon as its branches become tender and put forth its leaves, you know that summer is near. So also, when you see all these things, you know that he is near at the very gates. Truly, I tell you, this generation will not pass away until all these things have taken place. And those things didn't take place. That generation is gone and dead. And Daniel dropped finally because he just wanted to preach. He didn't want to defend his position. Okay.
Yeah, I like how it finally resulted in him just complaining about reading the words on the page. It's like, oh, I know you want me to say a specific thing. Yeah, we just want you to read the words on the page and explain your position. Like, we're not trying to get you to say anything.
Yeah, I didn't need him to say what I wanted him to say. I needed him to use the words on the page to lead us to his conclusion, and he couldn't do it. Listen, I don't know if Daniel, if you're still listening, but all arguments about Jesus's words start with and end with Jesus's literal fucking words. I know that's difficult for you, but when we're arguing about what Jesus said, your argument must start with Jesus's words are this, and this is what it means. Okay. Let me grab a couple of super chats. While I'm doing that, friends, make sure you're following Godless Engineer on TikTok. He's up here right now. Follow him on YouTube too, by the way. And we're going to get another guest in here shortly. Nightman, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, I'm normally a vert guy, but I'm chilling with whores tonight. And I get the hype. Clearly the whores are... Nightman, why are you propelling the schism? The whores are better and closer to Doug than those vert heathens. The schism is... Schism's not real, Nightman. I love you. I really do. But there is no schism. We are all one in Doug. Mr. Paycho, thank you so much for the $100 super chat. Says, gonna give Sean one of these too. Well, thank you so much, my friend. Big W says, grew up young earth creation, deconverted at 16, and never heard a better case against the Bible than from someone who knows it as well as you do. So cool to bring that level of knowledge to it. What's your powerlifting total? Have a great one. Actually, so I don't do a powerlifting total anymore because squats and deadlifts are not really good for your back, and so I don't do squats or deadlift. But like, so right now, on my bench press, I'm at like 280. My goal is by summer to get back over 300. I used to be over 300. So when I was young, when I was in high school, I typically bench press twice my weight, roughly twice my weight. I'm not in high school anymore. I have no illusion that I'll be able to do that on the regular. But I think I can get pretty close to it. But my squats were never quite as good as my bench, maybe because I had like running chicken legs. If I was going to guesstimate a squat right now, it'd be piss poor. I would be surprised and shocked if I could squat over 250 right now. It's sad. It's a bad showing.
Yeah, I don't normally do squats myself. I tweaked my rotator cuff like a while ago.
That'll
when
do
I was
it.
doing,
For bench, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, for bench. And I was getting on up there. I don't think I was at the 280 that you're at right now, but I mean, I was kind of close. But yeah, I was trying to do like 5x5s on that, and I tweaked my rotator cuff, so I'm still coming back from that. But yeah, I gotta get going. If you're doing the 280 and getting over 300, I gotta start pumping iron here.
But you know what? Got to remember though, there's a lot of it that's kind of genetic, right? So first of all, I've been working out since I was like 14, but I'm also was genetically gifted with like good chest, shoulder, and arms. But like my legs have never been able to keep up. That's why, like, if I went to a powerlifting competition, like when I was younger, I would have had to only compete in like some of the events. I couldn't do like an all-around event because I would get shamed and embarrassed below the waist. Is one of those things, you know.
Yeah.
You gotta work with what you got. You know what I mean? And so, but that being said, I worked out with this guy when I was in school though. That was insane. I remember freshman year we had one of our linemen. Freshman year was already squatting over 500 pounds as a freshman.
Ooh.
Sick.
Wow.
It's just sick. Even at my peak, I didn't come anywhere near 500. That was like a wish and a prayer. No way would I ever touch 500. Oh, there are
Yeah, I
women
don't.
right now that can squat 500, right?
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm anywhere near 500. I can't remember the last time I actually went to the gym to do squats because yeah, I don't do like squats here at the house. Although I will deadlift on occasion, but I keep my deadlift like pretty low.
Yeah. So I messed up. I chipped a vertebrae probably 10 years ago now. So I baby my back pretty well. I don't do any squats or deadlifts or anything that I think might aggravate my back, which is unfortunate because you know the deadlift is kind of good for your core. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh well. Well, friends, thank you for the super chat. Drew, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. It says engineers rock, and right now we've got a pair of godless engineers on the screen, 2 of them. Could you believe it?
Hell yeah.
And Drew for the additional super chat. Thank you so much, my friends. It's truly, I tell you, some who are in this chat will not taste death before they see a single channel that is neither vertical nor horizontal, but will be perfectly circular. Oh shit. Do I have to start a circular stream now? Is that what's going to happen? Maybe that's the next step. Oh boy.
How would a circular stream go? And what would you call it?
I don't know. We will call it the Christian Logic stream. Everything's circular on this stream. Duke, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, to literal hell with your rationality, Justin. If a guy genuinely raises from the dead in front of me, I'm agreeing with whatever squirrel shape he claims to be true. Duke, I don't know about that. I appreciate your input, though. And last super chat for now from our friend FP says, happy Turkey Day. Well, happy Turkey Day to you, friend. It says, I'm excited for some cooking today. I'm a UPS driver and ready for the long season. I'm listening to your Bible study with Sarah. It's amazing. Yeah, guy, go to Leaving Faith and follow our Bible study. It says, take my tithes. Learning so much, rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, FPN. I appreciate that. And for those asking, yes, I got my kittens very young, and sometimes this one thinks it can nurse from my neck. It cannot. It has yet to find a teat on my neck, yet he tries. He really tries. I'm not sure what leads to this behavior, but you know, what are we gonna do? I'm the mama. All right, let's get our next guest in here. We're gonna grab Travis from the queue, and we'll keep the conversation rolling. Maybe Travis looked like he had a little trouble connecting. Hey, can you guys hear him purring?
I can't hear him purring, but you know, on my phone.
I was curious if the microphone picks up the purring. Isn't he sweet? This is the sweeter of the 2 cats. I've got Volta and Faraday, and Faraday is the one I've got now. He's cute and sweet and cuddly. The other cat is a hell-raising demon that is bent on destroying things in my house, outside of my house, and everywhere that it can destroy things. But they're both sweet cats. Travis having a little trouble connecting though. Maybe we'll get Travis. Maybe we won't.
So, you know, I'm more of a dog person. Like, do people like, I guess, maybe not obsess over, like cat breeds, but like dog people. But I'm just wondering, like, is there like a major like focus on breeds when you're getting a cat?
I don't know, to be honest. There might be, but I wouldn't know of any like specialty breeds. I do know that like the American short hair is typically a pretty good mouser. So like if you live in the north like me, where you live in like an old home, like I've got a colonial, and you get mice in the winter, like an American short hair kitty, they'll do some mousing for you. It'll take care of those mice. But you know, if you're not concerned about that, then who really cares, right?
Yeah.
I know, baby. You're not a mouser. Well, let me grab our next guest. I think Isaac is next. Travis came back. Travis must be here. I wonder if he's just having a slow connection, maybe. We'll grab Travis and then Isaac after Travis. Oh, Travis connected this time.
Am I on? Am I on?
Yeah, how you doing, Travis?
Oh, I'm good. How about you?
I can't complain. Travis, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
I am, and I don't. I tried to message ahead of time. I just saw your live, and I want to join. I always watch your lives, and you're very interesting. You have really good talking points. You're actually you're one of the people that helped me deconstruct. But if this is not the live for me, so if you're trying to do something else, that's fine.
Well, we're looking for ops, right? We're looking for people that disagree with us and that believe in God, you know?
Okay. Understandable.
But Travis, W for deconstructing. Thanks for watching the channel, friend.
Yeah, no problem. I love what you do. From people like me, thank you. You're doing a great job.
Sure thing. Appreciate it, Travis.
Have a good one.
Have a good one. Enjoy the turkey day.
Bye.
See you, Travis.
Yeah.
Oh, you know Travis?
Oh no!
Oh,
I don't know Travis. I was just saying. I was just
my
saying
bad.
bye because he was about to leave.
Well, let's get Isaac from the YouTube queue. Welcome in, Isaac. Can you hear me? Isaac?
Oh, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Give me 1 second,
Oh,
though.
sweet.
I gotta turn one thing off. All right, go ahead. Travis, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Isaac, you call me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Travis was almost the guess. Yeah, Isaac, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, I'm 18, and yes, I do believe in God.
Okay, dope. So, which God do you believe in?
Yeah. So I believe in the God of the Bible, of Jesus Christ and the Holy Spirit and the Father. It's the triune God.
Okay. And what do you think is the best evidence or the best argument for the Christian God being real?
Yeah. So that's a great question. I've been wanting to come on here because yeah, I wanted to talk kind of more philosophically than like historically or
You have a
stuff like that.
philosophical argument for the Christian God?
Yeah, and more in the fact of like I'm curious well, first of all, of like I don't know how God couldn't exist. And
Well, I guess we would call that the argument from incredulity, but not knowing how God does or doesn't exist doesn't demonstrate or prove his existence at all. Like I could say, I don't know how the teapot circling Jupiter couldn't exist, but that doesn't bring it into existence.
Right. So, I wanted to ask you like because I'm new to the stream here, and I'm wondering about like your beliefs, just to see where I should be arguing from. Like, do you believe in nothing, or like where do you stand?
Well, my belief is until someone can demonstrate the validity of an argument that ends in God existing, I have no reason to believe in God. So I don't.
Okay. Okay, yeah. So what about like I'm sure you've argued about like the truth concept of like, how is something true?
Tag? You're going to run the tag argument with the transcendental category of truth?
Not familiar with the terms.
Okay. So like I don't think that truth exists. I think truth is a description of something. It's not a thing that exists. Like you can't get a bucket of truth and say here's truth, right? It's just when an observation meets reality, we call that thing true.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Um, okay. I mean, that makes sense. That would be consistent.
hmm
With your view, definitely. And what about morals wise? Like, do you look at something and you're like, oh, that's evil, or
So I try to avoid the word evil when I can because I feel like it smuggles in religious connotations. I would say some things like either good or bad, right? And in my worldview, good and bad are certainly subjective. Like what might be good to me may not be universally agreed on, and what is bad to me might not be universally agreed upon, which is why we have to kind of come together as a society and kind of figure out where we want to draw the lines. But unfortunately, until someone can demonstrate that objective morals exist, this is kind of what we're left with, right?
right, right. No, yeah, that makes sense. So, okay, so like where I'm coming from is I definitely want, in my mind, there to be an objective truth, right? Because otherwise it's like we're talking about nothing and everything is just meaning like it's all just like, oh, I had a profound thought about something, but it's meaningless. So
I
for
guess
me,
sorry, go ahead. I may not know what you're saying just yet, but maybe it'll be clear in a minute.
for me, like the Bible is that ultimate truth, right? Um, and and I
What,
understand that that's not your ultimate truth.
how did you come
Um,
to that conclusion? Because it says a bunch of things that aren't true.
right, and I understand that. And that's like a whole nother thing of topic, but I'm coming from a more general view here.
Well, I mean, it's kind of important, right? If you think that part of your philosophical method is for the Bible to be perfectly true, how do we account for the things in the Bible that aren't true?
Well, I understand you. If we could just like take a step back, just in, I know, sorry, it's difficult, but
Maybe, hey, sorry, is it Justin or
Isaac?
Isaac, yeah.
Isaac, sorry, my brain blank. Isaac, can you give us an example of something in the Bible that is true that you feel is like this absolute truth?
Um, well, for me, everything is true in the Bible. I
Are you a young Earth
I believe
creationist?
I am.
Okay, then that totally makes sense. Why do you fly in the face of science then?
Well, because I come from believing that the Bible is true. I don't. I
Right,
start
you
with the
start
Bible.
off.
I
Well,
don't start
do
with
you
science.
understand how that's circular logic though? Because you're starting off with the presumption that the Bible is true, and then you're making determinations about things with that assumption, and then now you're telling us that because you've made that assumption, you're getting back to now the Bible's true, like that the Bible's true.
Right. Yeah. No. I'm fine with that circular logic because of what I believe behind that, and that's how can a universe exist just out of nothing, right?
Well, we don't believe
But
that
it's not. Yeah.
because I don't know
So
anyone that does. Do you, Godless? Do you know anyone who believes
no, no,
that?
no. I don't know anybody. It's a typical apologist line. I'm guessing Frank Turek. Is that where you're pulling this from?
Uh, no, I mean not him specifically. I've heard of
Okay.
him.
So sorry. Yeah. I mean, like Frank Turek normally says this kind of thing. The nothing that we talk about whenever we're talking about like the inflation of the universe and everything like that is not like a literal nothing. Okay, because that literal nothing and in reality can exist. Like we've been able to remove all radiation, all matter, and everything like that from a space, and we can still detect energy in that space. So there's never literally nothing, right? So there's always a potentiality for something to happen. And the inflation of the universe we know happened, right? So how do you explain the scientific evidence for the inflation of the universe? Like we've got the cosmic microwave background radiation. That's a whole ass picture of it. We could also go to radiometric dating if you wanted to. I don't mean to overload you or anything, but there's a lot of scientific evidence that disproves young Earth creationism.
Well, first of all, didn't you say things we observe are true? We didn't observe that.
I think we observed everything he just mentioned.
Like I said, there's a picture of the inflation. It's the cosmic microwave background radiation. We have a picture of it.
Right, but
And so technically with truth, what Justin said earlier was that if we take some information and it comports with reality, then we identify that as true. So like we have the cosmic microwave background radiation, we recognize that, and it fits the model of the Big Bang model, but it's the inflation of the universe. So like that is true in that we have that picture, and that picture represents the inflation that happened around 13 and a half or so billion years ago.
so you believe like all those things, you said there can't be nothing. So like something, there's something
There's
that's
always
always
been
existed.
something. Yeah. There's
Mhm.
always been like what we call the universe. I'm not saying the observable universe, but the universe, universally speaking, has just always existed. Like there's no good reason to believe that it like there was once no universe. Like there's no evidence for it.
Okay, yeah, so that's interesting. So I would say the something that's always existed would be God, and that's where we would differ.
Right, but why would we posit the existence of a god? What's the evidence of that? Because we know the universe exists, right? We look around and we're like, okay, this does exist. We know that it exists, right? But why would we then arbitrarily throw a god into it?
I feel like I could say the same thing about science.
Well, I'm not talking about science. I'm talking about the existence of entities. Yeah. Science is not an entity that exists. It's a process that entities that are sentient engage in. Right? Like you can't put science in a bucket, right?
Okay, well, so I guess the other part of it would be like the whole random chance aspect of everything perfectly aligning, and now we have all this.
What do you mean
Is
by
is
random chance? Because things in this universe that they don't. I mean, there are some random things that do happen, like like an isotope degrading to its daughter element. That's the exact which atom actually degrades is, for what we can tell, is random. And there's some other things that we could debate about being random, but like as far as like if we were to go with how the Earth formed, like that's not random. I mean, there are reasons why the Earth formed in the place that it did, and why life developed on this planet and not on Mars. Or well, it probably existed on Mars at one point
Actually,
in the past.
we might have
Yeah,
evidence of that finally.
yeah. But as far as like the plethora of other planets in the universe, like I'm just saying, like there is a causal chain that goes back that shows why these things happened. It's not random chance.
And Isaac, I might add to that, like, so the universe is so much larger than people can fathom. So as long as the chance of life originating isn't zero, it's going to happen somewhere. Obviously, I think the chance that life um, doesn't happen everywhere is a good indicator that it's not something that's super common, like it's not likely to happen. But we've got lots of signs of life out in the universe already, and we've just started exploring. Like really, just within like our grandparents and our parents' generation, we've started kind of exploring outer space, and we're finding signs of life all over the place.
Yeah, that makes sense. I
So,
I
like,
get that.
you
I
know,
guess
you've probably heard of Occam's razor, right?
I possibly.
So Occam's razor is kind of this like interesting position where like it when you have two explanations for something, you want to rely on the explanation that doesn't needlessly multiply entities, right? So like if we have an explanation that accounts for the world around us, the universe around us, then there's no need to then go with the explanation that accounts for it, but then adds in a deity. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I wonder, okay, and then the other aspect would be I mean, I feel like it's just a hard of a concept to grasp
Sure.
God or to grasp like everything the everything is trying to like fall into place, or not necessarily try, I don't know, it's hard to put a term on that, but just like there's a reason, everything is doing what it's doing, and now we have what we have. But um I would also say like the hope concept, to say that everything just exists because it exists and we're here because we're here is
Well,
just
we agree
really,
with you that it's not that hopeful. Like it's not something that you would like choose to believe in, right? Like I didn't choose to believe in this. It just seems to be that's where the evidence is, right? Like I get it. I really do get it. Like the idea that like we expire and then we go to the grave and that's the end of the end. It's a really like shitty thing to believe in, but like until evidence of the contrary could surface, like I don't know what else we have to do. I had this conversation a long time ago when I was still an agnostic after I left religion, but I still kind of believed in a God. I had this conversation with another engineer, and I was just asking, what's your, given the data that we have, what's your impression on the afterlife? And he's like, I have no other choice but to make that there is none. He's like, we don't have data. It's like, so, I mean, without the data, what are we going to do?
yeah, yeah.
I'd love to
That,
believe in it. I'd love to believe that we're going to live forever and see our loved ones again. It's just that there's no evidence for it.
yeah, that's interesting. Um, I I understand. I definitely understand that.
Yeah. So
I do, and
you,
I'm not here to change
Mhm.
your mind or something, and
That's okay. Even if you were, I wouldn't mind. Like you're being perfectly polite, and we're totally fine with perfectly polite people trying to change our minds. The last caller was a douche. You're not.
yeah, yeah. That was hard to watch.
I know. It's funny when they think doubling down, like forcefully doubling down and talking over me would ever work. Isaac, would you ever walk into somebody's house and then when you started talking over them, they started talking over you? You would just double down and try to talk over them even more? You'd be like, fuck no, I'm in your house. Let me pipe down for a minute and follow the conversation. Daniel apparently thinks it's his house.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
Isaac, spend some time thinking about that. It sounds like you're thinking about it right now. And it might not, this might be the first time you're hearing some of this. It might not be fair to press you on it, being that this is the first time you're hearing these responses and you're actually a nice individual. So spend some time thinking on it and come back. Maybe you'll come back and you'll have some answers that we haven't heard of.
Yeah, definitely. Well, yeah, I mean, I will say, like, from where I'm coming from, is like I have a degree in, and this sounds lame now, but just because I don't have all the answers, and I'm willing to admit that.
Mm.
But I have a degree in biblical studies, and I'm getting a master's degree,
Oh,
and
buddy, you're not going to be a Christian much
yeah,
longer then.
I know. And
You're going to the cemetery, aren't you?
uh, the wait, you mean the seminary or?
No, cemetery. Seminary is where people go to die. We call it the seminary or the cemetery. It's where Christians go to die because you
Oh,
actually have to learn like critical scholarship, and a lot of people aren't prepared for it.
right. But yeah, and I like, yeah, I'm into all the apologist
Mhm.
stuff and the definitely grew up with a lot of that.
Sure. Well, let me
So
poke you a little bit because you're being a good sport, and I don't want to cook you because you're being too nice to cook. But like, what would be a good reason to believe? Like, even if I believed in God, let's say right now, God clicked his fingers. Me and John both believe in God now. What would be a good reason to believe in the Christian version of God? Because the Bible is so full of failed prophecies and bad histories and contradictions that to me it makes it very implausible that Jesus, even if God existed, that Jesus could ever be God, because like even the Trinity itself is like a violation of the first law of logic.
yeah, so from what I know, Christianity is unique among religions in that you don't have to do anything to gain eternity. That
You
all
sure
you
about
have
that?
to do is to accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior.
Well,
And
the problem
I
is
find
the
that, like, if I'm like choosing a religion or something, it's like, oh, here's Islam and I gotta do something, and here's Mormonism and here I gotta do something. But you look at Christianity and there's nothing you have to do except believe and have faith.
So
sure.
does that mean your morals just simply don't matter? Like I feel like if you just have to believe in Jesus in order to get into heaven, it feels like your actions here on earth don't matter at that point. I don't know, maybe I've got the wrong concept there.
Wait, they definitely matter in that Jesus wants you to follow him, and he wants you to live righteously.
Mhm.
But he's not calling you, he knows you're never going to be perfect. Like, that's the whole point of the law that was given, is that, hey, you can never be perfect,
Well, the
and
law
all you
the law
need is
didn't
Christ.
the law didn't expect that anybody would be perfect. That's why you've got lots of forgiveness baked into the law. Like it anticipated that you would sin, and they have lots of regulations for, okay, well, you sinned, you fucked up, now what? So it wasn't like they expected you to not sin. But
Right. Well,
to be
yeah,
fair,
but the
according to
Israelites
the
were
new
a lot very confused on that.
according to the New Testament, you have to behave a particular way too. Revelation 21 says the cowardly, the faithless, the polluted, the murderers, the sexually immoral, the sorcerers, the idolaters, and all liars, their place will be in the lake that burns with fire and sulfur. And you probably, if I had to guess, so you already went to Bible college, you should be familiar with 1 Corinthians 6, verse 9, which is Paul says, "Do you not know that wrongdoers will not inherit the kingdom of God? Do not be deceived. The sexually immoral, the idolaters, adulterers, male prostitutes, men who engage in illicit sex," and he lists all these things of like, hey, if you do these things, you don't get into the kingdom, right? So I think the reality is, like, it seems on the surface that all you have to do is Romans 10:9 and 10, confess in your heart, or confess with your mouth and believe in your heart that Jesus Christ is Lord and raised from the dead, yada, yada, yada. But they keep tacking stuff onto it, right? So, like, if we're taking the whole of the New Testament, I'm led to believe personally that just believing in Jesus isn't enough. You need to believe in Jesus and then also not be all these other things.
Yeah, so I would say that the believing that you would no longer want to stay those things, that you would not want to stay sexually immoral, you would not want to stay an idolater, because now Jesus is your God and he is who you want to follow because you truly believe in him.
Sure,
And if you
So-
truly
Christians still
believe,
do, right?
Yeah, if I can ask, is there a point at which, let's say you're a Christian and you keep committing the same sin, and you keep asking for forgiveness? Is there a point where Jesus says, "No, I'm not forgiving you anymore"?
no, once you believe, you are justified and you are saved, you cannot lose your salvation. And I realize there's other Christians that would believe otherwise.
So-
Isaac.
so-
In my belief of Christianity, there is
Oh,
no
boy.
loss of salvation.
Right. Okay, I get that, Isaac. So so let's say I'm a Christian, and I'll just pull something out of a hat here. Let's say I molest several girls in my church because I'm the youth pastor, and this happens like 3 times a week. Like they believe in Jesus. They have confessed, their belief in Jesus. They're totally Christian and everything like that, but they keep doing this thing. Do they get to go to heaven?
I would definitely question their belief, but if they do truly believe, then yes, God accepts.
Okay. So my point earlier still stands that your particular view of salvation or heaven, as far as the Christian theology goes, it seems to be incoherent with the Bible in that it literally doesn't matter if you're sexually immoral, right? Like it doesn't matter as long as you believe in Jesus, then you get to go to heaven, no matter how immoral you are, right?
No, I mean, the Bible's talking about sinners who are in their sin and haven't repented.
Oh, it didn't say that. No, it doesn't say if you haven't repented. Remember,
Well,
1
does it
Corinthians
say
is
those are
written to a
repentant
church of
people that are
believers.
sinning?
Yeah, 1 Corinthians 6 is actually listed to the believers. It says, when any of you have a grievance against another... Oh, sorry, I thought it was on the screen. Let me put it back on the screen. When any of you have a grievance against another, do you dare to take it to court before the unrighteous instead of taking it before the saints? It says, do you not know that the saints will judge the world? And if the world is to be judged by you... So he's talking to the saints. He's talking to the believers here. And then that's when he gets to the other part. In fact, we have the lawsuits at all. In fact, to have lawsuits at all with one another is already a defeat for you. Why not rather be wronged? Why not rather be defrauded? But you yourselves wrong and defraud, and brothers and sisters at that. Do you not know that wrongdoers will not inherit the kingdom of heaven? So he's saying, listen, you guys are wronging each other. And
Look at verse 11.
wrongdoers, that's what I'm saying. You guys are wronging each other, and wrongdoers don't inherit the kingdom.
Right, and then look at verse 11.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're already Christians. And this is what some of you used to be, but you were washed,
Right.
you were sanctified, you were justified
But
in the name
before,
of the
so that was
Lord
before
Jesus
they were
Christ
believers.
in the Spirit of our God. So these people are currently doing wrong.
No,
He's correcting their current behavior.
that wouldn't
In-
make sense. Verse
In
11
the
wouldn't make
present
sense if that was
tense,
true.
it does make sense. Yeah, he says, in fact, to have lawsuits at all with one another is already a defeat for you. He's talking about what they're currently doing. The believers
why would
in the
verse
Corinthian
11
church are taking each other to the courts for lawsuits. He's saying you guys are doing each other wrong. You shouldn't do each other wrong because wrongdoers don't inherit the kingdom.
And this is what some of you used to be.
No, they still are. Some. But some of you used to be. If you have a church and there's some people in the church that are wrongdoers, you would say, this is what some of you used to be. Clearly, some of them still are, or else he wouldn't be chastising them for it. He's giving them instructions for the future. If you have a grievance
so it
against
sounds like
another, don't take it to the court.
It sounds like some of them aren't believers.
Well, they are believers. They're just still sinning.
Oh, no true Scotsman detected.
Because it says
Do you think that believers don't sin anymore, Isaac?
no, they definitely you
Oh.
can definitely sin.
Can a believer still be a drunkard?
But definitely.
Okay. Do drunkards inherit the kingdom?
So it's interesting how you're flipping around.
I'm not flipping around.
We're
I'm
not
reading the
gonna
passage on the screen.
when you're a believer, like he's trying to say,
Well,
is that
Isaac, I asked you a question. Do drunkards inherit the kingdom? According to the passage on the screen, according to Paul, do drunkards inherit the kingdom of God?
followers of Jesus.
Well, I didn't
inherit.
ask about that. I asked about drunkards.
Right. A drunkard is someone who's just living in their drunkenness and not a follower of Jesus.
No, it didn't say not a follower of Jesus. It just says a drunkard. We've already determined that Christians can be drunkards, can't they?
I would say for a time,
For a time?
I don't think they would do that their whole life.
Do you don't know any Christians that have alcohol addictions? You've never met them?
No, there definitely are, but
Do you think that they're all going to go to hell or heaven?
I would question their belief if they were remaining.
Bro, it's an addiction.
Because we are not called to remain in our sin.
Bro, it's an addiction, though. Dude, this is the tension that you're going to feel, right? Jesus says that all sins can be forgiven other than blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. Paul doesn't say that. Paul says if you commit these sins, you, in fact, won't inherit the kingdom. And one of those things is being a drunkard.
He's not really, he's saying what they are, not just a sin that they're committing. It's like they are thieves. Like that's their being, right? They're not sanctified by Christ.
Is somebody who thieves.
Right. So Isaac, I feel like the implication of what you're saying right now is that Christians, once you become a Christian, you sin no more. Like you just like a Christian can't be a drunkard. That's the implication of what you're saying right now.
They should not remain a drunkard.
But
right.
can
Okay.
they?
So
if there's a sincere Christian who legitimately believes that Jesus died for their sins and rose from the grave and loves Jesus but can't kick the addiction, are they still a Christian?
I mean, name me a Christian like that.
There are literally millions of them just in our country.
I mean, you can say that, but are they really a Christian?
Yeah.
I mean,
that's what I'm asking you.
AA has religion as a central part of its like whole therapy. Like, and I mean, I don't have the exact statistics on it right in front of me. I mean, I guess I could look it up, but I mean, there are repeat offenders like in that particular respect. So like those things happen. And I mean, even if you wanted to look at, what we consider immoral today, the prison population in America is a majority Christian. And there are repeat offenders in those particular respects too. So, I mean, like there's multiple ways in which we can demonstrate that Christians are still Christians, even though they commit what you would call sins, right?
Right. And,
okay.
Yeah. I mean, I get that.
Right. In the specific case we're talking about, there's a Christian, they become a drunkard, and then they go to AA or some other kind of therapy or whatnot, and they get clean. Well, they fall off the wagon, and they become a drunkard again, and then they ask for forgiveness again, and they go through the same process yet again. At what point can you tell that they're not really a Christian, or do they lose their salvation? Like, is there at any point in this process that Jesus would be like, you know what, you lose your salvation?
There would be no point that you lost. It would just be that you never had it from the beginning. But
Then how
How
do
could
you
you know?
know?
you know a Christian by their fruits, by the fruit of the Holy Spirit.
Oh, that can't be true because Christians still sin.
Right. Yeah. I mean, we're going back to the same thing there, Isaac, in that Christians do not sin.
Do you think that Christians still sin, Isaac?
Of course.
Okay, so I think the problem that we're finding here is you're admitting that Christians do sin, but you're drawing an arbitrary line between Christians who do certain sins and Christians who do other certain sins, like adulterers. If you commit adultery, are you a Christian?
You can be a Christian and commit adultery, yes.
There you go. Can you be addicted to alcohol and be a Christian?
Yes.
Okay. So again, the problem is that you have nowhere to draw the line. You're kind of arbitrarily picking the line because you don't want Paul to contradict Jesus. Paul says if you're a drunkard or you commit adultery or engage in illicit sex acts, that you don't inherit the kingdom. And listen,
Unless
it's not
you
all.
were washed and sanctified and justified in the name of the Lord Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
Mhm.
So yeah, I mean, if you're just a drunkard, you're not going to heaven. But
No.
you're sanctified.
So you're treating drunkard and Christian as mutually exclusive.
Well,
We've
yes.
already established that they're not.
I mean, how are they? He's literally making them mutually exclusive.
No, you just said that you can be a Christian and a drunkard. You just said that left your mouth.
Right. Well, now we're talking about two different sentences.
We're talking about the same concept, Isaac. It's not our fault that you keep going back to this idea that Christians either can't sin or they're allowed one. Are Christians allowed the one sin the one time, and then if they ever commit the same sin again, they're no longer in the club? Is that the situation?
I would say it wouldn't make sense that they keep sinning like that.
But they do. We know
But
they
yeah,
do,
okay, they do.
Isaac.
So we established that they do.
Please tell me that you know that there are people in your church who have been Christians for decades that still commit sins.
Right.
And even the same sins multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
We're not talking about different sins on, throughout their lifetime. We're talking about they have issues with certain sins, and they reoffend, and they ask for forgiveness, and Jesus forgives them, and then they just go right back to doing it again for one reason or another. Oh, and then asking Jesus for forgiveness again. So my entire point in all this is just to ask you, at what point does Jesus's patience run out? It never runs out. It never runs out. Okay, good. Because then the question becomes, how do you know that you're actually saved to begin with?
That's a great question. You believe that Jesus Christ died on the cross for your sins, and
okay, yeah, the people did that thing. They did all the things. They took the bath in the water. They did. Well, for me, I was Catholic, so I got the little ash cross on my forehead and everything. So like they did all the things. They're Christian and everything like that, but they keep reoffending. So they definitely still have salvation, and therefore their actions don't matter. Like it just matters that they believe in Jesus. Is that would that be a correct line of logic there?
Well, I wouldn't say that they don't matter, but they may matter, but they don't matter for salvation.
Then how do they matter?
Well, we're not only concerned with salvation.
Right, but how do they matter? Like, so if it doesn't determine your entrance into heaven or hell, then how does it matter? Does God punish you for your sins once you get to heaven?
No, because once you're saved by Jesus, he only sees Jesus.
Then how does it matter? There's no repercussion.
Because Jesus calls us to live righteously, and we want to do what he says
Yeah.
because we believe in
But
him and
are
trust
there
him.
repercussions if you don't?
No.
So it doesn't really matter all that much, does it?
Yeah, so Paul actually directly addresses it and says, "Shall we keep on sinning because
Yeah,
so that
Romans
grace
chapter
may
6.
abound?"
Mm-hmm.
And it's actually that grace which should fuel us to want to serve him more.
Yeah, but Paul is realizing the contradiction in his own statements. That's why he has to do that in chapter 6. Because
What's that
Paul,
contradiction?
once Paul says that everybody gets to heaven who believes, he has now removed any reason to say obey the law, be a good person. It's gone. It doesn't have it anymore. He's like, well, you should just do it because anyways. Okay, well, there's no repercussion.
Yeah, no, there isn't. And it's like a wild concept to the Israelites, to us, because all their whole lives they were working for it. And now
Mhm.
all of a sudden it's like, wait, oh, all we have to do is believe. That's crazy. And
Yeah, that I agree with you. It is crazy. It's asinine, actually, that you would be sent to hell for not believing something. Like, I don't believe. John doesn't believe. Do you think we should be tortured for all of eternity in fire because we don't believe this nonsense?
what God's the judge.
No, I know,
have an
but
imperfect mind. He has a
we're
perfect
questioning the
mind.
system. Not right now. We're questioning the system. Does it make sense that we would be tortured for all of eternity because we're not convinced of a book full of falsifiable claims?
If God thinks it's just, and I trust God, right? So God has a perfect mind. I have an imperfect mind. And in
Do
our
you think
imperfect
that
minds,
in the
it
world that
enforces
we live
things
in, we should
strange.
punish people for not believing things?
We have no, it's God.
No, I'm
God has
asking you,
power.
in the world we live in, like if you got brought before a judge and the judge says, you don't believe that Snooki was actually the good character in the TV series, so therefore you're going to go to prison. Do you think it's wise that we should be imprisoning people for their beliefs?
Well, not here on earth. That's just doesn't make sense.
So justice is relative?
I'd say God gets to decide
But is
eternity.
justice relative? So if God has a system of justice, we should never have a different system of justice. So if God says you should be punished for things you believe, that means it's good to punish people for their beliefs, right?
God's not asking us to punish people for their beliefs. He's the one that does that.
I know that's the problem. It's an irrational thing to do. What crime has been committed when you just
can't
don't
say it's
believe in something?
irrational.
No, it's irrational. What crime has been committed by me, Isaac?
That is not a truth that it's irrational.
No,
You're
but what
making that
crime
up.
have I committed?
It's just
Why
irrational to
is
you. It's
why is
irrational
not
to me.
believing in something a crime worthy of torture?
The thing is, like, people are given plenty of opportunity to believe
It
in
doesn't
God, and
matter what
God
opportunity.
clearly
There's no
establishes
good
what the
evidence.
punishment
So
is.
Isaac, there's no good evidence, but that doesn't answer my question. Why should my belief state warrant me being tortured?
Because we're sinners.
So what? What's that got to do with torture?
Because God says that the God made up the punishment. Okay, I don't.
Did he have to? Did somebody force his hand? Did somebody make him create hell?
I understand that it's confusing, but
It's not confusing. No. We're demonstrating the silliness of this belief system. Did somebody force God to create hell?
he created it.
Okay. Did he have to?
I mean, he didn't have to do anything. I feel like
You nailed it. All powerful beings don't have to do anything. They choose to do it, right? So God didn't have to create hell. God literally could have said, listen, those who don't believe in me, I'll just give you your own dope world to live on. You go chill over here in the afterlife, right? He didn't do that. He opted for eternal conscious torment, right? Which is not necessary. It's a false dichotomy when you're all powerful. So again, that leads us back to the same thing. Why should my belief state warrant me being tortured in hellfire for eternity?
I mean, it's solely because that's what God established.
I know, but that's not a meaningful answer. What about my belief system would deem it necessary for me to be tortured? Am I harming somebody?
Well, God
Can God be harmed?
God wants to love us, and he wants us to love
That
him.
can't be
and he does
true.
not want us to be puppets.
So if we don't love him back, he tortures us? That's called wanting puppets. If we don't reciprocate the love for the being that doesn't answer prayer or show up, then he'll torture us. So he does want robots.
No, he wants you to love him, but
Under the threat of
Yeah,
torture.
if you're not choosing
Like, if
it,
you don't
then
love him back, then you get tortured for eternity. You think that's love?
Sure.
No, it's not love. Isaac, do you have
What?
sisters?
Why do you get to define love?
Isaac, do you have sisters?
No.
If I said, listen, I'm gonna invite your mom out for dinner on the weekend, and it'll be the best fucking dinner she ever had. We'll have lobster and seafood by the lake. It'd be beautiful. But if she doesn't go out with me, I do have to put her in my basement and light it on fire. Am I a good or a bad person for doing this?
See, the illustration doesn't work because
It does work.
we're humans.
I've
that
supplied an
don't get to be the
ultimatum.
arbiter of justice
Okay.
in that way.
No,
I-
hold
I-
on,
so-
hold on, John. We're almost done.
Okay.
So my analogy is 1-to-1. A good person can't say, "I want you to love me," when the only alternative to loving me is getting tortured. That's not a freedom of choice. It's coercion at best.
It is a choice, just like I'm choosing God.
Not a
and
choice.
You're not choosing him.
It's a cosmic gun to your head, Isaac. You do not have the choice to love somebody if the only alternative is being tortured for eternity. That's not a choice.
Right. Well, I understand what you
Right.
mean.
Okay. Go ahead, John.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna take my son back home here in a
fuck.
minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I was just gonna ask real quick, Isaac, do you know who Jeffrey Dahmer is?
Yeah, I'm familiar.
Okay, who deserves to go to hell more, me or Justin or Jeffrey Dahmer?
It's all equal.
We're
All
all
equal?
equal. We all equally deserve to go to hell.
Yeah, just like me.
Okay, well, so listen. Jeffrey Dahmer actually came to Jesus right before he died. He got baptized. He confessed his faith in Jesus. He went on interviews and everything like that, talking about how Jesus, saved him and everything like that. So he was a Christian when he died, and so he's in heaven right now, according to your theology here. While Justin and I are apparently going to be burning in hell for just simply not believing in something that doesn't have evidence for it. Is that reasonable to you? Like, is that a rational conclusion to that story for you?
as someone that believes in God and the Bible is true, it is rational to me. I understand if it's not rational to you because you don't have the same belief. I
So
understand.
he was the Milwaukee Maneater or cannibal. He deserves to be in heaven because he believes in Jesus. But software engineer, two engineers over here, minding our own business, just not believing in God. We're the ones that deserve an eternity in a hell pit.
Yeah.
In
Yeah,
your
cannibals go to
see,
heaven, engineers
here's the
go to
issue.
hell. I got it.
We're mixing our belief system. You're saying deserve.
How?
Well, my belief system has stuff about deserving and not deserving. Your belief system doesn't have anything about deserve. Why would
I
anyone
haven't
No,
said
it
anything
is.
about my belief system.
So to be sure, John and I both believe in justice. We just don't think that justice is served when people are tortured for eternity because they lack a belief in something. I don't want to speak for John. John, do you believe in justice?
Oh yeah, I totally believe in justice. I just think
Yeah.
that Christianity is devoid of justice.
Yeah. And to illustrate this point, Isaac, so let's imagine that the age of accountability is 13. I don't even know if you believe in the age of accountability, but let's pretend it exists. And let's imagine there's a 13-year-old reaches the age of accountability. The first thing the teenager does is they go to school, they chew gum in school against the rules, they lie to the teacher about it, they get a detention, then they lie to their parents about it, and then they go to church, deny Jesus, die, and now they're in the afterlife. Are they going to heaven or hell?
If they weren't a believer, what was the?
They've only committed one or two sins. They lied about chewing gum in school, and then they denied Jesus being the Christ over the weekend, and then they died. Going to heaven or hell?
I mean, they'd be going to hell.
Yeah, right. So you think a 13-year-old who lied about chewing gum should get the same punishment, actually a worse punishment than a guy who was out there torturing and fucking like dipping people in acid.
Yeah, the Bible says that we are born into sin.
Well, we know
And
it
that
says it, but we're
all the
asking you to
sins are
question if
equal.
it's
So it
silly
doesn't
or
matter if you
not.
lie or if you
But
kill somebody.
but
It's just
Isaac,
sin is sin.
we're trying to break you out of the cult mentality, right? We know the Bible says things, right? We're asking you to question whether or not it makes sense, right? Does it make sense that a 13-year-old who's only committed one sin should be tortured for all of eternity because of it?
Hey, I gotta go, but have fun, and I'll see y'all later. Good to meet
Thanks,
you,
John.
Isaac.
Good to hear from you,
Good to
buddy.
meet you too.
Yep.
Bye.
Cheers, man. Guys, make sure you're following Godless Engineer if you're not already. Although it's hard for me to imagine that there are people here who aren't following him already. Isaac, please tell me you see the problem. So, like, in your worldview, Jeffrey Dahmer goes to heaven, fucking Anne Frank goes to hell.
Right. I
Do
no,
you see
I
the
mean, I
problem?
understand what you're saying. Like, I do see it, like the craziness of it from your view, right?
Mhm.
But I would say that's kind of the radical part of my belief. Like,
Radical.
I'm not
It's
afraid that it's
irrational, buddy.
radical.
What about a little girl lying to her teacher about chewing gum would mandate that she gets tortured for eternity? Why? Do you think that we should torture people for their entire life here? Fuck, do you think we should torture people even for a weekend?
Well, we are imperfect people.
I know we are. We're created imperfect. In fact, Paul says we have the sin nature. We can't do anything but sin. We have to sin, which means every human being ever born after Adam has the sin nature, which
Right.
means God will torture you for all of eternity for doing the thing that you can't help but to do.
Or you can accept him as
No.
Lord and
No, you
Savior
can't.
and be
Not if you don't
eternally in
believe.
heaven.
No.
Right.
No, you
So
can't. Not if you, Isaac, not if you don't believe. If you
that's
don't
what, like,
believe
so,
in
like,
this
to
sky
you,
carcass, you
it's
are
crazy
going to
that I
hell.
believe. But to me, it's crazy that you don't believe.
But there's no reason to believe. Jesus repeatedly demonstrated himself to be a liar who couldn't read his own Hebrew Bible. He fulfilled 0
That's where
prophecies,
we
Isaac.
differ, though, because
Not a virgin birth, not the babies killed in Bethlehem, not Isaiah 61, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me. He didn't fulfill any of those, not even riding the donkey. If you go back and read any of those prophecies, it's clearly not talking about Jesus. The original context of all of those prophecies failed Jesus every time. And you're going to learn this. If you're going to get a master's degree in biblical studies, you will discover that Jesus didn't fulfill the original context of even one prophecy, not one. Every time the supposed prophecy points to Jesus, you have to assume that it's devoid of the original context of the prophecy. Unless you already know this. Do you already know this?
I mean, I know the opposite to be true.
That can't be true. There's not a single, again, not a single, not even one prophecy in which the original context was fulfilled in Jesus. Not even the virgin birth. I mean, people love that one this time of year. If you go to Matthew 7, where the virgin birth shows, I'm sorry, Isaiah 7, nothing in here about a virgin birth. Nonsense. There's a king who's being attacked, Ahaz. He's being attacked by the northern 10 tribes and the Arameans who made an alliance against him. And he's pissing in his pants. He thinks that his kingdom's going to fall. So God sends him 3 different prophecies. First prophecy ends in verse 9. And the second prophecy starts in verse 10. It says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, ask a sign of the Lord your God, let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals, that you weary my God also? Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child, and shall bear a son, and shall name him Emmanuel. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse evil and choose the good. For before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose 2 kings you are in dread will be deserted. It's really easy. There's a prophecy given to King Ahaz about a child who's already been conceived, and before that child knows right from wrong, the 2 kings that are attacking him are going to be wiped out. And all you got to do is turn the page to chapter 8 and you can see it coming true 700 years before Jesus.
What sorry, this is minor, but what Bible version are you in?
I'm in the NRSV because I refuse to read Bibles that lie to me. The Hebrew text
What is
refers to the woman as ha'amahara in Hebrew, which means a pregnant young woman.
Because the
I know your Bible
why
translation
does
is
your version not say
superimposing
pregnant?
your Bible translation, I'm sure, is the ESV, right? New King James? NASB?
I typically do ESV. I like NIV a lot.
I could tell you're Reformed, and they love the ESV and the Reformed movement. If your ESV says anything about a virgin, it's superimposing the New Testament's reading on top of the Old Testament. The Hebrew text doesn't say anything about a virgin. In fact, the reason why Matthew mentions a virgin is because he's a goof. Matthew is reading from the Greek text, and he doesn't even understand the Greek text. In the Greek text, it refers to the woman as a Parthenos. And Matthew understood Parthenos could only mean a virgin. The reality is, Parthenos in classical Greek prior to the 1st century could be referring to people that aren't virgins. In fact, we find it twice in the Greek Septuagint. referring to women that are not virgins. My favorite is Judges 19:24. In the Greek Septuagint, it reads similar here. Here are my virgin daughter and his concubine. To be sure, there's only one woman here, and it's the concubine. She gets raped all night.
Yeah, there's a lot of passages. Okay, sorry. This has been a really good conversation. I do have to go. I just looked at the time.
Fair
But
enough.
I mean, thank you so much for talking.
Yeah. Isaac, think about what your religion teaches. I know it makes sense if you don't think about it too deeply, but if you think about it long enough, you're gonna find that the math doesn't math anymore. Good luck in school.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah. I'll I may be back someday,
All right.
but we'll see.
Cheers.
Yeah, thank you.
I hope he comes back, and I hope he learns something in school. Now I have to go back and reread this in Greek because I'm curious if the Greek and the Hebrew differ. Last time I read it in Greek, there was definitely only one woman, but the Hebrew text seems to indicate that there might be two women. Now I got to go back and reread it. Maybe last time I read it in Greek, I was reading a different translation or a different version. Now I got to look into it. Either way, Genesis 34 refers to Dinah as a Parthenos after she's already been raped by Shechem. That is for sure. Homer writes about women in his works that are already with child that are in fact called Parthenos. Parthenos didn't always mean strictly a virgin. Let me grab a couple of super chats. We're going to get our next guest in here. We were waiting on Jesus is King 777, and then it looks like we're going to bring Ricky back in from our last stream. I'm shocked that Ricky wanted to even come back. Carlos, thank you so much for the 20 DZ Debate gifted memberships. Big W, my friend. I really appreciate that. That is huge. And you know what? Eventually, and I could be wrong, eventually DZ Debates might be catching up with Deconstruction Zone on memberships if we keep this up. Artie, thank you for the $20 super chat, says, I may be a rotten cherry picking, but if you were to compare Mark 7, 9 through 13 and Luke 14, 26, would you say that Jesus is setting up people to be stoned? I mean, I think so in terms of the children, right? So clearly Jesus is suggesting that you should be following the law of Moses, and the law of Moses does entail that you stone some people. But I don't know if Luke 14:26 has anything to do with stoning anyone. Mark 7 for sure. I agree with you. Mark 7, Jesus is suggesting we stone the children. Daniel, thank you for the super chat, says, love seeing John bringing Flavor Town to DZ's vertical stream. Thanks for the cookout, gentlemen, and enjoy the holidays. Well, thank you. Yes, John definitely bring in some Flavor Town. And William says there's no schism in Doug. It's all just a matter of perspective. That is true and good use of words. James says it's funny how the same Christians who claim Old Testament laws are no longer valid because Jesus or whatever will then turn around and argue that we can't have morals without a lawgiver. Such a good point. These laws aren't necessary anymore. Jesus did away with them. You also, by the way, you have to have these fucking laws or else you're without morals. It's a crazy turnaround. Holes in the ground, G&D. Justin, you're my buddy, and I love what you do, but I wish you were a dog person. I am a dog person. I love dogs. I just happen not to have one right now. Doesn't fit my lifestyle. My dog passed away last year, and I just decided not to get another one. All good. You have given me so much knowledge on how to crispy fry my religious family. Thank you. Well, listen, Thanksgiving's coming up. I hope you get to cook them good. Let me know how your results go. And Derek says there may be a problem with member included super chats. I don't know what that means. I know you prioritize, but there seems to be a glitch. Have you tried multiple times with member included chat? They don't show up. I get Derek. I said I don't know what you mean when you're referring to member included super chats. So members don't get super chats. Like you don't. That's not how super chats work. Members typically get like a chat highlight, like it shows that you're a member. Like when I do chat membership, it shows up with like a green box around it. Is that what you're saying doesn't work? Like the member highlight isn't working? Because if that's the case, I want to make sure that works for you, Derek. Definitely let me know if that's the case. Michael, thank you for the $10 super chat. Has been watching your old streams. What happened to Hanji? She was amazing, and man, she took people to cooking school. Hanji was funny. She was a lot of fun. I don't talk about why she's not on the show anymore, not publicly. That being said, if you like Hanji, congratulations. We all love Hanji, but she's no longer on the show. Find her on TikTok and tell her you love her. William, thank you for the super chat. Says rock hard for Doug. Verts are beautiful to those of us who are whores for Doug. Don't copy Christianity by schisming all over. I agree. Don't do what Christians did and schism all over the place and become a laughingstock. Lockfree says Jesus comes with angels. Count. I think it's at 0 still. By the way, definitely at 0. He's only came once, and he's given everybody a long wait for the second. James is praying for you, Sean Waters. Just kidding. The DZ Nation actually help. The DZ Nation actually help people instead of saying hollow words. Hope my GoFundMe donation helps. Indeed, James, and that's a good time to reiterate. We're collecting funds for our good friend, Mr. Morpheus, on a GoFundMe page that is linked in the description of both of these YouTube channels and is pinned in the comments. Sean, unfortunately, is battling cancer, and he's really in the thick of it right now. Not only that, he's diabetic. Insulin costs are eating him alive. I don't know if you know what it's like to have cancer and be diabetic, but it's not a good time, and obviously he can't support himself right now. Like, you can't work when you're in the hospital with cancer. There's a lot of stuff happening. Now is a great time for someone in the community. We can step up and help in a big, big way, especially during this holiday season. We don't need everyone to give a ton of money. We don't need that. What we do need is that a lot of people are willing to give $5. A lot of people are willing to give $10. Makes a world of difference when a couple thousand people are willing to give a cup of coffee's worth of donation to somebody. I'm not asking anyone to be a hero. What I am saying is that I think we can all afford $5, right? I think we can. We've had some big donors already, and I really, really appreciate that. Totally appreciate that. Big, big W. That being said, if we can stand up for each other in mass, in large groups, we don't need anyone to be a hero, but many hands make the work light. Please consider donating to the GoFundMe for our friend, Mr. Morpheus. And Resistance says, are we really all that surprised at cognitive dissonance from worshiping a 2,000-year-old corpse of a con man? We should not be surprised. In fact, that's one of my favorite quotes from Julian the Heretic in the 4th century. He claims that Christians get upset because we don't properly worship a corpse. Lockbrew says, when Jesus comes from the clouds, we get sleet. That's what it is. Well, he's doing a kind of coming on the clouds for sure. And Lockbrew follows it up with, it means 2 events because we need it to. The Bible is true, obviously, so it can't mean what it says. Lockbrew, you nailed it on the head. His hermeneutic is it needs to be 2 comings, otherwise he's a liar. Rather than just admitting he's a liar. And Lockbury followed up with another one. If Jesus is coming again and he loves the little children, can we imprison him before it's too late? I have concerns about the children now. Fair point. I think we need to. TM says, Justin, keep the good words of Doug coming. We're going to try, my friend. We're going to try. And Io, thank you for the super chat, or Astronova, says, kitten was taken from mom too soon. You can buy a kitty nipple online for comfort nursing. I didn't know about that. That's why it's trying to nurse on me. Okay, I'll have to look out for a kitten nipple. But yeah, I don't know the situation, but they were taken from their mom pretty early. They were rescues. So I don't know if they got abandoned. I don't know if the mom died. I don't know anything. I just know that they ended up at the Humane Society, and I saw them. I was like, fuck, I can't let them stay. They're too adorable. Ross says, for some reason, I thought Wes Huff would be something special, but Apologia's last video blew Wes out of the water. He has such basic and strawman arguments. Shame. So that's my take on Wes. I think he's a nice guy. He doesn't have any good arguments. He's got nothing but old, bad, already worn out arguments. And he doesn't know jack shit about the Old Testament. This is a guy that obviously spent his time studying the New Testament, which is fine. But in order for the New Testament to make sense, you got to be intimate with the Old Testament. And he's just not. Gretchen says, Justin up here sounding like Obama with no red states or blue states by denying the schism. Gretchen, I deny the schism, okay? How'd that work out for Obama? Well, listen, he got 2 terms, okay? And the only crime he ever committed, apparently, was wearing a tan suit. Could you imagine comparing the Obama scandals to the Trump scandals? It's crazy. Lockfree says, speaking of Isaac, do you think the story was changed and originally he was sacrificed? See, I don't know. That I don't know. Genesis definitely has a lot of redactional layers to it, and I don't know which parts are probably original, at least not in that story. And 1 million ant says, reasonably damp for Sharon, fracking for Doug. I've never heard reasonably damp for Sharon, but I love it. And Lockfree again says, special kind of guest today, huh? He was. And listen, I gave him a little bit of fire. Maybe the first guest, I gave him a lot of fire. Gazlum says, hello, brother. My internet connection keeps me from calling, but I very much want to talk to you and your audience. I guess I'll just say thank you for hosting the conversation. Maybe my new place with, and that was the end of it. Well, listen, thanks for being here. We appreciate it. Now, we've got more super chats, but I'm going to put them aside because we've got to get more. We got to get more content. It's time to get some debates going. So I'm going to read just these 2 super chats from our friends, and we're off. Simon, thank you for the 20 Canadian dollar super chat. He says, tired of that argument. Goodness comes from your actions alone. It does not come from your inner nature. Otherwise, it would mean someone could have a good nature while still being a rapist. Rock hard for Doug. Fuck his God. I tend to agree with you. I like the old Christian adage, you'll know them by their fruits. I think in general, like if you're a good person, you have a good nature, you're just going to do good things. That seems to be the case, friends. Unless you're really deceived, in order to be a good person, to do bad things, you have to have religion. And Cameron, last super chat for now. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, Justin, at this point, if we all end up in hell together, as long as you keep up our God debates and we can flip over to a wine bar and talk about the ladies across the room, I'm perfectly fine with it. Yeah, Cameron, I'm with you, buddy. Hell isn't going to be that bad. Like, I know we're like predestined to go there. We're vessels of wrath, right? But I think we'll be okay. I don't think it's going to be all that bad. All right. I promised we were going to get Jesus is King 777, and then we're going to get Ricky back in here, and it should be a lot of fun. So give me 1 minute to bring in the guest. Jesus is King. Welcome in. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me good?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. This is the first time I've ever done this, so I'm a little nervous, to be honest with you. I ain't never debated someone online. My brother, he wants me to all the time, but I don't know how to do it, so I figured it out.
Sure, I get it. Well, you're here now, so I mean, based on your screen name, I can only assume that you're a Christian. Am I safe to assume that?
Yeah, I'm a believer in Christ for sure. I wouldn't partake in like the Christian church, like with the doctrines and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm a believer in Christ for sure.
Sure. So, in your view, what is the best evidence or the best argument for the Christian God being real?
I think it would come down, in my opinion, just by studying the historical documents of each religion we have. I mean, you can take them all, and there's thousands of them, right? I mean, but there's something significant clearly about the Islamic view, about the Christian view, the Judaism view. So it obviously bats an eye or draws an eye towards there being a higher power. So let's step away from the Christian
Well,
God.
I guess I don't understand what any of that had to do with the Christian God.
Okay, so let's take away. Let's just say, for example, let's take away, step back from the Christian God, and let's say, do we believe in a higher power? Um,
No,
so my question is to you: do you believe in a higher power?
not until there's evidence.
Okay, that's a good answer. What kind of evidence would you need to prove that it is real or not real?
Anything other than wishful thinking.
Okay,
Maybe like a really cool deductive argument, perhaps
mm-hmm.
physical, tangible evidence, perhaps
Now what? Okay, go ahead. No, you're good. Go ahead.
perhaps even some sort of sign in the
Mm-hmm.
universe that could only be explained by the existence of a god.
Alrighty. What kind of physical evidence? So, would you consider historical evidence as physical evidence or no?
I mean, it can be. I've never seen any historical evidence that would conclude in a god, though.
Okay. Now, like for example, the Quran. Let's take that for example. There's parts of the in the Quran that's obviously true, given like archaeological, the area, the time frame. Same with Scripture, correct or no? Because
I would say,
I'm still learning myself. Like I study the
mhm,
Bible, but I also look at the Quran. And I look at the Vedas. I look at Buddhism. So I study all these different religions, but I'm also firm in my faith in who Jesus Christ is. Does that make sense?
mhm. Yeah. So I would say I would treat the Bible and the Quran roughly the same. There are
Mm-hmm.
certainly some historical points in both of the books, but I don't believe either of the mythologies. I don't think Jesus rose
All
from the
right.
dead. I don't think he fulfilled any prophecies. I don't think that Muhammad split the moon in two. I don't think that he flew on a flying horse.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So in my opinion, it all boils down to this: if there is a higher power, we okay. For example, to be good and evil, you can't have evil without there being good first.
Oh,
Correct or
that's
no?
not true. They
How
can
so?
have independent existence of each other, or else Revelation 21 makes no sense. Revelation 21, there's
Mm-hmm.
going to be no more suffering, no more tears, no more sorrow, no more death.
Well, see,
At the end of all
is
things, which means you certainly could have a situation where there is only good stuff.
I might have said that backwards. That might have been my fault. Might have had a misplay of words right there. Given okay, your body for example, if you have a good body and there's no corruption in it, right? Let's just say medical wise, like cancer. Um, your body, if it's good, then it's good, right? But if you have cancer, the cancer is obviously within the body, which makes it bad. Given, and I'm using this as an analogy. It might sound crazy because you're obviously clearly more smarter than I am. I just work and pay bills and have a wife and kids. Um, but as far as like good is a objective thing, it's not subjective. It's objective. Correct or no?
No, I would disagree. I think good is certainly subjective. Like what I consider good and what you consider good very well could be different.
All right. So let's take this route. How do you view? So do you believe in objective or subjective morality?
Well, until it can be demonstrated that objective morals exist, I have no other choice than to believe in subjective morals.
Okay, but you can prove it through society, correct or no?
Well, I can prove that subjective morals is all we have.
How so?
Because morals come from our brain. Like we decide what we think is good and what we think is bad. So if they're
Now,
coming from our brain, that means that they're subjective. We would need
how
some sort of additional evidence or argument to determine that they're coming from outside of our brain.
all right, now how do we determine if something is like subjective, right? So as a kid, as a kid, you're learning, you're growing, you're maturing. Um, Subjectively, you may think something is wrong, but correction is very important, right? So from that standpoint, what am I trying to say? I'm trying to you're this first, like I said, man, just bear with me.
Hmm.
Um, as a kid, you learn, you grow, mature. Subjectively, they don't really understand a lot. I have two kids myself, so they don't really get right and wrong. But as they mature and as we teach them, what source do we learn that teaches them the correct way to live, right? So biblically, I could say that I go to my Bible and I read it, and it says, "Thou shalt not kill." Is that something
Well,
I should?
it also says you can own slaves.
It well, in the context, yes, it does say you can own slaves. I'm not going to argue about that. It does say
Mhm.
that, But given the
It
time,
also says you can stone your children.
exactly where does that at? You have to pull it up. I want to see it.
Deuteronomy 21. Want me to read it? And Exodus 21, verse 15 and 17.
Okay.
I'll show it to you. You don't listen. You don't.
No,
You'll
no,
never.
I'm here to learn, man. I'm here all out of respect and learning, and I'm not trying to.
No, I think you're being respectful. All I'm saying is I'll never give you a trust me, bro. Every time I say something about the
I
Bible,
respect,
I'll show it to you.
yeah, I respect that. See, that's what I.
So Deuteronomy 21. Oops, I went too far. Give me a second. 18. In 21:18 it says, if someone has a rebellious son who will not obey father or mother, who does not heed when they discipline him, then his father and his mother shall take hold of him and bring him out to the elders of a town. At the gate of that place they shall say to the elders of this town, this son of ours is stubborn and rebellious. He will not obey us. He's a glutton and a drunkard. Then all men of the town shall stone him to death.
Yeah. Now let me ask you, who wrote the book of Deuteronomy?
Well, according to legend, it's Moses. So according to reality, certainly not Moses.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we so you have to take into account the culture of those days, right? I mean,
I do.
Did it say the Lord commanded them to stone him? Was it a law given to specific Israelites? Like, you would have to show me where it says.
Well, you're the one that said that the Bible should be the source of morals, right? So how do we determine
No, I did not say
that
the
we
Bible.
like the "thou shalt not kill" part, but then when it says you can kill your son, we don't like that?
Well, the commandments is completely different than the law, like the legislative law. So you have like
No, you'd have to demonstrate that.
Well, the law of the Israelites is like you can't shave your beard, you can't get tattoos, you can't get like this. But then you see multiple Christians shaving their beard and getting tattoos. So and then taken away.
I know
from,
that Christians haven't read the Hebrew Bible, or else they know they have to follow these laws. I get that part.
It's important.
But my point is, why would you cherry pick one law from the Hebrew Bible and then ignore the others? Because in fact, Jesus says the two most important laws. You know what they are?
Thou shalt love thy God with all thy heart, soul, mind, and strength, and love thy neighbor as thyself. And all the laws falls upon those.
That's right. So are those part of the Ten Commandments?
So yes, you could fit the first four. Right?
No, they're not. The first one is a quotation from Deuteronomy 6:5, which is not part of the Ten Commandments. The second one is from Leviticus 19:18, not part of the Ten Commandments. So the two most important commandments in all of the Hebrew Bible, neither one of them are part of the Ten Commandments.
What's the first commandment?
The first commandment is not that you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart and soul. It's that you will have no other God before me.
I think it's Exodus 20, right? Pretty sure Exodus 20, or maybe
it's given twice. We've got two iterations of the Decalogue, but it's got to be Exodus 20. Oops, I typed 21. I don't know why I put a 1 in there.
Yeah, I just like to see it so that way.
It says, "You shall not make any idol for yourself, whether in the form of anything that is in heaven above or on the earth below. You shall not bow down or serve them. The Lord your God, I am a jealous God, punishing children, so on and so forth." Blah 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 blah.
So the first four, you can. I think what Jesus was. Do you believe? Okay, let me get to this. Do you believe that Jesus was a real person or no?
But I do. But Jesus is king. You're kind of missing the point, right? Jesus quotes two specific commandments that were in the Hebrew Bible. Like, he's not making a generalization. He's directly quoting the Hebrew Bible. Well, technically he's quoting it in Greek, but he's directly quoting it. And both of the laws that he quotes, neither one of them are part of the Ten Commandments, right? So my point is, Jesus was a Judaizer. Jesus said to follow the law of Moses. Matthew 5:17 through 19. He tells you to follow the law. In fact, he says, those who teach others not to follow the law and don't follow the law themselves, they'll be least in the kingdom of heaven. But those who follow the law and teach others to follow the law will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. So I have no other thing to conclude than that Jesus thinks that the law is good.
So go back with the Deuteronomy thing. Deuteronomy, so supposedly Moses written it. So in your belief system, So you believe everything's subjective. I just want to get back to that. That's my main point. We can
Right,
talk about.
sure.
So morality is subjective. So if I think one thing is good and you think one thing is good, whether or not it is, what standard do we play off that? Like how do we
Well,
right?
until you can show me the standard that's objective, again, there is no standard, right? So you can ask, what standard is there? There is no standard. Show it to me. Where can I find the standard? Because I just showed you in the Bible where it says you can kill your own son if he's rebellious and a drunkard, but you didn't like that standard.
Yeah, you got me on that part. I mean, I'm not here to but I mean, I guess what I'm trying to say, man, is if we go to scripture, yes, there is a lot of flaws. I'm not going to disagree that it has been. I mean, it's kind of like the Quran. I mean, the Quran was, there used to be 10 of them, but then I can't remember who it was, but he burnt most of them, and they burnt most of them in the cities, and now they just
Was
got
it
one.
Yeah, Uthman? Was it Uthman the guy that burned all the Qurans?
Yeah. Yeah, Uthman, and then I can't remember the other dude that helped him along with it. But so scripture is similar to that. I do believe it's the inherent word of God. I do believe it was God inspired. But what about Christianity and these roots of nowadays? So, like, take for example, I'm a believer in Christ, and I raise my kids not to steal, not to kill, not to covet, not to really follow the basic commandments, the 10 Commandments. And if we live a life according to Christ as righteous, right? Is that wrong of me to do that?
I don't think it's wrong to teach your kids religion. Like I don't think people who believe in religions are necessarily committing a crime. I think
Yeah.
you're allowed to believe whatever you want to believe. Now, I think it's better, right, for society when people believe in things that are like demonstrably true, right? So
Yeah.
like for example, let's imagine a scenario where half to 3/4 of America all believed in vampires, and they started enacting laws to like combat the rise of vampires, and like we had to teach kids about vampires in school and things like that. Certainly,
Yeah.
you would think like this is like if you don't believe in vampires, you're like, hey, maybe we don't need all this vampire stuff, right?
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying. My point is does believing in the Christian God, does it cause a person harm to do so or no?
It can. Yeah, it can cause harm depending on which version of the religion you're in. So
Yeah.
we talked to quite a few people who have deconstructed from the more toxic versions where like they teach you that you're a dirty rotten sinner and that's why God has to light you on fire for all of eternity and you're worthless. God doesn't want anything to do with you because you're born in sin. And so I think it can certainly harm people in that way. And it also a lot of times teaches people to forgive their abusers. I can't tell you how many people I've known that have been abused by somebody in the church and they're told as, teenage or young adult abuse victims, well, your job as a Christian is you must forgive that person. But I don't think that's healthy. I don't think we need to put that on young people.
No, absolutely not. I think and this is where I stem from the point of view, like I think the Christianity we have nowadays is very paganized, and it's also apostasy. I think once you start sitting down and studying the scripture and you start understanding the history of it, you start seeing that. Hold on, I'm looking for something. You start realizing that a lot of mainstream Christians and a lot of mainstream believers don't follow Christian belief to what they think they do. They believe in Jesus loves me. I'm gonna believe and I'll be all right. But Scripture doesn't teach that at all. So when you was talking with Isaac earlier, and you said when people like, do you believe that a God should send somebody to hell? In my opinion, and in Scripture's opinion,
Jesus is king. I think he ran out of reception. That's a shame. Let's see if he gets reception back again. Hold on.
Oh, wait. Can you hear me?
Got you back. We lost you for a minute. I think your reception got fuzzy, but you're back in now.
I stepped outside. That's what it was. But what I was saying was, we have this. I apostasy going on where, you can just believe and not live a life of righteousness. Now, granted, none of us can live righteous every day, but it is the process of sanctification. I think Paul talked about it to Timothy. So as we accept Jesus, right, we come to the knowledge of knowing him. 2 Timothy says, study to show thyself to prove. So as you study everything, not just Bible, but also you study history, you start looking at the contradictions in the Bible, you start trying to make it make sense.
Well, you want to know what I think is worse than the contradictions?
Was that
Like, there are some good theological contradictions, like whether or not you should follow the law anymore. I think Paul and Jesus disagree on that. But I think the biggest issue for Christianity, from my viewpoint, is that Christianity is built on the idea that Jesus was the Messiah, predicted from the Hebrew Scriptures, and because he fulfilled all these predictions, we should treat him like he did something special, like he's the Messiah. But I have yet to find a single thing from the Hebrew Bible that he fulfilled. Not one.
I'm sorry. We got a chest coat going on.
Sure.
The thing that gets me is that if you look at most historians or most theologians, they believe that he did fulfill. I mean, you can look it up and see exactly what he did fulfill.
Nothing.
I mean, I guess you could be on the fence about it and say that it didn't happen, but
then there's certainly not on the fence. I can just personally demonstrate to you that where'd he go? We lost him again. He was just getting good.
I know. I was excited. He was talking about prophecy. That's one of my favorites.
Can you?
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Yeah, dude. I'll be honest with you. I don't know what's happening to my phone right now. I'm standing outside, but I'm about to go back in because it's making me a little.
So the reality is, I'm actually pretty in tune with the scholarship, and the scholarship agrees with me, which is that Jesus didn't actually fulfill any prophecies. Only if you believe that you can strip the prophecies of their actual context, then you can apply the prophecies to Jesus. So I'll give you like a super important example of this. There's an instance in John 13 where he quotes from Psalm 41. And I want to show you, like, this is like the caliber of prophecy that we're going to find in the Bible. So I'm going to pull up John 13, and then I'm also going to pull up what he's quoting from. So it says, in referring to his betrayal, he says, I'm not speaking of all of you. I know whom I've chosen. It is to fulfill the scripture. The one who ate my bread has lifted his heel against me. So, but by reading Jesus' words, we probably would conclude that, okay, there must be a prophecy about Jesus being betrayed by the person who lifted their heel against him, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, this is a direct quotation from Psalm 41, I think verse 9. It says, even my close friend in whom I trusted, who ate of my bread, has lifted the heel against me. Now, the problem we have here is Psalm 41 is simply not a prophecy. It's a lamentation from King David, who calls himself out in the actual passage.
Yeah.
And the person speaking in this lament says, heal me, for I have sinned against you. Which means this Psalm 41, clearly isn't talking about Jesus, unless you think Jesus is a sinner.
Well, he was quoting, I mean, how I would look at it would be he was quoting Psalms. So clearly Jesus knew Scripture to a degree. He knew Scripture to a degree. He was a Jew.
But does the context matter?
Context does matter. Yes, 100%.
Is Psalm 41 a prophecy?
I wouldn't view it as a prophecy. I would view it as, okay, so look, for example, when Jesus is talking about that, obviously he's talking about Judas Iscariot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the Jews during that time, when they were seeing him and he was doing all these things, I wouldn't say that they were putting them to prophecy, but if you look at the Old Testament, it's kind of like how we would look at it. Like if someone came and said, hey, what you've been reading about, I'm that guy. And then he starts quoting these things and you start seeing the miracles, which I can't prove the miracles, correct? I mean, I can't like make you believe in the miracles because I can't to you. But if you had multiple people that claimed to see these things, And the thing that convinced me, and let me tell you my
Well,
honest
well,
conviction.
we're still on Psalm 41. Can you figure out how Jesus fulfilled Psalm 41 when it's not about him and it's not a prophecy?
I wouldn't say it's a fulfillment of a prophecy because it's not a prophecy.
Right.
Correct?
So then what's happening in John 13 when he says that the scripture is to be fulfilled? It says it is to fulfill the scripture. The one who ate my bread has lifted his heel against me. How could he fulfill it? There's no prophecy there.
How can he fulfill it if there's no prophecy there? I mean, I would assume he would fulfill it by Judas betraying him. Correct or no?
That's
Like
what
it would
I'm
be.
saying.
I mean,
If
I mean,
there's
another
no
person.
prophecy about anyone being betrayed in Psalm 41, how is he fulfilling it?
I don't know. It's a good question. You got my head thinking. It's a good
I
question.
know it's a fair question, and the problem I
Fair
have
question.
is that this is not an anomaly. Most of the prophecies about Jesus read like this.
Yeah, I agree with you. It is very hard, and I'm gonna have to do more studying because clearly you've took it and studied it, and that's awesome. I respect you for that. I do got a question for you though.
Sure.
If the disciples, all right, let's just say if Jesus was true and who he said he was, um, why would the disciples die for it? That's my main thing because I had to ask myself that, like, what? Because I mean, at some point, in Nigeria right now, Christians are being killed beyond 1,000, and that's you can look that up. I don't know if you're aware of that.
No, I
What
think
caused
that I think
what
there's the
caused,
evidence that the disciples died for Jesus is scant, and I don't think that it's actually good. I don't think that most of the disciples died for Jesus.
you don't think so? So
No.
like Peter and John and James and all them, they didn't get martyred or nothing. I mean, according to historical evidence, we would assume that they did. Correct?
We don't have it. Oh, so we've got evidence that Peter and Paul were murdered by the Romans. We have
Okay.
evidence that
So,
James, not the brother of Jesus, but James,
yeah,
the one who's murdered in Acts, that he gets
yeah.
murdered theoretically for the sake of the gospel. Now, what we don't have is evidence really for anybody else. But I think when we're talking about Paul's martyrdom, well, like Paul didn't witness anything. Like his martyrdom's really not all that relevant, I think. I think Peter's martyrdom is kind of relevant.
All right. Well,
But
let's take
Mhm,
Peter for example. If
mhm.
Peter knew it was a lie, why would he die for it? That's my question.
Well, I don't think he knew it was a lie. That's the problem with lies, is people believe it and they're convinced that it's true when it's often not. Just like there were 916 people that were convinced that Jim Jones was the Messiah and they drank the Kool-Aid under his guidance. And there were lots of people, at least 70 people that died in the Waco siege, convinced that David Koresh was the second coming of the Messiah. They
Yeah.
didn't believe they were dying for a lie. They were just
Did they
badly mistaken.
did they state or did they write any manuscripts or anything written that these people you said that they came back to life?
No, but I've talked to one. Well, first of all, Jesus's followers didn't either. But I've talked to one of them actually on my live stream. I talked to an ex-follower of David Koresh who still believes he's the second coming of the Messiah, even after the Waco siege.
So wait, Peter didn't believe in the resurrection?
What I'm saying is, we don't have documentation from the disciples unless you believe that First Peter was written by Peter, which I don't believe that to be the case. Other than that, we have no documentation from any disciples.
Who do you believe wrote First Peter in your opinion?
It's hard to know. Probably the same group of people that thought it would be expedient to write Second Peter, which clearly isn't from Peter.
So, do you take any of the scriptures that are written in Scripture? Do you find any of them valid at all?
I think Paul wrote like 6 or 7 authentic epistles. I have no idea who, in fact, wrote the book of Hebrews. Nobody does. Have no idea who wrote the Gospels. Nobody does. The reality is, if this was the most important event in all of history, I would expect that his disciples would have all left lengthy accounts about it and that they didn't disagree with each other. But we find that they do disagree with each other. So, for example, if you compare the book of Acts to Paul's literature, in Galatians and elsewhere, Paul contradicts what happens in Acts chapter 15
Mm-hmm.
which is weird because according to legend, Paul was giving Luke what to write. Like if Luke wrote Acts, that means Paul was telling Luke the turn of events, which
Mm-hmm.
means the book of Acts should identically match the authentic epistles of Paul, but they don't. They contradict each other all the time. So
Can you
like
can you show me like one contradiction? I just want to
yeah,
that way I'll know because I'm going to study this myself. You got me wanting to study it.
fair enough. Acts 15 is a good one. So in Acts 15, there's a council between
Mhm.
Paul and the other 12 disciples,
Mhm.
and they have to figure out what are we going to do with all these Gentiles who are converting, because like, fuck, do they have to follow the laws of Moses or not? And
Yeah.
Paul is of the decision no, Paul doesn't think they should. Peter, for his part, is a little bit torn. He argues later with Paul about it, but here they seem to be on the same page. So there we go. Let's go to the letter sent to the Gentiles. There we go. Verse 28. It says, "For it seemed good to the Holy Spirit and to us to impose on you no further burden than these essentials, that you
Mhm.
abstain from what has been sacrificed to idols, from blood, and from what is strangled, and from sexual immorality. If you
Mhm.
keep yourselves from these, you will do well. Farewell." Okay. Now, later, Paul does two things. In 1 Corinthians 8, he tells the 1 Corinthians that they can eat meat sacrificed to idols. And the letter to the Corinthians was written after the council in Jerusalem. So Paul says that you're at liberty to eat the meat sacrificed to idols as long as you don't cause it to be a stumbling block for some of the pagans who find it to be abhorrent because they think that they're actually sacrificing to idols. Says it is not everyone, however, who has this knowledge, since some have become so accustomed to idols until now, they still think of the food they eat as food offered to an idol, and their conscience being weak is defiled. But food will not bring us close to God. We are no worse off if we do not eat, and no better off if we do. So in 1 Corinthians chapter 8, he contradicts what he was told in Acts chapter 15. And then we find the same thing in Galatians chapter 3 or 4.
Mhm.
Let's see where it was. I think it might be chapter 4. Now I got to remember. So in Galatians, though, he talks about his trip to Jerusalem to meet with the disciples, and he says that they imposed on him no requirements of the Gentiles, zero requirements. Which,
Mm.
to be fair, does line up with what he says in 1 Corinthians. If in fact he had a meeting with them and they didn't impose any requirements on him or the Gentiles, then what he says in Corinthians makes a lot of sense. But if in fact that's not the case, then Luke has got a real problem. Let me see them.
So do you think Paul could have been kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of sympathetically talking to the Corinthians, speaking with like Galatians, and as he's talking to them, he's trying to. I mean, according from my point of view, or from what I believe, I guess you could say, or from what I've been taught, as you walk with Christ and as you mature in Him, you start realizing that you do have things in your life that you struggle with, or things that you either need to drop, or things that you just need to, I guess, change. Right? Correct or no? Like
I
repent.
made help
Repent.
me understand. Help me understand the question. I might not have heard all of it. Can you say it again?
All right. So, do you think Paul was kind of sympathizing with the people of that area? Correct. Like maybe, I mean, you got to look at it from a point of view that these are just humans. They're not. We're just people, right? And obviously, Paul and Peter had trouble being, disciples of Jesus. Um, I mean, I think we're shown that in what the book of Acts, like you said. I think it's Acts chapter 9, where you have who was it? The man Peter was shown a vision about the meats, and then all from the table or something like that. I can't remember. I think it's
Acts 10.
Acts 10. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about.
You're pretty close. Acts 9 is a good guess.
So he's talking about about having the vision and stuff, And that's kind of, in my interpretation, how you would look at it would be that everyone, I'm going to turn to it so that way I'm not misquoting myself. I don't want to do
It
that.
was Galatians 2:10. Paul says they asked only one thing, that we remember the poor. That's it. So he totally skips over the 4 requirements that were asked of him.
You said Galatians 2, you said?
Yeah, Galatians 2:10.
So how long have you been an atheist for?
Probably 6 or 7 years. Give me a second to think real quickly on that. About 7 years. I was a Christian for 20 years though, and to me it was reading the Bible that led me away from Christianity. I believed in God for a little bit after I left Christianity for a couple years, but pretty quickly it kind of became clear that I kind of only still believed in God a little bit because it was like a remnant of being a Christian. Once I spent some time thinking on it, I was like, well, there's really no good reason to believe in a God. There's no evidence for it, so.
Yeah. And see, I guess that's where I think the difference between a person that believes in God and a person that believes, or a person that doesn't believe in God, is the hope that there is something after this life. Correct?
Sure.
I mean, would you agree with that?
Sure, I think for a lot of people that is the case. I don't think it's universal. You know, a lot of some of the ancient Greeks were divided on whether or not there was an afterlife, even though they definitely did believe in gods.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's always in, like, even the ancient Babylonians and Assyrians. Like, so Gilgamesh famously said, "Who can ascend to heaven and live forever like the gods?" His viewpoint was that like you have to be a god to live forever. So that being said, I agree though in the modern times that most people associate believing in God with living forever, and obviously atheists by and large don't believe that you live forever unless you're like a Buddhist. Some Buddhists do believe in that kind of stuff, even though they don't believe in a god.
Yeah, I completely understand. I think the hope of it is that there has to be more to life than just, being born, living, working, and then dying, and then going to the fertilizer pit and just kind of sitting there, and then you're kind of blacked out at that point. And with me, everything is designed so well, like our DNA, even trees, leaves, how everything kind of works. There has to be a designer. I mean, there has to be. I mean,
Why? Our DNA is like 75% non-functional anymore. It's exactly what you would expect if it was just copying itself for about 3 billion years or so, or a couple billion years. We have tons of genes that no longer work. Like they used to work 100,000 years ago, and now they don't work anymore.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is how complex they are. Correct? I mean, it's kind of like to me.
What does complexity have to do with design?
Well, I mean, it's kind of like a computer. I mean, a computer is very a complex system, but it took someone to design the computer. It took someone to think, or to like have an imagination. Like, oh, I'm going to build this, and then build it. And even though it's very complex, it took someone to build it, right? I mean, just like
but being complex is not the hallmark of a design. Like, we know that computers are designed because we know what a computer is. Like, we know that humans design it, right? But we have no reason to believe that, like, the planet is designed.
But everything kind of works according to works together as one thing, right? Like the trees produce. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not a scientist or nothing. Trees produce oxygen, and we produce carbon monoxide, or something like that, and we kind of feed off each other.
Well, we have
just like
to.
a chicken produces an egg, which feeds a human.
Well, but Jesus King, we have to. So if we evolved on the same planet together, that means that our survival requires us to consume what is in our environment. The survival of trees requires trees to consume what is in the environment, right? So everything in our environment evolved to consume stuff in that environment.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. But that cause, or that effect from that cause, like, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a reason why stuff is the way it is, and it can't, like, if it was even off by a little bit, or by this much, or whatever,
like what?
Everything would kind of go in on itself, like gravity. I
Like
don't know
what?
who said it. Gravity was off by like a 0.0 or 0.1. Things would be drastically different. You
So
know what I'm
what?
saying? Like the everything is complex. So to me, I can't look out.
Complexity has nothing to do with the creator. That's the
Well,
problem. Like just because gravity is the way it is doesn't mean it was created.
well, I guess we'll have to agree to disagree because I can't imagine that we just kind of came into existence. Or how do you think? Okay, how do you think that things got started at the beginning of time or whatever? Like, do you believe in the Big Bang Theory? How do you?
I mean, I
Like,
believe in the Big Bang, but there's no such thing as a beginning of time. Like, I have no reason to believe there was ever nothing.
So do you believe time is endless or no?
I mean, I don't even know if time really exists in the way that people like to think that it exists. Nevertheless, I
don't
think that
think-
there's always been a universe.
You think there's always been a universe? So there was never a beginning to nothing?
No, I have no reason to believe there was ever a beginning.
So when you look at Genesis chapter 1, when he said, in the beginning there was, or how does it go? In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Do you not view that as in the beginning being time, the heavens being space, and the earth being matter, the three main elements you have to
No.
create, right? Or no? You don't view it like that?
No, I would not read it that way. No, I think the words here mean what the words mean. The heavens are the sky above our head. The earth is the ground that we're standing on, and the water is literally water.
No. So you couldn't. Well, I say that's. I guess we'll have to agree to disagree because I view it as
But
in, I mean,
what,
which hey,
what would the water represent then? If the water isn't water, what does it represent?
I didn't say the water. I said in the beginning he created the earth. Right, that's the very first.
Well,
earth,
what
right?
do you think the earth?
Am I right?
What do you think the earth is?
Well, the earth is matter, right? Adam
No,
was born.
it didn't say matter. It says the earth.
I'm not saying matter. I mean, but earth is matter, correct? No, like earth.
Well, I mean, everything theoretically is made of matter. I don't know why we would say though that when it says earth that it actually means matter. Why would we think that?
Because everything on earth is made out of matter. That's what I'm saying. Like
I know everything that is material is made from matter, but I'm trying to figure out why you would say that the earth, the word earth here, just means matter. Because verse 10 says God caused the dry land earth. Earth is the dry land.
All right, that's true. Yes, I get what you're saying, but I'm saying that. Okay, what then? If dry land is earth, then what's the point? What's your point? Tell me again.
My point is, earth just means the earth. Water just means water. Dark and light just mean dark and light. They're not like metaphors for some greater reality.
So you don't. So you have to. If you take out one of those things, you can't have the other, right or wrong?
Wrong. I mean, you can have an earth without water.
Well, yeah, I know you can have earth without water, but where do we see that in the observing?
There's a lot of planets without water.
I've never been to another planet. I'm not saying another planet. I'm saying Earth as we know it, what we live on. I've never been. Like I can't.
I'll just say planets without water. You don't have to be on the planet to know. Mercury and Venus have no water.
Well aware, but I've never been there, so I don't even know. Like I'm not saying that. I'm talking about the observable things that we can observe on this earth. I mean, I'm not.
Well, have you observed God?
Can we observe God? Yes, absolutely.
No, did you observe God?
I have, yes.
Oh, what's he look like?
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, he's a spiritual being. I mean, I can't
Yeah.
like. I would assume he was 5'8", kind of curly.
No. I'm not asking you what you assume he looks like. You said you saw him. What does he look like?
I mean, I saw him. You mean like physically saw him? I know
that's what you said.
I've saw him work. I've seen him work in my life for sure. I mean, I can't.
So you haven't seen God? Okay.
Well, God's a spiritual being. God's a title for one. We can't say God. If you want to say Yahweh or the God of the Bible, or Yeshua, Christ, you could say those. I've seen the power of God work in my life for sure.
But you haven't seen God, right? So what you've seen are things that you interpreted to be God, but you certainly haven't seen God, right? So when you're setting the boundary, like, well, listen, I don't believe the claim that there's no water on Venus because I've not been to Venus to observe with my own 2 eyes. I think it's kind of a silly claim because you wouldn't apply it to God.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like this. I can go to the historical document on Earth and view who claimed that Jesus was, or I can view a religious study to get a
Sure.
broader understanding of the afterlife. But I
Okay.
can't go to Venus and view Venus and be like, "There's
Yeah,
no
you
water."
can. Well,
How
you
can
know, we have
I've never
we
been?
have
Have
explored many of these planets, right?
you
You know
went
that,
to?
right?
There's no way you went to Venus, and if you have, you got to tell me about it.
I didn't say me. Human beings
I'm just playing.
have
I'm just playing.
sent spacecrafts
Yeah.
to image these
Okay.
planets.
Yeah. Okay. I'll agree with you. Okay. I'll give you that. So yes, we've obviously if I went and done what you have done and you studied and you've looked into it, so you can say that yes, there's no water on Venus. So yes, but I can also, on the contrary, be like, well, if I go and look at the religious studies and look at the studying of gods, right, or polytheistic, monotheistic, and I view in my life that things that happen supernatural, that things that don't make sense, I could associate those with the evidence of being that God is real. Correct or no? Like you can't.
So
You
I
study.
agree. There could be evidence that would allude to a God being real, but again, I've never seen any. What would be the evidence?
The evidence for me is childbirth. That's, to me, I'll be honest with you, man.
Childbirth?
Oh, yeah.
Jesus, come on.
I don't know about you, but had you have any children yourself?
Yes, and I think childbirth is the thing that would lead you away from thinking that it was designed by any loving entity. I mean,
Well,
for the large part of the history of human beings, like upwards of 40% of all conceived children die before they're either born or reach 6 months.
What, I mean, I get that. What does that have to do with me believing in, like, what is it? What is it?
What I'm saying is the process of birth and the death rate of children still in the womb through miscarriage is not consistent with a deity. It's very consistent with evolution. Evolution would have predicted this easily. But like
Yeah.
with a deity, especially the one who said, "Be fruitful and multiply," is but also I'm going to make sure that it's painful as shit and that most of them don't actually survive. It's
Well,
just
it's
incompatible.
painful because we fail. We disobeyed God, and we
So
deserve to.
what? What's that got to do with God killing the babies?
I wouldn't say God's killing the babies. We're born in an
Well,
unfair, just world. I mean, right? Or no?
could God make it so that all children conceived actually make it to birth?
Well, I mean, theoretically, but
Right. So, but he chose to design the body in a way in which babies wouldn't make it to birth.
also at the same time, we don't know those plans for the baby. We don't know if that baby was to have been born if it did go full term.
Then
Like
why let it get pregnant?
so.
Why would God
Well,
plan
that's
for a baby to be miscarriaged?
it's cause and effect. So it's like if there's a if me and my wife, we decide to have a baby, or if we don't decide to have a baby and we just go and choose to have unprotected sex and we face the
Fuck
repercussions,
yeah.
um, then we're going to have to raise that child, obviously.
No. I didn't ask you about that. I'm asking why did God make it so that a large percentage of conceived zygotes and whatnot would die before birth? What's the point?
I wouldn't say God made it like that. I believe sin made it like that. I believe
No. Sin didn't make anything. To be sure, when mankind sinned and God cursed humanity and cursed the earth, that's God's doing. Sin didn't do that.
Yeah, but no, we did do that. How did we not do that?
No. We didn't do that. God did that. God says, because you sinned, here's what I'm doing as a curse. Which means
Yeah.
God did that. Did he
No.
have to do that?
But no, what did he say? He said, because you sinned. He's not saying because.
I know, yeah, but does God get to set the consequences or not?
Yes, God does set the
Okay,
consequences.
so if he's in charge of the consequences, that means it's on God that he cursed women so that their bodies wouldn't carry children to birth.
But the thing about it is okay. For example, do you believe in free will or no?
I certainly don't have an opinion on free will, but I also know it's irrelevant.
Well, it's not.
I can admit to you that in the Bible, in Genesis 1, 2, and 3, God gave Adam and Eve free will and they chose to sin. That doesn't have anything to do with the price of rice in China. I'm trying to figure out why after they sinned, he decided that he's going to curse women so that like 30% of their babies don't make it to birth.
Well, I guess because he's God. I don't know. I mean, he just. I mean, he's. I
But
mean,
does God want them to be fruitful and multiply?
But well, I mean, but they still went and been. I mean, obviously we're here, so they had to be fruitful and multiply.
But
I mean,
okay, so do you think being fruitful and multiplying is compatible with also making sure 30% of your children don't make it to birth?
So do you think 30% of Eve's children didn't make it to birth?
I didn't say Eve specifically. I'm saying women. Women specifically. To be clear, I don't think Eve ever existed. I think Eve is a plot device.
Well, now we have to, but you have to look in that time period because he's saying be fruitful and multiply. Nowadays, you got different diseases, you got different things. You got women that could be drinking alcohol or smoking cigarettes or something.
No. This is a historical trend way before cigarettes and other like modern inventions.
Okay, well,
part of the reason is like the reproduction is not even like the whole process is not even all that good. Like the fallopian tube, that motherfucker doesn't even connect fully. Like the ovary is like dropping eggs and just hoping that the ends of the fallopian tube is gonna suck it in, and it's not even fully connected. You know that, right? What a crazy design. You know, there's a percentage of eggs that get released by the ovaries that get reabsorbed into the body because it never even makes it into the fallopian tube. What the fuck was he thinking?
Oh man, I don't know. I ain't gonna lie, dude. You're a cool cat. I ain't gonna lie. I like talking to you. I might have to get back on there and talk with you again. I'll be honest with you, man. I just like getting on here. I ain't never done this. So I just wanted to try it out. I do believe in Jesus, and I tell you why. My main reason is, the from my upbringing and from where I've been through and stuff like that. Everybody has a sob story and stuff like that. I think with Jesus being, if he is the Messiah, right? I can't prove to you that he is, but if he is, and if I go through my life and I choose not to believe in him, and I waste my entire life not believing in him, and yes, I do have to face judgment and I do have to face hell, which obviously does turn a lot of people away because they're like, well, how can God create hell? I don't think God created hell for the amusement of, here, I'm just gonna flick him into hell and flick him into hell and flick her into hell. I don't think he does it like that. God is good, right? I mean, according to scripture, God is good. Now, obviously you have a few things that contradict as far as like historical evidence goes. You have the Torah, you have things that was talking about the historical time period of what the, different things that they were doing that I don't agree with. Like a lot of the scripture I don't necessarily agree with or I don't understand. But if God is real, and from the evidence that I pull from just being and praying, and me and my wife praying, me and my kids praying, and I see him actually move in my life, to me that's a sufficient amount of evidence. Now, obviously to most people it's not. I mean, maybe to you yourself it's not really enough evidence.
God moves in your life, but he refuses to move in the lives of the 3 million starving children right now.
Well, I mean, I think it comes down to obedience. I mean, I think if you choose,
the children are disobedient.
Not the
starving children are disobedient.
You have to look at it like this, though. On the contrary, if there is life after this life is only temporary. So yes, I mean, it does suck that, life sucks. Obviously, even if you're starving children, or if you're a starving homeless man, or if you're struggling with cancer, life sucks. And you're born in a corrupted world. You're born into an unfair world. I mean, just look at the system that we're living in America. Does
it have to be unfair?
Does it have to be unfair?
Yeah.
I mean, for free will, I would assume, yeah. I mean,
Well, God must not care about free will, because in Revelation 21, there's going to be no more suffering, no more sorrow, no more pain, no more death.
Who choose Jesus Christ, right or no?
It's irrelevant. And he
Yeah,
has a system.
How is it
So
irrelevant? If a
because
person
because
believe-
picking Jesus Christ doesn't make you not sin anymore. So that's irrelevant, right? In Revelation 21, and I'll put it on the board again.
No, I've already seen it. Good.
He says that there's going to be no more pain, no more crying, no more suffering. None of that's good. Do you think they have free will here?
So none of it, no more crying and no more pain. Do you think that's good or bad?
I think it's good. I'm asking, do you think that these people that Revelation 21 is referring to have free will?
I mean, at that point, they chose to be with him, so they're yes.
No. At that moment, when they're in heaven already, does God remove their free will?
But you're given free will in this life.
No, I'm not asking about this life. I'm asking about heaven. Do you have free will in heaven?
Well, we're not in heaven, so I can't say we can't.
But Revelation 21 is describing heaven, and I want to figure out, do these individuals here have free will?
Yes, they do have free will.
Okay, and so there must be some way that God has to allow people to have free will, and also to not have them hurt each other and be unfair to each other. So whatever that method is that he's using in Revelation 21, he could have did that shit down here.
He could have. Well, I mean, not really, because down here
you have. What do you mean, not really?
I mean, because you have free will to do evil things, right? In heaven, you're not going to do evil things, right or wrong.
So he takes away your free will then. If you don't want to do those things because he's doing something to you, then he, again, whatever he's doing here in Revelation 21, he could have just done down here.
Not really though, because
why? What's preventing him?
Because, okay, for example, if I choose now to follow and serve Jesus Christ, I'm taking my free will and I'm choosing to do that. So my reward in heaven is going to be with him. I'm not going to be in pain or sorrow and suffering. But if a person that chooses on this earth not
okay, so Jesus, we're not talking about the earth, okay? We're talking about in heaven, right? In Revelation 21, these individuals in heaven, you said, have free will, which means they do have the ability, right? So if you're in heaven, you're in Revelation 21, do you have the ability, say, to lie to somebody else?
No, because you wouldn't want to lie. That's the thing. Like
No, I'm not asking about desire. I'm asking about ability.
Do you have the ability to do it?
Yeah.
Well, describe ability real quick. Like describe exactly
the capability, the physical capability for words to leave my mouth to say something untrue.
I think you would have the ability, but I don't think you would have the desire to do it.
Okay. And where does the desire go?
Where does the desire go? Well, what comes first, the ability or the desire?
It doesn't matter. Where does it go? If the desire is the problem and we all have that desire, where does it go?
It's the same as it goes on earth. Like if I have the desire to go do something.
No. Where does it leave? Why don't they have it in Revelation 21?
Why don't they have it in Revelation 21?
Does God remove all bad desires? Where does it go?
I would assume he would remove the desires from your heart.
There you go. Okay, so if God can just remove all the bad desires from your heart, then he should have did that shit here.
He can do that here, but
then he should have done it.
If he does that here, then it neglects the free will while you're on earth.
It doesn't matter.
How does it
not? Why do we need free will here? So to be sure, what you're demonstrating is that in God's ideal world, you won't have free will to do bad things. So I'm trying to figure out why it would be bad to do that here. Why would that be bad?
He already has done it here.
He hasn't done it here.
How not so?
Because there's still suffering, pain, sorrow, and death.
Yes, that's
okay. So again, why wouldn't God create all human beings from the very beginning to not have these sinful desires?
Because of free will.
Why do we need the free will to do bad things?
Love. Free will.
So we can't love God in Revelation 21? Everybody in heaven isn't able to love God.
Yes, no, they are able to love God. That's why
Okay,
they
so
love.
then you don't need free will to love. Then try again.
How do you not need free will to love?
Because you just said those in Revelation 21 don't have free will and they love God, so you don't need free will to love God.
They do have free will to love God.
You just said they don't have free will.
No, I said they don't have the ability. We was talking about.
You said they don't have the desire.
I said they don't
So,
have the desire.
Do you need the desire to love God?
Do you need the desire to love God?
Do you need the desire to sin in order to love God?
No, I think you can love God, but you have to have a desire to learn about God, to understand His.
But do you need the desire to sin in order to love God?
No, Adam and Eve didn't have the desire.
Okay, then what that means is that it's not relevant. You don't need the desire to sin. If you can be in heaven and not be tempted to sin, and you can love God, then what that means is that you don't need the temptation. You don't need that inner desire. God could have just done that shit here.
I see your point of view. I see, like, why didn't God just make it all perfect anyways from the very beginning? I see where you're coming from. I completely get that. But you have to understand that heaven is completely different. Okay, heaven is not, okay, let's make the grounds on heaven. I don't believe like heaven is up in the sky and we're all going to be dancing around singing. I don't know what we're going to be doing. But heaven is not what a lot of people view it is. I view heaven as when we die, the judgment will come. All right. And actually, Hebrews says that, correct? Hebrews chapter 9, verse 23, I believe.
Revelation says the judgment is until the end of the 1,000-year reign and Jesus comes back. Revelation 20 and 21.
Revelation 20 and 21. Well, at like chronologically, or are you reading that? Because there's multiple judgment, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, right? You got the great white throne judgment, then you have the judgment of the saints, and then you have the judgment of I can't remember.
Well, it certainly depends on your reading of Revelation. My reading of Revelation is that it's a repetitive prophecy, similar to what we find in Daniel. In Daniel, we actually find multiple prophecies of the same general event, and I think that's what's happening. I don't think there's multiple judgments. I think it's describing it multiple times. That's me personally. You don't have to read it that way.
Yeah, you think so? Yeah, I see where you're coming from, like the great white throne judgment. According to Hebrew, let me look at it. I just want to make sure, so that way I'm not quoting. I'm pretty sure it's Hebrews chapter 9, verse 21, or verse 22, maybe 21. I can't remember.
Well, 9:22 says that there's no forgiveness without the shedding of blood. I'm not sure if that's the judgment you're looking for.
Hold on just a second. It might be. Who do you believe wrote the book of Hebrews? Who do you assign that to?
No idea. Whoever it was, I know they couldn't read Hebrew because they kept quoting from the Greek Septuagint for some reason, and they didn't even quote it very well sometimes.
Yeah, I will agree with you that certain Bibles and certain translations, like to be honest with you, I'd like to get me an Ethiopian Bible just to study it and read it, because I know it has 88. It has the Apocrypha in it, and it has 88 books. I'd like to study that myself. Look into the book of Enoch. Have you looked into the book of Enoch yourself?
Yeah, I love the book of Enoch. In fact, the early church did as well. The early church made pretty persuasive arguments for why it should be canonized, but unfortunately it didn't. But James quotes directly from Enoch, calls him a prophet.
I find that interesting. I don't know why. And see, that's
Jude, I mean, did I say James? Jude did that, not James.
I think it's Hebrews. I know it says, "For once a man to die, and then the judgment." Do you know what I'm talking about? For once it is appointed to man to die, and then the judgment. You know what I'm.
No, although my understanding of that passage is that once you die, you're asleep in the ground. There's no time passing, and then you awake.
The book of Enoch talks about the judgment as well. How you're in the, because whenever who was it? Not was it Lazarus and the rich man, the rich ruler? Lazarus at the gate.
Luke 16, you got it.
Yeah, Luke 16. He said he could look across and he could see Abraham, and he said, Abraham, you know the story, how that goes. The book of Enoch actually touches on something like that too, when he talks about the four caverns. The thing that I find intriguing is Scripture, although it is to a degree, and I will agree with you, it does contradict because you do have human influence in on it, and I can't say that you don't, but I do find it overwhelmingly connected to a degree, and that's another, to me, that's another thing that kind of verifies, because if you have different people writing it,
Well,
you're going to
we
different
would
things.
expect to be connected. They're all part of the same religious culture.
Yeah. And that's what, and that's the thing that kind of draws me to it, because I'm like, as you study it and you realize these connections, and you also realize the contradictions, and you start studying and you start looking at them, to me, it makes sense to believe in a higher power, simply because I just can't fathom the fact that I came, or human beings, or the consciousness that we do have, the celestialness that we do have, came from, I guess, how do you view it? Do you view that we came from monkeys, or do you view that we came from a single cell? Like, how is your view on evolution? I think it's like micro or macro evolution.
Nah, I think all evolution is evolution. I think we're a member of the great ape family. I think there's lots of evidence for that. I think the DNA evidence is one of the best evidences. And people on my channel are probably tired of hearing me talk about this talking point, but it's one of my favorites. Maybe I'll put it away sometime. But
Yeah.
I think endogenous retroviruses are the best evidence that we came from a common ancestor with the ape family, which is there's these snippets of DNA that we find in our genome where the DNA has been invaded by a foreigner, by a virus. So we've got this viral DNA that implants itself into our genome. And if you've got a DNA strand that's, I don't know, 1 billion base pairs, and you've got a tiny snippet of foreign DNA that shows up in the same place every time in all humans, well, that can only mean that all human beings shared the same blood at one point, right?
Yeah.
Now,
so the same blood, as in, like, stemmed from the same, two people, or the same, like, what do you mean?
we're getting there. We're getting there. Okay, so we agree that endogenous retroviruses are proof of common ancestry. The problem that we have is we also share hundreds of these retroviruses with great apes, because we have a common ancestor where these retroviruses were first introduced. And there's a huge portion of these retroviruses, like 90% of them, that we share with the great apes, that don't show up anywhere else in the animal kingdom.
Let me ask you this. Do you think, okay, so from your point of view, do you think, let's say 100,000 years from now, if obviously we're going to be dead, but say a million years from now, do you think the apes that we have now, the chimpanzees and stuff like that, do you think they'll slowly evolve into other different types of humans, or do you think humans will continue? Like, how do you think that came about? Was how did we become the dominant species? Right? Does that make sense? I guess
because we were the smartest.
Because we were the smartest. Do you think along the way there will be an ape or something that will evolve past us, that will surpass us in
It
evolution?
certainly could be the case. It certainly could be the case that there's another branch of the great ape family that evolves for, I don't know, a couple million, 100 million years, and reaches intelligence that rivals what we have now. And maybe the current humans, maybe we get reliant on AI technology and we all get stupid and it turns into like idiocracy.
Yeah, that's where I'm thinking is everything's about to head to. Or to be honest with you, I don't like AI. I don't know how you feel about it. I'm kind of I don't really care about it. But how do you feel about the Book of Enoch when he mentions like giants and Nephilim and stuff like that? Do you think that's true or no?
No, I don't think any of that's true. But to be fair, the Book of Enoch is incredibly interesting. I definitely recommend reading it if people haven't.
Yeah, I'm gonna get it myself and read it. I want to look into it. Yeah, but like I said, man, I just want to hop in here and talk to you. I'm not going to waste your time, because I'll be honest with you, I'm not here to change your mind, and I'm not going to change my mind simply because, it's a smart thing to look at. That's why I do study it. I do study like agnosticism and atheism and different religions and stuff. But the thing, whenever my kids were born, and I realized that life is a very special thing. That life can't be coincidence. Like, we wasn't just accidentally kind of stumbled upon this rock. That there has to be a designer that makes my kids unique from other kids, that makes me unique from other people, that makes us different in how we talk, how we walk. And yes, you can associate that with culture and stuff, but like even the human eyeball, Like there's no single eyeball that's the same.
Mm-hmm.
And no one. So to me, the design of just us in general, and take
Why did
away, like,
God design human beings to need glasses?
I don't think God designed human beings. I think Adam and Eve were perfect. I don't think that. I think they
So,
were. I think Adam and Eve
mm-hmm.
was genetically pure, perfect human beings. And they
Sure.
didn't
So
need.
Jesus is king. This is, I want to slowly kind of point out, this is the problem with all the fine tuning arguments. We talk about how human beings were finely tuned and whatnot. You don't actually have any evidence that human beings are finely tuned, right? Every time I point to something, you have to say, oh, well, that's not finely tuned because Adam and Eve, right? So if we
Yeah.
actually don't have any fine tuning that we can point to, if we have to keep making excuses for why it's not finely tuned, well, the fine tuning argument just kind of falls apart. And the reality is, we have no evidence whatsoever that 6,000 years ago, there was some sort of a perfect human being that was on the planet that we all devolved from.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. But on the contrary of that, do we have any evidence that says 6 billion years ago that there was a single cell organism that started just multiplying? I mean, I
Yeah,
guess, right?
about
Or
a little
or a
over 4 billion years ago, but yeah, there's lots of
or a
evidence.
billion, you know what I'm saying? Like a billion years ago, or whatever. You
Mm-hmm.
get what like, a couple million years ago, a monkey
Yeah.
was like, you know what? I'm
Mm-hmm.
tired of and he just picked up and started walking normal. Or like, is there any
Yeah, we do
that?
have lots of evidences for this. Yeah, yeah. So when I was a Christian, I used to say the same stuff. Like, there's no evidence for these theories. But the problem is, as soon as you start looking for it, you'll find it. Like, there's tons of evidence. There's entire catalogs of books dedicated to the evidence.
Yeah,
Like even like the supposed missing link fossils. Like
yeah.
we have in catalogs of books full of missing links.
Have you
Modern
read the Not Enough Faith
modern
to Be?
medicine and biology is based on it being true.
Right.
I didn't know he was in here. Who is this guy?
Oh, sorry, this Dugald.
Oh, I'm
Sorry
sorry.
about that. I've been
Oh,
quiet
man.
listening. I just decided to throw that in there. My bad.
Good to see you, buddy.
Kind of scared me a little bit. Do you read the?
It's God. It's the voice of God.
Have you read the book "Not Enough Faith to Be an Atheist" by?
Yeah, by Frank Turek. I bought it when
Yes.
it first came out when I was a teenager, and as a teenager, I thought it was kind of silly. And I was a Christian too. I was embarrassed by how bad the arguments were as a teenager.
Yeah. Do you think I should buy it to read it or no?
No,
Just don't mess with
there's
it.
better. If you want to read a better book on apologetics, to me personally, I think the only two decent books on like these types of apologetics that have ever been published were the two that were put about my Ralph Muncaster. He did a book called A Skeptic's Search for God. And then he did another book after that, which I don't think is very good. It's just mostly complaints, but it's better than Frank Turek. I think it
Yeah.
was called Dismantling Evolution. And
Yeah.
to be sure, neither one of them is full of really good science or really good talking points.
Yeah.
But are they better talking points than Stephen Turek and the like? Yeah, I think they are.
Alrighty. Let me ask you this. What's your I guess how can I say that? How can I ask it the question? What is your kind of got you question when it comes from a believer in God that you struggle to answer with? That like what is something that a believer in God or a God ask you and you kind of struggle to, you have to kind of wrap your head around it a little bit to answer that question? Like, what's something that, if God is real, what's the question that makes you consider that he might be real? Is there any question, or is it just like, you're kind of set in stone, like, no, God's not real, I don't believe in God, and
I can't think of a single thing that would really stump me. I think the only question that that it's frustrating because there is no answer for it, and I don't know if there ever will be an answer, is why is there something rather than nothing? Right? So I'm left to conclude that there was never nothing, but I don't know why. Why wouldn't we just have a state of nothingness forever rather than a state of something forever, right? And so I think that's the one question, but to be fair, nobody can answer that. There's no answer for it on my side or on the theistic side.
yeah, I think that's what it boils down to. these debates have been going on for, I mean, what, hundreds of years. I mean, people have debating if God's real, if God's not real, if the Christian God's real, if the Islamic God's real. And I think it will continue to happen until we die. And then we'll find out for sure, who's right.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean,
Sure
at the end of the day, we won't, I look at it like this. I'd rather, how's the saying go? I'd rather believe in it not be true than not believe in it be true. So, I mean,
would you say the same about Islam?
yeah, to a degree, yeah, but then you have to look at like your moral compass on Islam and different. That's why it's kind of important to, if you're believing in God, that's why you should study, theology and different, not theology, theology. I think that's what I'm looking for.
I have.
You have to look at your moral compass with Islam too, or with Christianity too.
Not to, to a degree, yes, but also not to a degree. I mean, if you look at the New Testament, I mean, in your opinion, what's more morally just, the Quran or the biblical argument?
Not the biblical argument, because the biblical argument is centered around a man who told you all to follow the old laws, which were barbaric, and he himself was a xenophobic Islamist supremacist, or not Islam, as Israelite supremacist.
So when Jesus says, "Love thy neighbor as thyself," is he telling me to? What is he telling me?
He's talking to his fellow Israelites, and he means the neighbor is the Israelite. He's not talking about people outside of the Israelite culture.
So what's the Good Samaritan parable?
Samaritan's a Hebrew.
Yeah.
Yeah, but didn't Jews view Samaritans as filthy dogs?
They're both Hebrews, though.
I mean, but that's not the point. The point is, didn't the Jews? He's talking to Jews during the time, right? He's the Sadducees,
right? But they're both children of Abraham, is what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, they're both children of Abraham. We're all children of God, according to scriptures. Those
children of Abraham are a specific people group. The Hebrews were God's chosen people. They got fractured, right, in the beginning of the Iron Age into two separate people groups according to the Bible. But it's not about Israelite versus non-Israelite, right? Because both the Northerners, the Samaritans, and the Southerners were Israelite. It was just that the Northerners had some foreigners, some Assyrians that got mixed in, and the those in the South in Judea thought of those in the North as being mixed blood. They were impure, but they certainly were still part of the same family group.
So what does Jesus mean when he says, "Love thy neighbor as thyself"? What does that mean?
Well, my reading of "Love your neighbor as yourself" is he's quoting Leviticus 19:18, and if Leviticus 19:18 has any meaning, contextually speaking, then we can conclude that all of the laws of Moses are compatible with "love your neighbor as yourself," because "love your neighbor as yourself" is part of the laws of Moses.
Mm-hmm. All right. So is that a bad thing
for the Israelites?
But you keep saying, but for the Israelites. I mean, obviously, for the Israelites, technically, those who believe in Jesus, like technically, I'm an Israelite, correct or wrong?
No.
I mean, no, but I don't know if we want to get distracted on that pivot. I don't know if that's a worthwhile avenue to go down. So the point that we're making here is that Jesus came and demanded that people uphold the law of Moses.
Well, he also came and claimed to be God. He said, "I am the Father in one." Correct or no?
Well, I don't think that means what you think it means, because Jesus also prayed in John 17 for he and his disciples to be one, for his disciples to be one, and as he and the Father are one, right? So Jesus being one with the Father, I don't think it needs to mean that he is God, because that would be logically incoherent.
If Justin and I say that, say Justin and I agree primarily a lot on this stuff, right? He and I are one in this thought. He and I are one in the interpretation or the reading of. That's all he's talking about when he says we are one. He's not saying we are physically, mentally, spiritually the same being. He's saying we are one in what we're saying. We are one in what I'm telling you.
I don't think that's what the disciples believed, because they were they were convinced that
No,
this.
but we're not talking about what the disciples believe. We're talking about what the book says. We don't
Well,
know what the disciples believed.
I mean, according to the books, those are the disciples.
But what I'm saying, we don't have writings from the disciples to know what they believed.
I know we don't have writings from the disciples, but we do have historical documents. I mean, can we at least say
Not from the
that the
disciples.
historical documents, right or wrong?
I mean,
Or,
anything that was ever written is a historical document. Like,
all right,
if you're talking about its validity, no.
so wait, I would disagree. I'd say the Bible is very, I mean, historical accurate when it comes to certain things.
It's really not. The Pharaoh that was of that time, of the Exodus and all that, that was not even the right Pharaoh for the time. That man didn't live until, I think it was either long
Two-
after or long before. Yeah.
200 years too late.
Yeah, like it's completely off on its time frames.
So what about like the New Testament? You don't think that's historically
Oh,
accurate?
no, it's even worse.
All right, give me an example.
Sure.
Well, there's
So-
two different accounts of what happened, who opened the tomb, or is it three? I can't remember.
There's a couple
something-
different accounts. It can't get the empty tomb narrative straight, and it can't get the birth narrative straight either, because Jesus is born in Matthew under the reign of Herod. So Herod died in 4 BCE, which means he had to been born before 4 BCE, also probably 2 years before. And then in Luke, it says that he was born during the census of Quirinius, which is around 6 CE, which means there's at least a 10 to 12 year gap between when he was actually born.
Yeah.
And most of these were written so far after the fact that there's no way they could get the details right.
Yeah, look, hey, I have to look into it, guys. But you guys have been awesome. Yeah, I'm not gonna sit here and say that, you know, I beat you guys in a debate, because I didn't come on here to win. I just came on here to talk and try to get in this field. I'm not here to win a debate. I'm not here to hype myself up, and I'm here out of love and respect. I think at the end of the day, if people can continue to have dialogue and continue to talk about this, then the world is heading in a better place. I do believe that Jesus is king, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. You know, I'm still gonna live my life according to His will. I'll do more studying on it myself, and you guys have brought up some good points. So I'll look into it historically, and I'll prepare, and maybe one day we might be able to come back. I might be able to debate a little bit more and have more information about.
Yeah, we'd love to hear from you again. So go back and do some reading and come back and tell us what you learned.
All right, I got you. You guys have a blessed night. All right, or have
Sure
a,
thing.
not whatever you guys.
It's fine. Don't worry. Have a heathenist
Good
night.
Yeah,
Right.
y'all have a blessed night.
Sure. I mean, that was nice of him to recognize that saying "have a blessed night" is meaningless to an atheist, wasn't it?
Right. And I also appreciate that he's willing to admit that he doesn't know.
Right. He's a nice guy. Yeah.
Always refreshing.
I do like talking to some nice people. Let me grab a couple of super chats. We're going to get Ricky in here. We talked to Ricky, I want to say Monday, and it was quite a conversation. House says, if confession priests tell repeat offenders they are forgiven, but Jesus has another idea that would negate the purpose of confession. That's a fair point. It does seem like priests forgiving some people, if it contradicts the words in the Bible, then it definitely I think it does something to demonstrate that the priests, aren't actually doing God's work, right? And Spike says, you tried to let Isaac off easy. I did, but Jesus compelled him to stay. I really, fuck me. I really thought Isaac was going to be smart and get off, but he didn't. So he had to stay and get his teeth kicked in. More offerings to Doug. Kraken attack. Listen, if people are really nice up here, I'll let them off the hook sometimes if they're really nice. But former Prophet Nathan says, don't know how my name got changed to FPM earlier. It's hard to watch this pretzeling. God loves us, but he's willing to send us to hell and torture us for eternity for not believing with no evidence. Isn't that crazy? I love you so much that I will light you on fire for all of eternity if you don't believe and behave exactly the way that I demand that you do, because I love you. Bad social skills. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says my first super chat. I'm glad we can be your first. Can't figure out how to do a 666. You know what? I can't figure it out. I've tried to do it on other streams, and I think it depends on what platform you're using. So, like, I know. Oh my gosh. I don't know why I'm so tired. Not even late. I know on some platforms there's a slider, and you can only choose between certain notches. And then there are other platforms where you can type it in. I don't know which is which. But somebody in the comments who, like, for example, RW did 666. Maybe RW can let everyone know how this works. Gretchen does it too. Gretchen does it all the time. I don't know how it works though. And RDB says, when you read Isaiah about the child who will choose the good, I always hear, who choose the cud? And I chuckle every time you read that. Thanks for all. You know what, RW? Just for you, next time we read it, I'm going to say cud instead. I just want to see what happens. And Reverend Nate says, I'm a mechanic, a big W, so I can confirm that engineers deserve the lake of fire. You know what? I worked on a lot of cars. I grew up in the car industry, and fucking A, do those engineers belong in the lake of fire. There's so many cars out there that were purposely designed to not be worked on, knowing damn well we're going to work on these cars, that it's tragic.
Yeah,
I
I've
will
had
be
like
right next to you.
wire a service center because I can't change them myself, and I bought the fucking lamps. I'm pissed.
Mm-hmm. I will be right next to you as, however, because all the colorful cuss words I've used due to engineering choices. Listen, Reverend, I'm with you. I get it. Sometimes engineers make bonehead decisions, and you know what? Sometimes it's not even their fault. Sometimes it's management. I can't tell you how many times like I've been on a project where like all the engineers are in agreement. Like we have to do it right. We have to do it this way. And they're like, well, fucking, but project management says that's above budget, and fuck you. You have to do it the wrong way. Okay, all right. Well, I guess we'll just fucking do it the wrong way. Like sometimes it's not our choice. Sometimes we're not allowed to do it the right way. It just is one of those things. The accountants and the bean counters said no, therefore you have to put out an inferior product. Tutored says, how much is this worth? The Hebrew Bible was assembled for no other reason than to create a source for the LXX, all part of one big project. That is the case. I mean, there are some Christians that would lead you to believe that. The LXX is so important. The Septuagint is so important, so perfect. The Hebrew Bible only existed as a jumping off point. Brian Petiti, did you change your name from No Cow? Well, anyway, it's good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. It says, good evening, Justin. Been a while and looking forward to the rest of the show. Love the temperament differences with your kitties, and wonderful if that is a spiritual hyperbole to the vertical and horizontal schism. You know what? It was not a mental spiritual phenomenon. No hyperbole here, but you are right. The kittens really do have opposite personalities. And thank you for sending out 5 DZ debate memberships. I really, really appreciate that. All right, I'm going to get our next guest in here, and then we'll read the rest of the super chats after the guest. It is 10 o'clock now. I'm sure we have time for a good conversation here. I'm sure it'll go just as good as it did last time. Welcome back, Ricky.
What's going on, man? How you doing?
Ricky, I forget, what topic did we talk about last time you were here?
I mean, we were talking about the abolishing the law of Jesus, how it wasn't meant to apply to Christians of today, and how the work was done.
Sure.
But
so you're back, and the topic, before we get started, the topic, by the way, is slightly different than when you're here last time. Before we move too far forward, friends, I've got a link in the description of this video that is referencing to this. Unless you're on vertical, then it's referencing this. Our good friend, Mr. Morpheus, Sean Morpheus Waters, is in the throes of a fierce fierce battle with cancer and also diabetic, and is really struggling right now to make ends meet, especially with the rising cost of insulin right now. I put together a GoFundMe page for him, and I've been talking about it throughout this live stream. I don't need anyone to be a hero and give $5,000, but if everyone here can give $5 to our friend Mr. Morpheus, we're going to get him through the holidays and make sure his insulin is able to get paid for, and make sure that we can, give him a little bit of help during this difficult period. I don't know how many people have been around with somebody battling cancer, but it's fucking crazy. I've been through it myself. I had cancer. My dad died of cancer. I remember the whole thing. And if anyone has $5 to share, our friend Mr. Morpheus could really use your help right now. I really appreciate everyone who's already donated. The link is in the description of both YouTube videos, directly to the GoFundMe page. All right, Ricky, we know you're at least 18 because we talked to you before. We know you're a Christian because we talked to you before. So I'll start with the same question we ask everybody, which is, what is the best evidence or argument for your Christian God being real?
Okay. Just for real quick, this guy's Sean Waters. If I were to download, is it an app like GoFundMe?
No, you don't have to download the app. You just got to go to the link in the description.
It's in your page?
Yeah, it's in the description of the video right now.
I don't know. I'm on my phone, so I don't know if I can see it. I don't know. I can't really see that.
Okay. After you get off, you'll be able to, well, you're on TikTok. You're not on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm on my phone.
Yeah, no,
so I don't know.
there's no description on TikTok. They don't give you a description. You can only.
Yeah, so I'm saying if I want to donate to them, how am I supposed to do that?
Go to the YouTube. I don't know what to tell you.
The deconstruction zone?
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, I'm not gonna talk about the proof of the Christian God. I'm just gonna stick to just God in general. But I mean, I'm assuming you heard of St. Thomas's 5 proofs, right?
Yeah, I don't think any of them are good. Some of them seem like they're kind of repetitive and overlapping too.
Like which ones?
The 5 ways.
Yeah, like which ones are repetitive upon each other?
Well, what I'm saying is that like they're unnecessary. Like you could probably condense them into 3 ways.
I don't see how.
Oh, go ahead and give me whichever one's your favorite, and we'll talk about it.
Well, I think like the argument for contingency is my favorite. Like everything is contingent on something else to exist. So if there's no, there needs to be, if something has a cause, there needs to be an explanation. And if there's no explanation, there's no cause.
Well, contingency and explanation is, I mean, I don't think you need to use the word explanation. We could probably agree that there are things that are contingent, or at least that they have prior causes, right? So why would I believe that there was a first cause?
Do you have any reason to believe that there isn't?
Yeah.
What's that?
Because we have no evidence whatsoever that the universe began to exist.
Yeah, you do have the Big Bang.
The Big Bang doesn't posit there was no universe prior to it.
What's the evidence for that?
The Big Bang model. The Big Bang is describing the expansion of the universe. It's not saying that there was nothing and then something came from nothing.
Yeah, but there's no like evidence for anything prior to the Big Bang.
But that's what I'm saying. Matter and energy are conserved, right? What that means is that however matter and energy is in the universe, it is conserved. It doesn't get created or destroyed. It only transforms. Which means to posit that all of the matter and energy not only wasn't conserved at some point, in fact, it didn't exist at all, we would need to posit a reason to believe that it once didn't exist, because we know, in fact, that it does exist.
Right, but that's, I guess what I'm trying to say is like, even that event is contingent.
No, the event has a list of causes prior to it, but I have no reason to believe that there was a first cause.
So you believe in an infinite regression of causes?
You got it. And I heard every argument against your infinite regress problems, and not a one of them's good. Go ahead and give me whichever one you want.
So how many steps is necessary to cause the Big Bang?
The Big Bang is multiple steps in an infinite series of steps. The number of steps is irrelevant.
So how many steps is it from before the Big Bang to the start of the Big Bang?
The Big Bang is a process. There's no single moment in which the bang banged.
But there's an infinite amount of steps prior to the Big Bang.
There's an infinite amount of steps in the future and the past, as far as we can tell.
Yeah, so if there's an infinite amount of steps, then it never would have started.
Wrong again. Everything that is in time is on a finite point in time.
I don't know. Yeah, actually, that kind of proves my point, because that means that time
it proves my point. There's no such there's no beginning of time. Like, so you can't
was there time prior to?
So what? There's always been time, right? In the way that the time is generally described, there's always been time. So the reality is, you can't say from the start of an infinite time. There's no such thing as the start of an infinite time.
No, but there's points in time which you can start at.
I agree, and everything in existence is at a point in time. There's just an infinite amount of time points.
And that's what I'm saying, is that if there's a point in time when the Big Bang started, like when that process began, then that means there's an infinite amount of steps required to start that process, so it would never start.
No, there's not an infinite number of steps required to start a process. A process is described.
I agree.
A process is described however you want to. So the start of the Big Bang, you could say it was only one moment. There was one moment, we'll call it the black hole bounce, where all the stuff in the black hole decided it was gonna, well, it didn't decide, but there was a reaction that caused it to, rather than being drawn in, to go outward. That's just one moment in time.
Right, so that required a cause.
Again, and there's an infinite chain of them. So
then it wouldn't have started.
Yes, it would have started, because all causes are finite.
Yes, I agree with you, but you don't agree with that.
No, you don't agree. So what you keep trying to do, and you don't even know the argument that you're giving right now. I already know the argument. What you're trying to say is that if you go from the beginning of infinity to now, you'd never get to now. You're just using the Big Bang instead of now. It's a bad argument, because there's no beginning of infinity. You keep using something that doesn't exist.
No, I'm saying the beginning of the Big Bang is my reference point. But the Big Bang would have never began to occur if
Why wouldn't it?
Amount of causes, because there's an infinite amount of causes required to start the Big Bang.
There's not an infinite number of causes that are required to start the Big Bang. The Big Bang is theoretically only one cause in a series of infinite events.
How is an infinite amount of steps not required to start the Big Bang?
May I, Justin?
Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry, Justin. I apologize. Go ahead. I'm so sorry.
So there's not an infinite number of things required for a bang to happen. If you want to call it a bang, that's fine. There's not an infinite number of things that are required to happen for that particular process.
I think we're kind of talking past each other, but let me try and...
I think you're confused about your talking point. I'll fast forward to it. So what you want to do is say there's an infinite number of events that need to precede the Big Bang.
That's what I've been saying the whole time, man.
You did not. So what you want to say is, if you start at the beginning of infinity and you go to the beginning of the Big Bang, there's an infinite number of things, so you'll never get from the beginning to the Big Bang. But again, the problem with that, and I'll reiterate it for the 5th time, is there's no such thing as the beginning of infinity. There's no beginning point, and all points are in time, which means between any 2 points in time, it is in fact finite.
Yeah, between 2 points in time, yes. But I'm saying
there you go. Every point that you point to is a finite point on the timeline, which means there's not infinity moments between that point and that point, because everything that ever happens is in a non-infinite. It's a finite point on the timeline. So there's never, between any two events, there's never an infinite amount of time ever.
I agree with you, but I'm saying
So
prior to the
then,
start of
so
the first
then, so
event,
then, there's no start.
yeah, no, prior to the start of the Big Bang, there's an infinite regression, correct?
We agree there are an infinite number of events prior to the Big Bang.
So how does the Big Bang proceed to begin if there's
Because
an infinite
it's
amount of time?
finite on a series of finite points. You haven't
I
demonstrated the
don't
problem
agree with
yet.
that though. I don't agree with that though.
You don't have to agree with it. You
Can you
haven't
explain
actually
to me?
demonstrated. You haven't actually demonstrated why we would believe there's a first moment.
No, because you're getting locked in on the first moment. I'm not even talking about the first moment yet. I'm saying,
No,
how did
your
what
argument
caused the Big Bang?
requires a first moment to exist.
Well, my argument, but that's not what I'm getting at right now. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying what caused the Big Bang?
The Big Bang was caused by probably a black hole bounce. That's my particular favorite theory
And
at the
what
beginning
caused
of the
that?
Big Bang. 1,000,000 trillion causes
Infinite
before
amount
it.
of things. An infinite amount of things.
No, not an infinite amount of things. It's an infinite series of things.
Right. So
So this is
how does it
Ricky.
how does
This
it
is
begin
where
to be caused?
this is where your language needs to be cleaned up. Okay, to say that something is caused by an infinite amount of things is a meaningless statement, and it's just untrue, right? So if I drop this can right now, this can being dropped was caused by me, not an infinite series of things. It was caused by me dropping it. Were there an infinite number of causes prior to that for other things? Yes. But you keep saying the Big Bang was caused by an infinite number of things, and it wasn't. It was preceded by an infinite number of things, and that's why we're talking past each other. So your language needs to be precise here.
Okay, I agree with you. So I guess, yeah, so I think that there's an infinite series of steps that precede the Big Bang.
Agreed.
And in my mind, then if that's the case, the Big Bang would have never proceeded to begin.
Why wouldn't it?
Because there's an infinite amount of steps that precede it to begin.
Why wouldn't it begin?
So it would never begin.
I'm sorry, is the Big Bang a finite point?
It is a finite point, yes.
Okay, is the cause prior to the Big Bang on a finite point?
No. In your worldview, no.
No, in your worldview and my worldview, yes. The one immediate cause prior to the Big Bang is on a finite piece of time, which means there's not an infinite number of things from that cause to the Big Bang. Everything that ever happens is a finite point on time, which means there's not infinity moments between any two events.
Okay, I get that, and I'm trying to find a way to I'm not even disagreeing with that.
Ricky, I warned you before you started this that you'll never be able to explain why an infinite regress is impossible, because you've been trained to believe, right, probably from Aquinas himself, that infinite regresses just aren't possible. And the problem that you're making is you've been told that if there's an infinite number of events that precede a current event, that we'll never get to the current event. But you don't know why that claim is made. You can't validate that claim. You just only know that that's the claim you're supposed to make.
I can, because it just logically makes sense, because
it does make sense.
Because it's never gonna start, bro. Okay, so let me
you got it. You're right. There is no start. You nailed it. You finally got it, Ricky. There's no start, and everything that's ever happened has a finite amount of time between it and the next thing that happened, which means everything will happen on a finite timeline between that event and the next event, and it'll do that for infinity.
See, I know you know what I'm talking about, which is like
I do, which is why it's silly. Yeah.
If I
thought that this was a convincing argument, I wouldn't believe in an infinite past. But as it turns out, I do believe in an infinite past, because this is not a good argument.
So if there's an infinite space between my hands, will they ever touch?
There's not.
But there is, theoretically, right?
There's not. There's infinite space divisions, which is different than infinite space, which is the other problem you're making. You're trying to say there's infinite space or time divisions, prior to the Big Bang, which is different than saying an infinite number of events.
Yeah, but if I go to the halfway point between my hands every single time, then in theory they would never touch.
That's a division of space that is not in fact space. There's not an infinite amount of space between your hands. There's an infinite number of divisions of space between your hands.
But that would expand the amount of space that is inside my hands.
It certainly would not. No matter how many times you divide the space between your hands, it'll never increase the amount of space between your hands.
So there's always going to be an infinite amount of space between my hands.
There's certainly not an infinite amount of space between your hands.
Because every time I half the space, now there's
You
half the space that was before.
You didn't half
Right?
infinity.
No, but I half the space
So,
that was
so
before.
Ricky, I think you're confused here. So you didn't half infinity. You halved a finite measurement. Let's call it 2 inches, right? If my hands are right here, there's not an infinite amount of space between my hands. It is in fact 2 inches. Can you divide that into smaller and smaller increments forever? Yes, you could, but that doesn't mean that the distance between my hands is infinite.
So how do my hands touch?
Because they're not infinitely far apart. They're 2 inches apart.
But if I half the space every single time, how are they going to touch?
Because you're not moving your hand. If you want your hands to touch, you can simply do this. Did I just traverse infinity?
Well,
every
honestly,
time I clap my hands, am I traversing infinity, Ricky?
I believe there's a reason for that, but
Ricky, answer the question. Every time I clap my hands, am I traversing infinity?
Yeah, for sure.
No, you're not, and you're brain dead for thinking that.
For
Your
sure
hands
you
are not
traversing.
traversing infinity measurements or infinity space when you clap your hands.
It's seems pretty evident to me, my man.
It's not evident at all, and now the chat's laughing at you.
I don't care about your chat, man. With all due respect. But I mean, you still really haven't answered my question, because I don't see how there can be an infinite causes preceding a thing and the thing could.
That's not a question. That's a complaint. You not understanding your own not understanding your own arguments, not my problem.
I mean, I just think you're running away from it.
I didn't run away from it. I directly answered it. I'm still waiting for you to demonstrate why having an infinite past means you won't get to any particular moment on the timeline.
For the same reason why if I half my hands for infinity, they would never touch.
They would touch, yeah. In fact, all you have to do is touch them. That's it. That's all you got to do.
Well, yeah, because I think God made it so, but in your worldview,
no, because I know that my hands can touch, and I don't have to traverse an infinite amount of space to make it happen.
I mean, if you want to put it like that, but I don't agree with you. But either way, I just because you're basically saying, oh, you
this
can't
is where
prove it to be
definitions
true.
matter.
Can you prove it to be false?
An infinite amount of space is not the same as making infinite divisions of a finite thing.
I would disagree with that. I would just
okay.
There's infinite amount of space between your hands.
Is this can infinity tall?
No.
No, it's not. Okay. Could I divide this?
Amount of space
Can I divide this by infinity though?
You can divide it infinitely, yeah.
Okay, but is this infinitely tall?
No, because there's boundaries.
Okay, there you go. So this can is not infinitely tall, which means there's not an infinity of space inside of it, because space, every time you talk about it, takes up volume. When we talk about the space of a can, we're talking about the volume in which it takes up. And there's not infinity of it.
Okay, I get what you're saying, because in order, the volume would still be the same, but you would have to have infinitely smaller amounts of things inside of it to occupy the volume. So it wouldn't really be violating any principles of the volume of the can.
The space being taken up by the can is not infinite, it's finite. No matter if you can divide it by infinity or not, it's always going to be finite.
Right, but I still stand by, because I mean, obviously, when you put in your hands, like when you have it infinitely, you're gonna reach a point where like your hands are gonna touch. But anyway, I'm still you still haven't
no, that's not
explained
the
to me
case at all.
why it's logical.
If my hands never move, it doesn't matter how many times you half the distance between my hands will never touch. My hands will only ever touch if I move my hands.
I want you to demonstrate to me how it is possible for there to be an infinite amount of steps preceding a thing to start a thing.
I don't have to. You haven't demonstrated how it's not possible, which was your claim.
I know, but like honestly, for me, it just logically makes sense. But like you're kind of taking the a route where
then show me the contradiction. Show me the P and not P. Prove that it's not logical.
So P being the Big Bang has a cause, right? And then not P is the Big Bang doesn't have a cause.
I didn't make that claim. I agree. The Big Bang has a cause.
Right, but the cause doesn't have validity because there's no ultimate cause for it.
You don't need to tack the word ultimate onto something for it to be a valid cause. If I drop this can, did I cause it to drop?
But there's no cause. Like there's no.
Did I cause it to drop, Ricky?
Yes, you did cause it to drop.
Did I need God to drop this can?
You definitely do.
I definitely don't. That's what you can't demonstrate yet. This is bad. This is not even Darth Dawkins bad.
I mean, I think the argument from contingency is pretty solid. I mean,
you haven't demonstrated that even for a second.
You can't prove it.
To be sure, the argument from contingency requires you to prove the validity of your argument, not me.
Right, and I say that.
So in order to prove the validity of your argument, you would need to demonstrate why it's true.
Because I can't really explain it any more clearly than I have.
Just saying that you can't have an infinite past isn't the same as demonstrating that to be the case.
I mean, that's just a failure on your own logical reasoning.
No, it's not a failure on mine. It's a failure on yours.
By the way, I guess another one would be the argument from motion.
Goes back to the same thing. It's the same thing as a prime mover. You're gonna run into the same problem.
Yeah, so there's a prime mover. There can't be an infinite series
and
of things.
To be sure, none of these arguments end in God. By the way, even if I believed in their first moment, it still wouldn't result in God being true. I could just say it's a supernatural force that we haven't discovered yet. It's not sentient. It's not God. It's just a naturalistic force that we haven't discovered. Like none of these entail a God whatsoever.
I mean, yeah, but there's more to it.
I know, I get it. Yeah. None of these entail a God. And I could also just use the argument from time that time's emergent. I could just say, listen, time doesn't actually exist. It's just an emergent property of matter. There's so many ways you could do this. None of them end in God.
The 5 proofs posit that there necessarily must be a God. Like when you hear them all, they're necessary.
Well, you've already used 2 of them and neither one of them worked. So you want to do number 3?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's the argument from orders. So there's orders of good things, right?
No, I don't think so. I think the word good is subjective.
But would there be a maximum amount of good?
I don't believe there's such a thing as a maximum amount of good, because good is just a word that we invented to describe the things that we prefer.
Right. So would there be would there be in someone's own preference and their own ideas, would there be a maximum level of it?
Good is not a property that something has. Good is something that we prefer. So you can't say that something has a maximum amount of goodness, because goodness doesn't have ontology. Goodness is when we prefer something.
I would think goodness definitely has an ontology, even in a subjective.
Prove it. Prove that goodness. Prove that goodness counts as a transcendental standalone category.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying it definitely has a description.
Good is a word that we use when we like something. It's not something that exists in the real world. Can you put good
Right.
into
So
a bucket?
there'd be an infinite amount of, or there'd be a maximum amount of things in which you perceive to be good.
How could you possibly know that there's a maximum?
I'm even just, you can do this
So
on your own
now
reasoning.
all you're claiming now is that my brain can only think of so many things. I agree. My brain is finite. I can't conceive of infinity things. It has nothing to do with whether or not goodness has ontology.
But I'm saying, in your own perception, you can perceive of something in your own mind that is good, correct? Even if it's subjective to you.
I can tell you what I prefer.
Yeah, right. So in your own preferences, you have something that you think is good.
Yeah, indeed, in my own preferences, I do believe that there are things that are good. Yeah.
So could it get better than that?
I think it could always get better.
Yeah. So
There's
it
no
would be there.
there's no ceiling on better. I can't conceive of a ceiling for better.
Right. So there'd be an infinitely, like, maximally good thing.
No, there wouldn't be an infinitely maximum good thing because good is a description of my preferences, not of things.
But even in your, I'm saying, even in
And
just your own
to be
mind.
sure, Ricky, you can't be infinite and max at the same time. Max implies that there's a ceiling. Infinite does not.
Right. So could there be an infinitely good thing in your mind?
I personally don't think that you can tie the word infinite to good because they're describing different things. When I talk about something that's good, I'm talking about my preferences, not a property of the thing. So saying that it's
Yeah, but it
infinitely
could always
good
get
is
better.
essentially a category error.
But it could always get better. Something,
I-
whatever you think is good in your
I
mind, it could always
agree.
get better.
I could always find something that I like better, but that doesn't mean that infinite goodness is a thing that exists.
I mean, logically, it can be assumed that good can go on infinitely, even in your own perception.
No, good doesn't go on at all. Good is
your
just
mind, it
what
does.
I call my preference.
In
Good
your
does
mind, it
not
does.
exist. Good is when I say I prefer this thing over that thing, I call it good. So what the problem you're going to have here, the other thing, is that you're going to keep using words as though they are transcendental and they have their own ontology. You can't demonstrate that to be the case. When we say something's good, we say something's bad. We're just referring to things that we like or don't like. That's it.
I mean, I understand that, but even you have, like, ideas of what is good. I mean, so
I have ideas of what I prefer, and I call that good.
right, so it could go on forever.
I agree, which means there's no maximally great good thing.
So it could
Maximum
be,
requires an end to it, meaning it's not infinite.
but and what I'm trying to say is that there's the highest. There's gonna be something that's so good, like super good, like beyond that, like, and this thing is an infinite good, even in your mind.
It can't be an infinite good because good isn't
It's
a
so
property
good.
of things.
It's so good that it's just
Thing,
infinite.
things don't have the property of goodness. Goodness is a description of the things that I like. You can't measure it. You can't put a ruler on goodness. You can't put goodness into a bucket. It's not a thing that is possessible. It's just me saying I like that fucking thing. Give me the fucking peanut butter fudge brownies or something.
Right. So even if you posit that good is subjective, how could you say, like, anything about, like, the God of the Bible and that it's bad?
Because it's subjective. I'm allowed to have subjective opinions. Do you think, let me ask you a question. Do you think the puke green color is a good color or a bad color?
I actually kind of like that color.
What's your least favorite color?
Probably yellow.
Yeah. Is that your subjective opinion or is that objective?
That's my subjective opinion.
There you go. The things being subjective has nothing to do with whether or not you're allowed to have a preference.
I mean, you're allowed to have a preference, but
Well, there you go.
I'm
So
not saying
until
that.
you can demonstrate morals to be objective, you're stuck with subjective morals, which means that's all you got, buddy.
Right, so God isn't objectively bad in your mind.
I don't believe in objective morals. It's a dumb thing to say.
But if God was the decider of what was good and what was bad,
It'd still be subjective.
then what he said would be good.
No, it'd be subjective, subject to the mind of God. That's what subject means. So if it's objective,
Yeah,
that
it's
means
objective
it
for
would be
us.
objectively good or no, that's not how that works. So if it was objective, then it would be existing outside of God's mind. The word subjective means that it's mind dependent. It doesn't matter if it's your God's mind or our mind. If it's dependent on a mind, then it's subjective. In fact, it's not even a debatable point. Plato already had this out, or theoretically Socrates already had this out in Plato's dialogues like 2,500 years ago. Listen, if morals are objective, they exist independent of all minds, not just human minds.
Yeah, human minds.
Not just human minds, God's mind too.
I mean, there's like God is the objective essence of all things.
No, that's not how objective works. So God isn't the objective essence of anything. If morals, that's not true. If morals are dependent on God telling you or deciding what moral is moral, then it's subjective. It's subject to God's mind.
But it's in this world, it's objective for us because that.
No, it's not objective for us. That's not how that word works.
I mean, because objective is in reference to reality.
No, something either is objective or it's not subjective. It can't be objective for you and subjective for somebody else. It either is objective or it's not objective. We're talking about the ontology of morals. If morals are objective, then they're universally objective. They can't be objective for me and subjective for God.
I mean, God is in my opinion, God is the objective, like reality and the objective truth.
That's not how the word objective works.
I mean, nothing would exist without God, so that is
the word objective means that it doesn't depend on anyone's mind, and all of God's morals depend on his mind. He decided what was moral, which means they're subjective. This is not a difficult conversation. This was literally the first conversation I ever had in my very first philosophy class. I was fucking like 22 years old, going back to college after I got my engineering degree. And I took a philosophy class. This was the first fucking thing we talked about. This is philosophy 101 bullshit.
Yeah, but there's nothing outside of God.
I'm sorry, are you God?
No.
Are you outside of God then?
No, we're all inside of God.
So you're a fucking pantheist now.
No, we're living in God's reality.
So we're certainly not inside of God.
Yeah, we are. This is God's
You can
reality.
say it all you want, you'd be wrong.
I'm gonna have to disagree with you there.
Well, another claim that you can't demonstrate. So the reality is there are no objective morals. You can't demonstrate them to be objective. You don't even have an argument for why they're objective. And I guarantee you think they're relative, because if I start reading you the objective morals from the Bible, you're going to hate these fucking rules. You want to read some with me?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. We haven't done, I guess we have done this one in a while. Let me think of one that we haven't done in a hot minute. Okay. Do you think that abortion's always wrong?
Abortion is always wrong? Yeah. Abortion is always wrong.
What if the woman cheats on her husband?
If the woman cheats on her husband?
Yeah.
It's still wrong.
Oh, it's still wrong. Okay. Was it always wrong?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, the problem I have is in Numbers. It says, the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, speak to the Israelites and say to them, if any man's wife goes astray and is unfaithful to him, if a man has had intercourse with her, but it is hidden from her husband so that she is undetected, though she has defiled herself, there's no witness against her since she was not caught in the act. if a spirit of jealousy comes on him and he is jealous of his wife who has defiled herself, or if a spirit of jealousy comes on him and he is jealous of his wife though she has not defiled herself, then the man shall bring his wife to the priest, and he shall bring the offering required for her, 1/10 of an ephah of barley flour. He shall pour no oil on it and put no frankincense on it, for it is a grain offering of jealousy, a grain offering of remembrance, bringing iniquity to remembrance. Now, so we'll pause there. So if a man suspects that his wife is cheating on him, then in fact they get to do this fun little ritual where they go before the priest, they make her drink a potion, and then if in fact it turns out that she did cheat, here's what it says. It says, the priest shall set the woman before the Lord, to shovel the woman's hair and place her in her hands, the grain offering of remembrance, which is the grain offering of jealousy. In his own hand, the priest shall have the water of bitterness that brings the curse. Then the priest shall make her take an oath, saying, if no man has lain with you, if you have not turned aside to uncleanness while under your husband's authority, be immune to this water of bitterness that brings a curse. But if you have gone astray while under your husband's authority, if you have defiled yourself, and some man other than your husband has had intercourse with you, let the priest make the woman take the oath of the curse and say to the woman, the Lord make you an execration and an oath among your people, and the Lord make your uterus drop and your womb discharge. So what this means is if this woman did go astray and cheated on her husband and had a zygote or something else in that womb, when it discharges, that's going to be an abortion.
I get what you're saying. I mean, there's definitely ways to describe that. I mean, there's one way is that there's punishments for things.
Okay, so
Like
sometimes it is okay to abort babies.
No, it's not okay. That's judgment from God.
But you just said that God's morals are objective and they don't change, which means if a woman goes astray and is found to be, cheating on her husband and becomes pregnant, well, that's an occasion where the baby can be aborted.
No, because you're saying that this is a divine judgment, and the other is human choosing not to have a baby.
No. I'm not asking about who's carrying out the justice. I'm asking whether or not it's ever just for a baby to be aborted. And you said it's never just for a baby to be aborted, but here we see God demanding a baby be aborted.
Well, he's the one who does it, but I'm saying...
Okay, so then you can change your answer. Sometimes it is okay to abort babies, as long as God is the one telling you to do it.
No, as long as God is the one that does it.
Well, God didn't do it here.
Yeah, he did.
The potion did.
That's power from God.
You can call it power from God.
Yeah, God is the decider of what's good and bad, and he can, if he says this is good, then it is good. But I am not allowed to carry out abortion. Not me.
I didn't ask if you. I didn't ask if you did it. So again, this law in Numbers means that, I don't know, if I'm a Christian and I depend on God for his decrees, which the Bible tells you to, I should be carrying out this act. If I suspect that a woman has been caught in adultery, why can I not give her the potion and let God decide and miscarriage the baby if necessary?
I mean, 2 reasons. 1, because you can't issue divine judgment, and 2...
No, God already did. No, God already did. Ricky, God already did. God issues the divine command to take the woman before the priest and to do this ritual. So I'm asking, why can I not do this ritual?
Because first of all, those rules don't apply anymore, and second of all...
So the morals are relative? You just said that it always applied. Now you're taking it back? God changes his rules willy-nilly?
The rules became fulfilled under Jesus, but I'm saying...
So they changed. So then they're not objective.
The rules?
Yeah.
The moral rules are objective. They never change.
These are moral rules.
That's not a moral rule.
Yeah, it is.
Adultery
is not a moral rule. Holy shit, guys! You heard it here. If you're a Christian, you can do adultery now.
No, adultery. The price for adultery is a legislation from God, but adultery is a moral rule where it's always wrong. It's
No,
always wrong to adultery.
adultery and the punishment for adultery is always going to be the same thing. You can't separate those two out. There's no biblical path forward there.
Right, but the punishment for adultery is not an objective truth.
It
The fact that
is.
adultery is wrong, it's not.
It
The
is.
fact that adultery is wrong,
No, it
isn't
is.
it's not.
Demonstrate from the Bible that punishments are different from the rule.
Well, because they used to stone
From
people
the
for certain actions,
Uh,
and now they
So
wouldn't stone
what?
people.
I said from
Now
the
we-
Bible. From the
That is-
Bible, make an argument that the punishments no longer apply.
because of Jesus Christ.
Okay, so you don't have an argument. What did Jesus say about the
Oh,
laws? Have you read?
Read what?
Have you read what Jesus actually said about the law?
Yeah, we went over this last time.
And apparently you weren't listening last time, so I'll read it to you. I don't know. If I had to guess for the 100th time. Matthew 5, verse 17 said, "Do not think that I've come to abolish the law or the prophets." Okay, did Jesus come to abolish the law? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. Did he abolish the law?
No.
Great. Awesome. And it says, "Truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven." So does Jesus want you to follow the laws or not?
He definitely does.
Okay, so if he wants you to follow the law, that means he wants you to take your woman before the priest when he suspects that she might have cheated and he doesn't have the evidence, and they're going to give her the bitter water.
No.
Yeah, that's what that means. That's part of the
That's
law
not
of
bad.
Moses. If Jesus wants you to follow the law, Numbers chapter 5 is part of that law. And I don't know if you know this, nuh-uh isn't an argument.
Because Jesus expounded on the law.
So what?
He created
He said
a new law.
He didn't create a new law. He said, in fact, if you don't follow these laws and you teach other people not to follow the laws, then you'll be least in the kingdom of heaven. And you just said it out of your mouth that Jesus does want you to follow the laws.
Yeah.
Do you
the
take
laws
that back?
He has now introduced.
Oh, he didn't.
Because
He didn't say that.
Jesus,
He didn't.
Jesus himself.
He didn't introduce any laws yet. In Matthew chapter 5, he doesn't introduce any new laws prior to verse 17. That comes later. So he talks about the law and the prophets, the ones that coming from the Hebrew Bible. Says, "Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophet."
So Jesus wasn't following the law when he broke the Sabbath.
Jesus didn't break the Sabbath.
Yeah, he did.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. He broke the Sabbath
No,
when he helped the
no,
old man.
No,
When
he did
helped the
not.
old man, he broke the Sabbath.
No,
and the
he did
Pharisee-
not.
Yes, he did.
No, he did not. There's no law against healing anybody on the Sabbath in the Hebrew Bible.
That's work.
It's not work.
So how do you do it if it's not work?
It's not work. Lifting your
It is
hand
work.
out and touching somebody is not work.
That is work. They can't even
It's,
flip
it's,
light
it's
switches
not
on
work.
Sabbath. They
That's
can't
not in
even
the
flip
Bible
lights.
either. You're
Yeah, it says
confused.
don't do
You're
any work. Don't
you're
do any work.
confusing. You're confusing the Talmud with the Bible. Show me in the Bible where lifting your arm is not allowed.
That's just an argument from silence.
No, it's not an argument from silence. Does the Old Testament tell you what work is?
Where does it say in the Bible that I can't?
Does
cook
the
ham?
Old Testament tell you what work is?
It does not describe exactly what work is.
Okay, so why would you say that Jesus violated the Sabbath by lifting his arm and healing somebody when there's no rule in the Hebrew Bible against it?
It's because you just use your logical reasoning, which I think you lack
Oh,
severely.
you've already demonstrated that you don't have any
Logically, that
logic,
is work.
which is why you
That
think
is work.
raising your hand is work.
Yeah, that is work, man. If I have to raise my hand.
Okay,
pick up
so
a
you're
sickle,
not allowed to eat on
and
the Sabbath
slash it-
then either. So eating on the Sabbath is now prohibited because you can't raise your hand.
Dude, that's eating. You need to eat.
No, it doesn't matter.
I'm not
It
even
doesn't.
sure if
It
they
doesn't
do eat on the
matter.
Sabbath. They might
They
even
did.
fast
They
on the
they
Sabbath.
definitely ate on the Sabbath.
They might even be able to have to fast on the Sabbath, dude. But
They ate
listen
on the
here.
Sabbath. So
Listen here.
Jesus
I'm not
didn't.
even gonna
So
stray
Jesus
off. I'm not
didn't.
gonna
So
stray off.
Jesus didn't violate the Sabbath. There's no Sabbath law against healing anybody. There's no Sabbath law that prevented you from lifting your arm. That's preposterous.
That's the whole reason the Pharisees were outraged at him is because he broke the Sabbath by healing the man.
No, the reason why they were outraged at Jesus is because he broke their rules, not the rules from the Hebrew Bible. He broke what he calls the tradition of the elders. He refers to it a bunch of times. Mark chapter 2, Mark chapter 7. The tradition of the elders are extra biblical laws, and they were upset that he didn't follow them. They're not in the Hebrew Bible.
But it also he wasn't clear and made explicit guidelines on what was work and what was not work.
No, he didn't.
It was so they came to like I'm not sure how
Ricky,
what process
Ricky, show it.
evolved.
Show it in the Bible, Ricky. You can't do it. I know you can't do
That's
it.
just a dumb argument.
Stop claiming that the Bible says something and without showing us. Where in the Bible does it say that healing somebody on the Sabbath is a violation of the Sabbath?
Where does it say I can't stick my head up
Ricky,
someone's
show
ass?
me. It was your claim. You said that
I mean,
healing
this is a
somebody
dumb
is a
claim.
violation of the Sabbath based on what verse? What verse of the Hebrew Bible would lead anyone to believe that healing somebody on the Sabbath is a violation? Give me the verse.
Man, that's just
Oh
that's
man,
just
I ain't read the book. I don't want to read it now. Yeah, I know, Ricky. Unless you can demonstrate the validity of your claim is invalid. You said that it's a violation of the Sabbath. You can't show me where that is. You're talking out your ass, Ricky.
No, my man. No, my man.
Trust me, bro,
I
doesn't
mean-
work here, Ricky. Until you can show me a verse that would
clearly-
demonstrate that healing somebody on the Sabbath is a violation of the Sabbath, you've got nothing but a trust me, bro.
I mean, that clearly goes against the intended meaning of that whole passage.
Prove it.
But,
Prove it.
I mean, I'm not gonna go over and start.
What
reading it to
passage? You don't even know what passage it is. What passage?
Bro, I'm not a freaking encyclopedia, bro. I can't just list off passages.
You
off the top of
you
my
don't
head.
know any passages.
I know a bunch of the passages, bro.
So you don't know. You don't know any passages.
know
Well,
the
you had
exact
no
number of
idea in Matthew chapter 5 that Jesus says that he wants you to follow the law. The law and the prophets. We know what the law is. The law is the law of Moses. And he
The
says
law also,
that whoever breaks even the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven, which means, by extension, that he desires you to follow those laws. If Jesus desires you to follow those laws, that means there's no reason why I wouldn't be allowed to take a woman before the priest and make her drink the potion.
I mean, he also said like there's no definitive outlines on what adultery is, but Jesus expanded on what adultery actually was. It was
He
like
narrowed
committing
it.
adultery, this and that, and that. And they said no. If you even look at a woman with lust in your heart, then you're committing the sin of adultery.
But I
That's not
agree.
what-
I agree.
that's
He
what
he
he's
I agree. He changed some of the laws of Moses by making them more strict. I agree.
In some ways he loosened them.
But I don't know one that he loosened.
Well, working on the Sabbath is one that he loosened, but I mean, you don't
He
accept
didn't-
that.
He didn't. There's no
He said all
Sabbath
food-
law.
he
There's
said
no
all foods
Sabbath.
are clean.
There's no. He
All
didn't
foods
say
are
that.
clean.
No, he
Yes,
didn't
he
say
did.
that. Mark said that.
Man, dude.
Mark chapter
said-
7. Mark chapter 7. Mark the author, whoever wrote that, said that, not Jesus.
All right, then whoever wrote it said everything Jesus said.
No, whoever wrote that is interpreting Jesus's actions.
That's
Jesus
the only
did
way
not
we
say-
have-
Jesus did not say that all foods are clean. The gospel author of that gospel said that Jesus's actions indicated that. Jesus
and
not
that's sacred
once.
scripture. That's sacred
You
scripture.
can call it sacred, but it's not Jesus's words. And this is the problem you're running into, Ricky, is the New Testament church wanted to get rid of the laws because they were mostly Gentiles. They preserved a lot of Jesus's words, I believe, and they contradict. Jesus said to follow this law until heaven and earth pass away. Jesus dies. The church immediately does a 180 and says, fuck no, we don't need this law. It's a contradiction.
He also said, "Oh, eat my body, drink my blood." That's against the law.
No, obviously he didn't think that you're going to be eating his literal body.
Yeah, he did.
No, he did not.
He definitely did.
No, he did not. Are you Catholic now? Were you Catholic last time we talked?
Yeah, I've been Catholic the whole time.
Okay, so you believe cannibalism's dope then?
Yeah, I do believe it's dope.
Okay, well, I think it's silly.
I mean, you can think it's silly all you want, but you're just wrong.
What do you think? What do you think would come up if we did a DNA analysis of the wine and the bread? Do you think it would come up as human?
There have been Eucharistic miracles where they
No, I
have
didn't ask
had-
about that. If I go to church right now and I get the wine, I get the bread after the priest says abracadabra, and I take it to a laboratory, will it find human DNA in there?
Do you even know what transubstantiation means?
I do. And that doesn't answer my question. If I go to church and I take the host and I take the wine after it's already been consecrated and blessed and transubstantiated, and I take it to a lab, will they find human DNA? Yes or no?
So you don't understand what transubstantiation
So
means.
the answer is no. I won't find human DNA because the body and blood of Jesus aren't literally there. The host and the wine doesn't literally turn to the body and blood of Jesus. It's a metaphor.
No.
Yeah.
The substance of the wine and the bread stay the same, but the actual like essence of it changes.
What's the essence of it? What is essence?
Essence. Or so let me rephrase that.
What is the essence of unleavened wheat? What is it?
So the substance of the bread does not change. Like the bread is still retains its quality. It's still.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Don't you
so-
call
so-
it transubstantiation?
Yes.
But the substance doesn't change.
No, the substance of it does not change.
Do you know what transubstantiation means?
I do know what transubstantiation means.
What does it mean?
It means that the substance stays the same, but the
No.
nature,
What's-
the essence of it.
What's the word trans mean?
Transform.
Transform. And what's the next word after trans?
Substantiation.
Substance. It's the changing.
The substance is transforming.
It's the changing of substance. That's what the word means. Go to a Catholic encyclopedia, look up transubstantiation. It literally means the change of substance.
I don't know if I'm not explaining this right, but
No, you're
the
just-
substance.
You're
is not
flailing. You're flailing and you're lying.
I'm not lying, my man. I'm not lying. You just are misguided.
No. That's what it means.
Nah, but either way,
As it turns out, nah isn't an argument, and I could just take you to.
That's what you're doing.
I'll just take you to the Catholic, one of the many Catholic websites that explain this. It says, however, the reality is, it is what it is. The substance does change. We do not receive bread and wine. We receive the body and blood of Christ. We call this change of substance transubstantiation, a term founded in the Fourth Lutheran Council in 1215 and asserted again by our Holy Father in the Ecclesia de Eucharistia number 15. It's a
Right.
change of substance, not essence.
Right, the substance changes into the body and blood of Christ, and I'm
Okay,
saying
but
that
you
that's the way in
so
which that substance
fantastic.
changes.
So when the substance changes into the physical body and blood of Christ, would that mean then that we should find the substance of a human being in there somewhere?
No, because that's not how.
Well, then it
substance
didn't
changes.
change. The substance didn't change. What did it change from?
It changed from just regular bread and wine to the body and blood of Jesus Christ.
Then
in
that
ways
means
that
there
aren't
should be
detectable.
physical attributions of body and blood in there. The substance itself should be human.
So the substance used to be bread, and now it's the body of Jesus Christ. And
No, it's
that
still bread.
that change cannot
It's
be
still
detected using
bread.
time.
It's still bread.
That change cannot be
So
detected
to be
with
clear,
your
the
senses.
substance of human body and the substance of bread are both physical things. We can detect them, we can measure them, we can tell what is what. So if the substance changes from bread into physical human body, we can detect that easily. Substance is made of matter.
Right.
Okay,
The
so
matter of the
if substance is made of matter and the matter changes from bread to body, we can take that matter and analyze it and determine if in fact it is human body. And it turns out it's not. It's still just unleavened stale bread.
that's not the way in which the substance changes.
It doesn't change at all. There's no change of substance.
The substance does change.
It doesn't.
It now has the addition of Jesus inside of it.
No, there's no Jesus inside of the bread. You'll never
There
find
is.
human DNA in a Eucharist host.
That's not true. They did find human DNA. There's some
They did
Eucharistic
not.
miracles.
They did
There are
not.
Eucharistic miracles.
No, there's not. There's none.
There are.
That's adorable
Yes,
that
but
you
that's not
think
even
that.
wrong.
It's adorable that you think that, but it's not true. All right, listen, Ricky, you came in on Monday and embarrassed yourself. You came in. What's today? Is today Friday? What fucking day is it? Hold on. Is it Wednesday? Yeah, you came in on Monday and you embarrassed yourself. You came in on Wednesday, you embarrassed yourself. You're welcome next time I come on the live stream to do like a triple hat, do a trifecta, and embarrass yourself again. But it's 11 o'clock. I'm going to read super chats and go to bed. It's been delightful hearing the stupidest thing I've ever heard come out of somebody's mouth, and maybe we'll hear some more. Dugald, am I crazy? Like, am I taking crazy pills right now to think that the substance, if it didn't in fact not have DNA, it didn't change?
Yeah, there was a lot of things I kept wanting to correct with that fool. But no, you're not crazy. You're not.
That goes
crazy.
out of his damn mind.
Yeah, he was. He was. You're not.
I think it was clear he was just upset that like these arguments worked when he tried them on his catechism class, and he's
Well, at some
upset
point
that
he kind of got unserious.
yeah, actually.
Like, there were some things he said that were just completely unserious.
That really is the case. That is the case. Listen, friends, I'm going to read super chats before midnight rolls around. While I'm doing that, please consider donating to my friend, Mr. Morpheus, known as Sean Morpheus Waters, who's currently battling cancer. He, as far as I know, he's still in the hospital as we speak. Between the summer and now, he's been in and out of the hospital multiple times. Also battling with his diabetes. I don't know if you know, diabetes coupled with cancer is a nightmare, and then on top of that, the rising cost of insulin is a huge problem. In fact, my understanding from talking to him the last couple of days is that he does not have insulin or the money for insulin as it stands. Like, he's kind of picking and choosing, like, when he can take his insulin because he doesn't have it. So I put together a GoFundMe. I don't need, listen, I said this before today. I don't need everyone to be a hero. If everyone just gives $5 to $10, we're gonna hit our goal fast. I don't need everyone to like dig out $1,000 check or anything like that. I'd love for it if somebody was able to do that. But that being said, there's power in numbers, friends. If we can get some people, a couple thousand of us, to donate $5 here, $7 there, we're definitely going to be hitting the goal. But thank you for everyone who's already given. I really appreciate that. The link to donate to the GoFundMe is in the description of this YouTube video. There's no description on TikTok because TikTok doesn't give you a description. But if you go to the description of this YouTube video, you'll find a link to the GoFundMe. So thank you so much for everyone who's already donated. I really do appreciate it. All right, let's read through these super chats. We had some long conversations tonight, and so I've got a bunch of super chats that didn't get read. I apologize if yours hasn't been read yet. Asian says, Justin, it would be nice to see you debate Wes Huff. Well, I mean, I would, but I don't think Wes cares to debate. And to be fair, if I was Wes, I wouldn't debate. I don't think he's good on his feet. I think Wes is a nice guy. I think he's an honest guy. I don't think he's like a bad faith apologist. I just don't think he's the debate type. I don't think he should be doing debates. McDubbin says, there's some whores in this house. That is the case. There is indeed whores. And Cascade says, unlike Christian schisms, ours are bloodless. And this is actually a very good point, because like even though there are people who clearly are embracing the schism, there's going to be no bloodshed because, we're people of peace. And Silotaxibit, you changed your name back from man with a stoat through his throat. Says God's a huge sports fan because he's always answering the prayers of athletes, all the teams at the same time. That is the case. I never understood, even as a Christian, why teams are praying for victory. Like, what a weird thing to pray for, right? Because if it's good for you to get victory and it's bad to lose, that means you're praying for a bad thing to happen to these people. It's crazy. But Jennifer says, I bet your neighbor would give you some sugar. Oh, Jennifer. Oh, I see what you did there. I see what you did there. She might. I don't know. That's not something that I think is ever going to come up. But I do have great neighbors, I have to say. If any of my neighbors ever watches my live stream, I have amazing neighbors. Gabe says, fuck Michigan, go Bucks, OHIO, motherfucker. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. OSU, baby. I have to apologize. I haven't really watched the last couple weeks, but hopefully we're still rocking and rolling. So Texas, why did the Browns punt on the 30-yard line? Because the Browns are still the Browns. They're the dumbest team in football. They will never save themselves from themselves. It's just it's a national tragedy. I don't know what we're gonna do. We're in a lot of trouble. We need to wipe them all out and start fresh.
Bengals aren't much different.
Bengals having a year, aren't they? Oh no. I'm going to college football rankings. I haven't been keeping up. Fuck, OSU's 11-0. Wow. So, but we're tied on record. OSU's 11-0, Indiana 11-0, Texas 11-0. There's a lot of teams here that have crazy records this year. Georgia, Texas Tech, Oregon, Ole Miss, all 10-1. Oh man, it should be a hell of a season. Hank says the only schism is between those who know there's no schism and those heretics who blaspheme the stream by insisting there is. Hank, you've just created a new schism between the schisms and the no schisms. This is terrible. We got doubling schisms. Appreciate this. At symbol says no schism. Doug's divine Cartesianism. Cartesian plane. I think that's what it meant. Sorry, my brain malfunctioned. It's got to be divine Cartesian plane. Needs both coordinates, x and y. Otherwise, it would just be a line, not a plane. This is a fair point. We need more than a single line to make a proper Cartesian coordinate system, and we need the hors and the verts. Spirit animal of chaotic capybaras. That's an amazing name. Have you considered doing a stream for friendlies to call? There's no schism. Prove me wrong. Could be fun. Frack me sideways for purpose. I actually am planning to do one of those streams recently. I apologize. I used to do them more often to do a Q&A stream. But the problem I have with Q&A streams is people... It's hard to streamline it because people want to get up and talk and tell their whole life story. And then a lot of people don't really get to talk, right? People aren't really good at taking turns. So like what I did was I started to do like Q&A during super chat. Like you can super chat me a question and I'll answer it. And that was good. But like then people complained about that too. Or like, well, we don't want to pay for a super chat to ask you a question. We just want to come up and chat. But well, the problem is when I let people do that, I got all these long sob stories and nobody ever got in. So it's kind of like damned if you do, damned if you don't. So I just kind of stopped doing them quite as often because I was like, no matter which way I do it, people are going to complain. So I don't know. I'm still figuring it out, but I do plan on doing one shortly. I've had a lot of people ask me to do one. but I have to work out a format for it. I'm trying to find a way that people don't complain, and we'll see. I'll let you know though. Milf Wrangler, thank you for the $5 super thanks, and Jagged Tiger, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says Christians telling me that the cloth used as evidence has nothing to do with women bleeding during sex. Says hibachi doesn't explicitly say blood. Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, the word hibachi doesn't explicitly say blood, therefore no animal died, I think is what you meant to say. It's the same thing as saying that basically it's a word-for-word fallacy, right? Christian saying the cloth being used as evidence is not actually the evidence of the virginity because it doesn't explicitly spell it out. Then yeah, it would be a very fair comparison. And actually, I'm hearing from the TikTok some good solutions, actually. TikTok says we should do a Q&A, but with a timer. Fucking A, that's what I'm talking about.
I've seen that. You can set timer on your guest box.
This is a really good idea. Okay, now we know. This is what we're going to do, friends. We'll do a Q&A in the near future, and we'll make sure and have a timer up so that people don't do the whole life story. And I don't feel rude for, trying to move things forward. Good suggestion, chat. David says Occam's razor for the closest shave theoretically possible. That was good. I'm a little sad that I haven't heard that before. That's a good one. And Adam Brown says, favorite turkey prep, roasted, smoked, best, or fried? Well, I'm not crazy about frying my foods. I do understand that it can provide a lot of really good flavor. I prefer probably... I'm torn. I think roasted is my favorite. I do like smoked, but I think roasted is definitely my favorite. I love the roasted with lots of good vegetables in there as well. That way you can, and then obviously good stuffing as well. But like, I'm a big fan of vegetables at Thanksgiving. I want to eat all the vegetables with the turkey, obviously. Mr. Roosh says Volta has a great future ahead. So much potential. Well, he really does. He really does. Adam says, the named god must be pissed at these presuppers who defended some unnamed god. This is such a good point, Adam. The amount of people that come up here that refuse to defend their god, they want to defend this nameless god that's disconnected from their religious belief. How offended would God be? Like, why won't you defend me? Don't defend this weak ass thing that you don't even believe in. Defend me, motherfucker. Well, if God gave them evidence, maybe they would. Milfringer says, Volta is a chosen one, prophesied to bring balance to the streams and destroy the theists. Well, I'll tell you what. If one of the two, between Volta and Faraday, were in charge of destroying Christians, it would have to be Volta. Even right now, in fact, let me turn the kitten cam on right now. They've been so playful. Even right now, Faraday is on the kitten tower. Where's my other camera? There we go. And Volta's fucking around. He's messing with stuff. He's destroying things in my room and chewing on my cables and trying to knock my camera over. Faraday's he's just chilling like usual. Faraday's really chill. Volta not so much. Gentleman says the war on Christmas can't end until Christmas ceases. It's illegal occupation of November and withdraws to the boundary of laid out in the Black Friday Accords. Okay. The war on Christmas can't end. Oh, I see what you did there. German Viking, it took me a minute to catch what you were doing, and it was maybe because I'm tired. I need to get my ass to bed, but the Black Friday Accords start pretty damn close. So, are you saying we need the war on Christmas at least until Black Friday? I don't know how I feel about this. I mean, I don't even observe Black Friday. I don't want the hustle and bustle. Gretchen, good to see you again, says, methinks you need a Saturnalia sweater. Oh, fuck, you're right. Yeah, I do. I did finally get, though, it's downstairs, I finally got a Hanukkah coffee mug. So I'm going to be introducing that. But I need to get some Hanukkah sweaters as well. And, of course, Saturnalia. James Brown, thank you for your donation, friend. And Amir, it's great to see you. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says part 1, 2 all-powerful gods are impossible. Interesting. So premise 1 is you can't have 2 all-powerful gods. I don't know if I agree with that, to be fair. If one overrules the other, the loser is limited. If neither can, both are limited. Pure logic. Oh, shit. Well, that is fair. I suppose that's why you would have to go to max potency rather than unlimited potency, because unlimited potency just entails some contradictory things. However, I'd be curious if you could do, well, I don't see any logical problem with the max potency. That's how I would go. Good point, though. And Elias says, I'm a push you. Elias, I don't know who you're referring to because you weren't in the guest box, and I don't know who you're pushing. It didn't seem like it was me. But Amir is coming back with premise 2 and 3. I didn't realize this was a 3-premise syllogism. Says premise 2, omnipotent. I should have. I don't know why I wasn't seeing it. Premise 2, omnipotence is unlimited power with no rivals. Yeah, I could agree with that. If another will can block you, you are not all powerful. At most, being can be omnipotent. At most, one being, okay, fair enough. So there can only be one omnipotent being. Let's see the third premise. Early Israelite religion was openly polytheistic. Text and archaeology show Yahweh among other gods in a council, not alone as the only true God. Well, Amir, I think your conclusion's missing. So I think what you're trying to say is that Israelite religion couldn't be true because there's multiple gods, but in traditional pantheistic fashion, most people who believed in multiple gods didn't believe in an omnipotent God. They didn't believe in a God that was all-powerful. That was something that you had to add on later once you moved away from polytheism, because you had to explain how one God could be responsible for everything. Master Machete here, thank you for the super chat. It says, a godless engineer has brought his huge grace to us. Let's get rock hard for Doug together. Indeed, we will. And I do like Godless Engineer. We haven't been able to cook together in a while, but really sharp guy. Martin says, I've met this fantastic person. Only she's in the Jesus. I need the guidance from Doug and Sharon to navigate these dire straits. Well, here's the deal. If she's really in the Jesus, it might not work. If she's like, I don't know, a holiday Catholic in the Jesus, like she's a Creaster, maybe. I knew a Catholic and a Buddhist that were married for a very long time, and they got along swimmingly. It just depends on what level of commitment they have to the Jesus thing is, and whether or not they're going to get upset that you don't believe in the same Jesus nonsense. In fact, I talked to somebody at the gym recently, a friend of the channel, who said that he was with somebody, and it ended in a divorce because, you know, she couldn't accept that he wouldn't believe her mythology. You know, one of those things. Jeff says, listening for more than a year and just realized that we are, oh really, we're Northeast Ohio neighbors? I appreciate all I've learned from you. Happy Thanksgiving. Well, shit, Jeff. I'm glad to know that we're neighbors. Maybe we'll bump into each other. In fact, I bumped into another creator today at Walmart. It's a small world. Kevin says, thank you for your donation, but Kevin, I appreciate your donation. And Paranormal says, do you keep Faraday caged? Anyone get it? That's a good one. I appreciate the electricity joke, Panoramic Banana. I really do. And no, despite the name, I let Faraday roam free. It's that fucking Volta that's the trouble. That's the one that needs cage sometimes. Dr. Wasamba says, proof according to Daniel, premise 1, coming back means spiritually going. Premise 2, words don't mean words. Conclusion, God is True truth. Vert or whores, Doug is omni. Indeed. And you're right, Dr. Wasamba. You've perfectly summed up his argument. It was as bad as any argument we've ever heard. And Milf Wrangler says, was the I don't think you're stupid in the beginning of the debate a little bit of projection? I don't think so. Even when I said it, I don't think so. Am I saying that about myself? If it's projection, am I saying to myself, I don't think you're stupid? Am I reassuring myself that I'm not stupid? I don't think that's the case. Juju says tithing for the excellently worded question to Daniel. What does it mean to come? I know, it's a good one. He didn't take the joke bait, unfortunately. What are you gonna do? Only Doug knows if Daniel can answer that question. I think we all found out, though, that he cannot answer that question. That is the case. And Interstate says the Son of Man comes in the clouds in glory. I know because I saw a Johnny Rapid movie where this happened. Some in that crowd tasted, well, they tasted not death. It might have been a little salty. That's my case. Good joke, though. Erzmont, good to see you, friend, says all equals sum, 3 equals 7, Christian logic. You know what? We should have done some contradictions with that guest just for fun, like the 3 and 7 years. That'd be a good time. Waxweed says, just realized I can't speed up the vert stream. With that being said, the schism is real. We are Sparta whores. You can't speed up the vertical stream, only the horizontal stream? If it's live, you can't speed it up at all. Like, that would violate the rules of time. Now, if you're watching it back, you should be able to speed it up, as far as I'm aware. As far as I'm aware, my friend. And Jordan says, I'm just here to drink every time Justin says come, and I giggle. I don't blame you. When we're talking about Matthew 16, it's going to happen a lot. It's going to come up. Tim says, disembodied voice of Ian, do not come. You know what? We do need more Ian in these live streams, but he streams earlier than me. Ian has a different work schedule for sure. The Ministry of Doug says, I was eating a bag of chips. Daniel asked, can I have some? I said yes, and he took the whole fucking bag. You're right. Based on his logic, that's what that means. Some is the whole. I'll never not be surprised by like the level of dishonesty these people can bring to an argument. It's wild to me. And Kate says, I'm coming with the angels. What a celestial event. It must be really good for you. 7 minutes in heaven, right? Ben Bloodworth says, I learned the definition of move from the prophet Ludicrous. It means get out the way. Indeed. We don't get to hear move bitch get out of the way very often. Maybe I should add that to the soundboard. I don't know. Maybe it'll get me demonetized. I did finally add the friends to the soundboard, and I increased the volume on Minar. So I think that's a little bit more clear. But yeah, we'll have to work on that. Interstate says Jesus came in a blind man's eye to cure him. You know what? Sometimes what you really need is the shekel shot. You got to get it. Nightman says, quite a lot of coming talk tonight. Maybe this live should be rated NC-17. Well, listen, I got to tell you something. I don't know what NC-17 means because I feel like that's a game rating. And you guys know I don't play games. Don't play games. Not in front of the TV or the computer or with apologists. Reverend says, Justin, please stop repeating. Show me Jesus coming with the angels. I am laughing way too much because I'm a very immature man. Don't worry, Reverend. I would be too if I was watching this debate happen like that. I would be too. And Interstate says, Jesus can't come twice because he didn't have Viagra. Indeed. That's why he never arose. He didn't have the blue pills. What are you going to do? Dr. Wasamba says, Justin, for Doug's sake, just let Jeebus come. I'm trying. I've been waiting for him to come for a long time. How unsatisfying is it making me wait this long? And Ice Cream Assassin says, all this talk about coming is disturbing. I don't want to see Jesus come on a cloud. Thanks. Listen, I get it. I don't, I've seen, I've I've seen the clouds bring a lot of bad things before. I don't want to see the clouds bring Jesus's come. That's not something we need. And Dr. Carla, thank you for the $5 super chat, says Jesus couldn't have come twice. He certainly wouldn't have had to taken a break between, and that would have been too long. Indeed, Doctor, Jesus's refractory period is thousands of years. I don't know what's going on with your biology that your refractory period is 2,000 years. It has to be because he's obviously just made of bread. That's my guess. I mean, according to the rules of transubstantiation. And Sonic says, so much come. Indeed. In fact, we're still waiting for more. And Dr. Carla coming again. Good to see you, Dr. Carla. Says, clearly Jesus was a liar. Dudes always lie about not coming soon. Listen, that might be the... Actually, Dr. Carla, I can't speak for everybody, but I know enough women to know that coming too soon is not what they typically lie about. They lie about going all night long, and then they fucking just right away just blow it, and it's fun over. That being said, 2,000 years is way too long. Is way too long. And Kane says, imagine living in 2025 by a 3,000-year-old rule book. Oh, yeah, living 2025. It's, well, I mean, we don't have to imagine it. People are doing it now. There are some people really doing it. And Dr. Wasambla coming back again says, does this address verse 28? Heck yeah, Dogma. Doctor, I was really hoping that after he got muted enough, he would calm down and just answer the fucking question. And we've seen it before. Sometimes you have to really beat up the guest before it finally clicks with their head, like, hey, I actually have to answer the fucking question. It never clicked with him. Daniel never caught the message. And Reverend says, Daniel, what in the flying fuck is a signal follow? Signal follow, are they in Arizona? Now that I don't know. That I don't know. What I do know is the Arizona/Japan analogy was not a good one. And TLP says, you should have pointed out when I said I will also be, that is the words that tells you it's two separate things. I don't, who are you talking to? Oh, I will also. Yeah, unfortunately, also is not there, right? In his statement, in Daniel's statement, he said, I will also, and that does tell you it's two separate things. Fair point. That's a good, TLP, you're right. Or TL Pineapple. You are right. I should have pointed that out. I didn't in real time, I didn't notice it. And Scylla Taxabit says, guess accuse Justin of trying to trap them when they know the honest answer will make them look bad or the truth contradicts what they believe. You fucking nailed it. They refuse to answer the question and they accuse me of trapping them when they know that the answer doesn't agree with their argument. And Dr. Wasamba says, this Daniel was in the den of lions and was chewed. Yes, unfortunately, he entered the den and did not come out unscathed. And Floss Cow, good to see you, my friend, says, Justin, may Doug bless you and your son on this Thanksgiving. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. Or formerly J Cal, I think was what your name was. But thank you for that. And Castles and Curiosities says, I'll travel later, maybe to Japan. 2 events. Ow. Yeah, maybe later. The word later indicates that it's 2 events, right? Meg says, but what? Jesus, stop. Hey, let me talk preach, damn it. I'm leaving. Conversation brought to you by the mute button. Indeed. Indeed. I will never understand why somebody thinks that they're going to have a conversation when they're being muted for 3/4 of it. The minute someone mutes you, what you need to do is shut up and recalibrate and think, okay, all right, if I get out of pocket, I'll get muted. What can I do? What can I say to participate in the conversation now without getting muted? But what these clowns do is they just keep fucking yapping, hoping if I hit the mute button fast enough, they'll hear 5 of my words. Because their brain never developed. They're still infants. Mark says, how did the transition of how the Hebrews worshipped God like a drug lord, fear of sudden death, to the God is love we see today? Well, I think it's a natural transition because way back in the Bronze period, you needed to worship a god so that you can have rain for your crops and all that bullshit, right? And then when things went bad, they're like, well, things went bad because God was fucking mad. He was pissed. And then you have to double down. He was pissed because of this. We got to double down and do even more bullshit. And then when it stops working and it's old and people are like, hey, that hasn't really worked for a couple thousand years. Well, then you have to rebrand. You have to retool the religion. And that's kind of what we saw. They just kind of retooled it rather than abandoning it. And Evan says, I doubt Justin is embarrassed below the waist. Rock hard for Doug. Oh, shit. I see what you did there, Evan. I see what you did there. That was good. And Reverend says, shame on the waist down. Shame from the waist down also hurt Jesus's PR when it came to deadlifts. He could only do the former, not the latter. Indeed, he certainly could not do deadlifts, and not the type we're talking about. Hank says circular stream should be called the glory hole, and I agree. If we get a circular stream going, we will in fact call this the glory hole. I could think of no other name to call it. That's an amazing name. And Silatac says, quote from the guest Isaac, I'm fine with circular logic. Actually, did he say that and I missed it? I bet he did. I'm baffled by the amount of Christians that are okay with circular logic. I don't know why they are okay with it. I wouldn't accept it. Excuse me. Yeah, I wouldn't accept circular logic for an argument. And Eris says, when you say it's shitty to believe we die and that's it, contemplate how desperate you'll be searching for ways to die after year 1 billion. So I think this is the case. So, and I can't prove it, but I do suspect that given the limits of what probably could happen in the afterlife, you would eventually run out of shit to do. Like you just wouldn't. You'd be like, listen, I've been alive for infinity fucking years. I've done the same thing infinity times. At some point, you're gonna want to check out. I don't know if living forever is all that great. You have to get bored eventually. Eventually. Same thing with hell. Eventually, the hellfire is like, oh fuck, I've been burning for 40 billion years. What's another 40 billion? You know what I mean? That's why in the Quran, I think in chapter 4, the Quran says that those that go to hell, when their skin burns off, God makes their skin regrow so that they keep burning and suffering. It's a wild turn of events. Bryce Roney says, wasn't Noah, a prophet of God, most righteous in his name, a drunkard? Did he go to heaven? Can this be reconciled with 1 Corinthians 6? Not really. So the problem we have is Christians would say, well, he wasn't a drunkard. He just got drunk once, right? Because they want to make a distinction between a drunkard and somebody who once got drunk. That's what I think they'll do. But I agree it's a contradiction. And Alberta says, kingdom of God does not come with observation, nor will they say, see here or see there, for indeed the kingdom of God is within you. Which I agree is another fine contradiction, because Jesus tells you what's going to happen when the kingdom of God comes, and he does in fact say that you will see it. So if you don't see Jesus coming in his kingdom, the kingdom of God, then in fact, Luke, the quote that you're quoting from, is wrong. It's just wrong. It's a contradiction. Sonic says, you can be a thief and still be a Christian because Jesus commanded his disciples to steal the donkey, for sure. For sure he did. Agreed. And Atlas says, I can do all things through Doug who strengthens me. Pumice 413. Yes. I forgot about this prophecy from Pumice. This word from Pumice. Thank you, Atlas. I appreciate that. And Mr. Rogue says, Kraken to the left of me, cheese to the right. Here I'm stuck in the middle with Doug. That's a good tune. That's a good tune. I appreciate that. And to be fair, friends, I've tried Kraken with cheese, various cheeses before. You can do it. In fact, a good sharp cheese will increase the sweetness of the Kraken. So, Albert says, the flesh is a glitchy OS that crashes into sin. God's spirit is a clean OS building love, joy, and peace. Your fruits show your system. I mean, I hear what you're saying. The problem is that God says that he created evil, Isaiah 45:7. He says that he is the inventor of calamity. In Amos, he says, does calamity befall a city and it not be from the Lord? The reality is God has to take credit for the source of evil. I mean, well, he does. Religions is cancer. Couldn't agree more. Thank you for your Canadian donation. And Germs, good to see you, says, F baby paste. I'm here for Dahmer apologetics now. I know. And you know what? I think we had 2 occasions today where we could have done baby paste, and I didn't think to do it. I was so appalled by the conversation. And Space Lord says, God is like an MRI to a believer's moral compass. I do agree. God is an MRI to a believer's moral compass, because like that's like the roadmap. If you want to know, well, actually, to be fair, most believers don't know what is in their book in terms of morals. I don't know if you can point to their God as an MRI. I'm torn on this. Let me think about that one. McDubbin says, Jeffrey gets to spend eternity in paradise. His victims are forced to suffer forever. Yahweh is vain, not just. Indeed, that is the case. Think about people who got victimized by Dahmer. Let's say they weren't Christians. Dahmer gets them, victimizes them, dips them in acid, they're dead. Well, theoretically, they're in hell now. And Dahmer is in heaven. What a weird form of justice. And Vera Press said, thank you for the 100 yen, maybe? If accepting Jesus removes original sin, then why does the curse for that sin, e.g. painful labor, still apply to Christians who drank blood and ate flesh? Agreed. And we haven't talked about this nearly enough. If Jesus reversed the curse, then there shouldn't be painful childbirth anymore. We shouldn't have to work by the sweat of our brow anymore. Jesus' death accomplished nothing. Game Guy says, of course Dahmer got into heaven. God loves it when people eat each other. Probably hardened Dahmer's heart to win a bet with Satan. Motherfucker. That is the case, Game Guy. Yes. If you believe in transubstantiation, then Dahmer did nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with it. Zakul says, in the name of Doug, the Holy Rock. Indeed, that is the case. Good to see you, Zakul. I think I hope you're doing well. And Juju says, change my icon so you can see my cat, Calvin. Calvin is a handsome, handsome fucking cat. What an adorable cat. He also tries to suckle my neck or any soft blanket. Behavior is theorized to be from weaning too early. So somebody else had mentioned that, and I think that might be the case. I might look and see if there's some sort of tool or contraption I can get to satisfy that. Maybe a cat binky, as you might say. I don't know how it's going to look on stream to have a cat nipple on me while they're nursing, but I'll do what I can, friends. Anything for the kittens. And Mona First Records says Morpheus is great. Indeed, Morpheus is great. I love Mr. Morpheus. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat, my friend. And Gardenia says, I don't get the appeal of apologetics. You don't apologize for something good or moral at all. Why would anyone find apologetics a good thing? I agree. If this book was legitimately good, obviously good, you wouldn't need apologetics. Nobody would be up here doing apologetics. You wouldn't need to. That being said, the fundraiser for Mr. Morpheus, we're almost to 4,000. I was hoping to reach our goal of 5,000. We're at 3,500. There had been thousands of people that are going to watch this video today. In fact, my guess is about 40 to 50,000 people will watch this live stream, both live and on playback based on my current metrics. Which means, listen, if just a fraction of them just gave $5 to our fundraiser, we'll get Mr. Morpheus the insulin he needs. We'll help him with his fight for cancer, and hopefully make it so he can enjoy the holidays. I'm not asking for huge donations. We just need everybody to pitch in, friends. And Dexter says, Christians will rationalize, but won't be rational. Oh, that is the case. That is the case. You nailed it. Yep. And Coffee Town Atheist says, favorite place to be, fuck religion, wet for Justin, happy Turkey Day. And in fact, it's almost midnight. It's nearly Turkey Day. So we're almost there. Thank you, Coffee Town. I appreciate that. And Jennifer, our good friend, is here still. Says the first commandment for Jews is I am God. No graven images. The second together with no bowing to them. Agreed. 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 Mr. Rogue says, where does Cyndi Lauper stand in Doug's realm? She did prophesize stone. The world is stone. Shit. It turns out Cyndi Lauper is a prophet of Doug. I didn't know it at first. I was unaware of this magnificent prophet. But now that we've got evidence from Mr. Rogue, who in the world can we, who in the world could put up an argument that she's not a prophet? Look at what she said. She knew it all along. And Charlie's Cats says, of course, Jesus has to let Dahmer into heaven. How many other guys want to diddle corpses? I mean, to be fair, at least for the novelty's sake of having a serial killer around to break up the monotony of being in heaven, you know what I mean? And Iantu says, I had a gray, moody dream about Justin last night and schismed all over myself. Doug, forgive me. I think that's what the Bible refers to as nocturnal emissions. And Doug doesn't mind at all.
It's another gay for Justin.
I think so. And that's perfectly okay, friends. Perfectly okay. Doug is here for it. Hazek says, if everyone is born cursed and all sins are the same, according to the New Testament, which is the case, says, why list specific curses for the descendants of committers of certain sins in the Old Testament? Two testaments hate each other. Agreed, Hazek. If it's true, Paul said that if you've broken one commandment, you've broken them all. If that's the case, then that means breaking any commandment, not just the ones in 1 Corinthians 6:9, would mean that you don't go to heaven. Like, it's such a silly, contradictory religion. It's crazy that Christians don't see it. Anne says, Jesus is King 777 is desperate to blame women for the difficulties of pregnancy and childbirth. That is the case. Pseudo Paul did it in Timothy, in 1 Timothy 2. It seems to be common to blame women for things that have no control over. Gaius Husky, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. It says, God had to regulate slavery equals evil innocence psychology. They were sacrificing kids equals same lie Christians use to justify genocide against indigenous people. Indeed. Yes, saying that, listen, they had to genocide the Canaanites because look how bad they were. It's the same thing we did with Manifest Motherfucking Destiny. We have to do this. They're heathens. Look at them. Evan says, women and children are the reason for bad. Checkmate. I mean, Evan, that's basically what they're trying to say, right? It's always women's fault. Always. Examillion says, did God and Mary share a cigarette after God forced him to fire? Oh my God. So, to be fair, it more of a non-consensual situation, so I think only one person would share the cigarette, if I'm correct here. Did God and Mary share a cigarette? I would imagine only God. I don't know if Mary was all that satisfied. I could be wrong. Gay's Husky coming in again says God had... Oh, that's a duplicate. Oh, shit. Well, thank you, Husky, for the duplicate. I appreciate that, my friend. And Tales of the Levant, good to see you again, says, if a chef hands you a menu, if a chef hands you a menu with 10 delicious meals, would you have free will to choose a meal without poison on the menu? Huh. I mean, do you know which ones have poison? Because if so, I mean, theoretically, in most worldviews, I personally don't know if we even have free will. I think I might be a determinist. I can't see a good argument for having free will, but I'm still figuring that one out. Zapater says, who'd win, Doug or Raptor Jesus? Oh, Doug for sure. He would stone Jesus into oblivion. And Lynn says, I'm cooking, prepping for tomorrow. I'm thankful for you and the community keeping me company. Happy Turkey Day to everybody. Doug, bless your kitties. Well, thank you, Lynn. And listen, I hope your Turkey Day is amazing. D. Monzel says Jesus' king must love trigonometry with the amount of tangents he's been on. That's good. Not only is it good, I'm shocked I've never heard it because it's really good. I appreciate that. And Reverend Nate, thank you for the $10 Canadian chat, says the New Testament presents a twink of a foot kink. I'm sorry, a twink with a foot kink and 12 unrelated men who followed him around. Come on, Christians. I think we know exactly why some of them were willing to die for their faith, coming in glory holes.
Not the foot kink.
I know. I
So
did
many
not.
layers to that.
I did not know Foot Kink was going to be catching strays in here, but to be fair, he fondled all of their feet.
More than that.
Every single one of those disciples. Oof. Okay. All
And
right.
Jesus and God, there was a lot of feet watching.
That seems to be the case. We've now determined that Jesus is a foot guy. He's got a foot fetish. Okay. That's not, if that's what you're into, Jesus, that's fine. That's fine. Dustin says, why do you use the NRSV? I want to get a new paper copy and use the NSB 9095, and I want to see if I should switch. Atheist, oof. Oh, Faraday, what do you, oh my God. Jeez, I gotta change your food. You guys smell. Ugh. Atheist Yahweh, praise Doug and Sharon. Okay, so the reason why the NRSV is preferred is because it's an academic translation, meaning the translation committee does not give a damn about your doctrine. The goal of the NRSV is to produce the best translation possible, and that's it. The goal of the NRSV is not to produce a translation that upholds a particular viewpoint or Christian doctrine of any nature or anything like that. It's just give you the best translation. So that's why it's trusted. It's mostly, as far as anyone can tell, the most unbiased of the translations. Is it perfect? Probably not. I don't know if there's such a thing as a perfect translation of an ancient language. Is it good? Oh, it's great. It's a great translation. And Velociraptor, thank you for this, the 666 and the devil faces. I appreciate that. And Reverend Nate says, fair point. Project managers equals Lake of Fire 2. Yes, Reverend. Yes. Project managers, bean counters, are going to be joining the engineers in the Lake of Fire for designing bad products. And Misinterpretations, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for this 666. Says, I can only make this 666 on my computer by typing over the numbers that automatically show. Oh, that's how you do it. So you can't do it on the phone, but you can do it on the computer. I'll have to keep that in mind. Hi, friend. I'll let you know when I can join you here. Please do. We'll continue to converse offline and make our collaboration happen. Of course, around the holidays is always crazy, but we'll get it on the schedule here. Weezer the Geezer says to Sean Waters, there was a recall on Freestyle Libre 3 and 3 Plus sensors. They will replace them. Check their website. And good luck from a fellow T1D. Well, thank you for the information, Weezer. I appreciate that. I can't say that I understand anything that you said there, but I assume that Mr. Morpheus does. And I don't know if Morpheus is watching this yet, but I'm sure he'll watch it at some point. I'll hopefully the information is passed along. Danger says, Ricky, count to 0 from negative infinity. Yeah. I mean, theoretically, like you could just count infinitely in the past. There's no problem with that. And the bipolar psychonaut says, time moves forward infinitely, but this doesn't mean tomorrow will never happen. That's actually a fair point. I should have mentioned that. I didn't mention that. If time moves forward instantly, it absolutely doesn't mean that tomorrow's not going to come, because all points on the timeline are finite, and there's a finite amount of time between all points. Dr. Fudge, thank you for the $10 super chat, says the category error is that he's defining 2 points with his hands. Infinite requires at least one unset point. That's a fair point. Anytime you have something that is bounded on both ends, it is by definition not infinite. Anyway, I dedicate the baklava I'm making to Pebbles. Doug looks a little pudgy, 0 for him. He's a little round. He's round. But Pebbles would love some baklava. I would love some baklava. Oh, what a good treat. And Flux Challenger says Ricky is over here confusing counting on an infinite number line with dividing individual numbers. I know, Flux, and it's embarrassing. The fact that not only could he not comprehend the difference, but that he thought I was the dumb one tells you all you need to know about Ricky. And Jennifer says Ricky hurting inside because he can touch himself. I think you mean because he can't touch himself. This Christian, they get that really is the case. They get really bent out of shape over sinful behavior, but deep down inside, like he's on Pornhub every night. We know that's the case. The ministry of Doug is based on the logic of we can't get to know within infinity. We can't get to now within infinity. Then God, being infinite, could never have gotten to the point of creating. Oh, fuck me. That's a fair point. Although most Christians would say that time had a beginning and God created it. So prior to God creating, there was no time, right? So there's a first moment of time. The problem that you have there is that without time, God can't do shit, right? If you need time to have a progression of events, that means God never could have progressed from not creating to creating. It couldn't happen. You have to have time. And if you can't create anything without time, that means you can't create time. Atheismo says, just wanted to shout out my girlfriend. I love you, Becky. Rock hard for Doug and for Becky. Well, fuck Becky. That's what I'm talking about. What a good boyfriend you got there. Shouting it out on the big screen. Big W. Young Love is adorable. Simeon says, for a really good video on Zeno's paradox, if you keep having the distance, how does anything move? I check out PPS Spacetime on the topic. Also, as far as I'm aware, right, when we're talking about distances, there's a bottom. Like you can't, like, if we're talking about dividing physical stuff, there's a bottom. Like the smallest fundamental particle, as far as I'm aware, is like as small as you can divide it. Now, dividing space, I don't know if that's the case. If there's a bottom. Speaking of space, Space Lord says, Ricky, we don't have a good a goodometer. We certainly don't have a goodometer. That is the case. Antimatter, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says, Holy Zeno's arrow paradox. So glad that there is an infinite timeline, and now I can't ever reach the time my colonoscopy is scheduled for. To be fair, if I had a colonoscopy scheduled, I don't know if I'd want to reach it either. That's just my preference, though. And Kenneth says, this dude is boring. Drop him. Infinitely boring or infinite boring. Well, to be fair, Kenneth, he got so cooked on Monday when I talked to him, and then he dropped. And I knew he was going to get cooked again, but I wanted to give him enough of a drubbing that he didn't come back again. I wanted to make sure he actually learned his lesson for once, because he doesn't sound like that type of kid that learns lessons. And Simeon says, for a really good video on oh, we just saw that. Simeon, I think you double chatted that. But thank you for the double super chat, my friend. And Dr. Fudge says, Ricky is in his kitchen cooking while getting cooked on yours. I keep hearing him moving dishes around. I think you're right. That's what I heard. He got doubly cooked. Definitely doubly cooked. It may be an infinite amount of cooking. And it's just cases Justin is subjectively objective. Oh, of course. Of course, Kay. Yes, it's subjectively objective. Means it's objective for us, subjective for God. I totally forgot about that. And David Burke, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, yes, celebrating Christmas, including saying Merry Christmas and gifting gifts, was illegal in the Massachusetts Bay Colony prior to the American Revolution. Are you serious? I didn't know that. What? I had no idea that was ever a thing. Damn. Okay. Wow. Pretty wild. I guess, I mean, for reasons, I'm sure they had reasons. I don't know if there's any good ones, but Noah's Lions, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says Plan B now powered by God. Praise Doug. Well, that is the case. That is the case. Plan B is the potion. You know what I mean? Midlife Crisis Man, good to see you, my friend. Says So happy to catch you live again. Didn't think it possible, but your Brahi, guy minus G, sure, plus BR, yep. Skills have increased. Rock hard for Doug. Doug saves. Well, thank you so much, Midlife Crisis. I do think that the barbecuing has been good. Hopefully you enjoyed it. And Dr. Pizza says, remember to do your part healing the schism. Like and sub both streams to promote unity. This is actually a really good point. For those who are anti-schism, follow both channels. Both channels. You don't have to be part of the schism, friends. And Tim for Peel says, for my sanity, I must assume that Ricky's use of physics definition of work was purely accidental. Otherwise, I'd have to grant him an IQ over 80. Listen, there's no way. There's no way that Ricky has an IQ over 80. Also, happy fucking Thanksgiving, at least in the Eastern time zone. It is now 12 o'clock. Gobble, 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 motherfuckers. Rogerio says, love you, DZ, from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Well, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate the 20, what's the name of the currency that starts with an R from Rio de Janeiro, from Brazil? Rubies? Ruples? I don't know. I thought that was a Russian. Anyways, thank you so much, Rogerio. I really appreciate that. And big luck living in the Catholic country over there. Raven says, raising your hands isn't work, but raising your intelligence does require hard work. That is the case. Simply Wet for Sharon and Rock Hard for Doug. Yes. Raising your intelligence does in fact take work. Even if you have a high IQ, it takes work. Daniel says, one of the problems with hell is that it's a retributive model of justice, which in my opinion is inherently unjust. So this is a fair point. I agree. I don't think that retribution should be the goal of justice. Deterrent, maybe. Retribution, not so much. Hell is retribution, not deterrent. Once you're there, you're there. So there's no deterrent. And Hank says, please deliver us from Ricky's lies and pretzels. I'm sorry, Hank. I kept him on a little too long. But he was going to be my last guest. So I was trying to make the most of it. You know what I mean? And Archibald, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, does Ricky approve of me thinking that John 16:13 refers to the fact that Jesus owns an automobile he doesn't like to talk about, since Ricky was just making crap up? I mean, when he was in one accord? I think that's what it says, right? John 16:13. John 16:13. It says, when the Spirit of truth comes, he will guide you into all truth. He will not speak on his own, but will speak on whatever he hears. He will declare to you things that are to come. I think you mean that they're all in one accord. But yeah, was Ricky making shit up? Archibald, you know he was. They lie like it's a reflex. You know what I mean? And Marduk says, Ricky, please don't come back. I agree, Ricky. We brought you on twice. You got cooked pretty healthily twice. If you come back a third time, I don't think you're gonna have a good time. Hammond says, looks like Catholics do believe in trans rights. Bread becomes human. Indeed, that is the case. That is indeed the case. Just not the ones that matter, by the way. They believe in trans rights for fucking bread. Kenneth says, if actual bread changed to flesh during Mass, Christianity would have died a long time ago. Don't entertain this guy again. He likes to hear himself talk. Well, Kenneth, I think you're right. He's kind of a waste of space, too. He doesn't really add any value to the conversation. And Katie Bluebird says, are the two mini stockings for Volta and Faraday? Yes, behind me they are. They are. I didn't have a way of putting a name on them, but I'm going to work on that. Please say it is so, and here is a treat. Well, thank you, Katie Bluebird. They are, in fact, for Volta and Faraday. My prior pets, you probably know about, are deceased and in Sheol, Terabyte and Pi. May they rest in peace. But yeah, I got two stockings out. End of Days, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate that. And Adam, good to see you again. Thank you for the additional super chat. It says, did I see another one of me and Small Johnson's brothers? in solidarity, UPS drivers for Doug rock hard in Brown. Yes. What can Brown do for you? Definitely make you rock hard. And you're right. There's another delivery up in here. And my Amazon delivery driver knows who I am. He's watching the stream. Mr. Goodbar says, happy Thanksgiving to this awesome community. Well, happy Thanksgiving to you, Mr. Goodbar, which you don't see those very often. Loogie Head says, tonight is the last night in my work week. Well, congratulations. I can't wait to see Rocky Roasted Ricky again. Have a great weekend, King. Well, thank you, Loogie. I appreciate that. I hope you have a stellar Thanksgiving. And Sexy Uncle Dave, speak of the fucking devil, says, hey, Justin, did you get your Alf gear? I did, Uncle Dave. I did. And thank you so much for the super chat and for the Alf gear. And look, I've got Alf on the shelf behind me with the last can of Who Hash. So I'm already putting it to good work. And I love the Gay Frogs hoodie. Thank you so much, Sexy Uncle Dave. I really appreciate that. Big W, my friend. They sent me some dope merch from their shop, and I really appreciate that. I don't know the name of the shop. What was the name of the shop? Shit. I'll plug them when I get the chance. The Triangulator says, my DZ Debates t-shirt idea. I love whores. Tagline 16.9. All right, gotta take a screenshot of that because that's worth keeping. That is worth keeping. I love whores. We got to make that a t-shirt and a mug, a t-shirt and a mug. All right. It's on the list. It's on the list. Thank you for that. I really appreciate that. KP says, why is it not a big oops in the Hebrew Bible that it states Adam was made in our image? I've never been a believer, but started reading this nonsense and noticed it. Doesn't it imply multiple gods? Well, if you're a Christian, you would say no, it implies the Trinity. But yes, if you're Hebrew, you would say, well, yeah, it implies multiple gods, which is not a problem, really. Like, ancient Judaism was really more henotheistic than monotheistic, and like Psalm 82 is a perfect example of that. They didn't believe strictly that there was just one God. It was that there was like one supreme God. You know what I mean? And Jake, good to see you, my friend. Change your at a little bit. But I know it's you, my friend, from Exodus Brothers. Says Jesus wasn't trans. Bro, your weekly ritual involves drinking a man who literally identified as fluid. It's fucking an unreal statement. That was good, Jake. Jake always bringing the heat. You're right. I mean, that is the case. If you can identify as fucking wine, and then you've got a problem with trans people, you've got a problem with your logic. Oren Patch is thankful for you, Dugald and Godless, and Morpheus agreed. Thank you for all the people in the community that make things happen. We've got a lot of contributors in the community, and I'm really thankful. Also, we're getting close to 4,000 raised for Mr. Morpheus. Friends, I would love to see us cross that $4,000 mark. We have a lot of people watching this video. I'm just asking for a small donation of $5 for anyone who can who's watching so we can get Mr. Morpheus through this holiday season during his battle with cancer and insulin. There's a link in the description of this video that you can click to donate to the GoFundMe. J-Dog says Jesus didn't have genitals. I mean, he was hung on wood. Just saying. Ben says, curious if you got your message/remix copy yet. Oh, yeah. Okay. So I ordered the other Goofy Bible. Hold on. What was it called? Forget the name of it. Like Rapping with Jesus. So I ordered Rapping with Jesus, and I ordered the Message Remix, and the Message Remix has not arrived yet, but I'm sure it will very shortly. In fact, I know it will very shortly. So that being said, I'm excited to read it. I'll have to check back soon and see when it's going to come. I assume right after Thanksgiving, if I had to guess. But it is on the way, and I'm delighted to know that we're going to be reading Rapping with Jesus very soon on live stream. Seth Martin, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, former Mormon, love the passion you have reignited me in me for learning the Bible and how to refute itself. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you, Seth. As someone who deconstructed because of the Bible, I think it is the best tool we have in deconverting people from these toxic religions, because once they determine that the book is not fucking true, the rest falls apart. Gumpy, thank you for the super chat. Says Sky Donkey tells me that you are evil, or in other words, badass. I like that. Badass. Also says you should make the cheat sheet into a mobile app for cooking on the go. Go Verts. Well, I've had some people suggest to do that. My current form of the cheat sheet, though, is like it's a subscription model. If I did that, I think I'd have to change my model altogether. I don't know if we're quite ready for that. But yes, that would be maybe one day. Maybe one day. Katrina, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, Justin, this is off topic, but were slaves aware of Christianity prior to arriving in America? They were. So the Africans were already very much aware of Christianity, especially in northern Africa. Now, after Muhammad went through and tried to convert, all of northern Africa, there was less of it. But to be sure, northern Africa had a lot of Christianity already in it. How much was in it when they got enslaved by the Westerners? Now that I don't know. But they certainly did have some concept of Christianity, just certainly not as much as what people would like to think. Ben Hook says, Moses lived how many years and he only got drunk one time? How many people only got drunk one time in their life? Not many. Not many. I don't know if I would believe that he only got drunk once. The type of man that would get saved from the earth flooding and then immediately get drunk right after, that motherfucker is not, that's not his first time nor his second time. OJRMK1 says, as a limey, is this Jamie the Blind Limey? I am forbidden for giving thanks, lest I receive my royalty mandated birching for not complaining daily. But in the spirit of the season, I have a most gluttonous turkey get-in. Well, listen, that's what we want. We want you to have a turkey get-in. Have as much as you can. Overload yourself with turkey and tryptophan, unless you're like a vegetarian or a vegan, and have a good time. Gardenia, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, can't wait for a friendlies stream because, forget apologetics, I don't get anything about the appeal of any religion with over 40,000 denominations. I get that. We will. But we'll do a friendly stream in the very, very near future, maybe next week. And we'll put the timer on. I'll get a timer configured so we can rotate through guests. It should be a good time. And Duke says, if your clean OS is from the Bronze Age, it's time to update. I couldn't agree more. OSs can't be a very compelling analog because they need updated all the time and patched and changed to fit new scenarios. Tinker Soul says, just ask them, how long did Yahweh exist before they decided to create the universe? It's an infinite regress of Yahweh thinking and doing other shit. So that's the problem, right? So Tinker Soul, the reason why Christians don't consider Yahweh an infinite regress is because they'll say, well, time didn't exist, so there's not an infinite regress of time. But theoretically, you could press them further and say, well, did he ever do anything before creating time? And they would want to say yes, but they wouldn't. They'd say no. They say some bullshit like, well, God has no potentiality. He's pure act. Therefore, he never actually does anything ever, which is crazy that they would say such a thing. If God has no potential, it means God never actually does anything, which means creating is not a thing that he can do because he has no potential. Reverend Nate says, I thought you were going to say the smallest possible particle is a bottom. So do you think the God particle would be a bottom? No, I don't believe the case. Although, you know what talking point is finally no longer really in relevance anymore, that was relevant a long time ago in apologetics, is all the bullshit claims about the God particle. I can't tell you how many times when the Higgs boson was a relatively new discovery, I had to talk to idiots who didn't know what it meant when it called it the God particle. I was like, ugh. Mr. Crowley, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, happy Thanksgiving, Justin. May you and your son have a wonderful holiday. Praise Doug. Love is like a rock. Indeed. Indeed it is. True love is unbudgeable and rock solid. Thank you, Mr. Crowley. I hope you have a great Thanksgiving. And Lockfury, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says Mike Tyson always said everyone has a debate plan until Justin punches them in the face. And there's so many jokes in there. He can't say face anyways. It would be faith if you heard him say it. But one of my favorite quotes from Mike Tyson, I love it. Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. It's a good one. And last super chat from Good Question. Thank you for the super chat. It says, can you find contradictions and nonsense in the works of Aquinas and Augustine and add it to your Catholic basher pool belt? I probably could. I haven't read through much of Aquinas and Augustine in a very long time, but I certainly could do that. In fact, I do have Aquinas's works on the shelf for reference, but it's time to actually like move through them and really read them. That's what I'm saying. So I think that's the last of our super chats. Who's live right now that we can go raid? Certainly someone's live, right? I don't see anyone. Oh, wrong button. There we go. Who's live? Well, you know what? On the Deconstruction Junction and on Mezzo's page, Mezzo's live. Let's go over on TikTok. Let's send everyone over to Mezzo's live stream. And on YouTube, let's send everyone over to the Deconstruction Junction. And let me do one last refresh of our fundraiser to see how we did. We are at 3.8, which means if we can get some people to donate during the watch back, we might come close to hitting our $5,000 goal. Thank you to everybody who donated. I really appreciate it. Mr. Morpheus really appreciates it, and we'll keep you in touch with his progress. But anyways, let's go raid Deconstruction Junction on YouTube and Mezzo on TikTok. How many people are watching right now? He's already got 222 people watching. Let's bump this thing at least over 300, 350. Mezzo is also with Joel. Joel's live right now on Mezzo's stream. So guys, jump in to the live stream. Have a good time. Joel and Mezzo are an absolutely like amazing duo. So let's go give them a raid. Dugald, thanks for hanging out with me, buddy.
Thanks for letting me up, Justin. I appreciate you, friend.
Enjoy your Thanksgiving.
You too, buddy.
Cheers, friend.